Duvid, welcome. Week in review. God bless. Hope everything's going well for everybody. Sorry I didn't running a few minutes late. If anyone's tuning in, hope to have a good show this week. Some research, kind of loose ends. So I don't really have that much super interesting or prepared this week. I have some interesting articles, although kind of loose ends. I didn't end up doing my metaphysics stream this week, although this Wednesday I will do metaphysics part 2 and we'll go back to the Greeks. So I've been feeling good about my research. You're pretty tedious, and these long readings for my programs, can understand if it's not that interesting. My viewership is going down, but hopefully the research will pay off. So yeah, RG Khojtovia, Adar Purim coming up in 2 weeks. So God bless. And I see he hasn't posted it, but it looks like I will have my debate with Daniel H. I gotta see how his name's pronounced. Daniel Hakikwacha on the 28th of March, which is a Thursday. So he asked me about like a Friday night. Actually, I think this Friday night. So he asked me about debating this Friday night, and I was like, well, that's Shabbos. And so wasn't able to do that. And then he said March 28th, but I see he hasn't posted it yet. So it's not 100% confirmed, but it looks like it's relatively confirmed that Duvid's first appearance on Modern Day Debate with Daniel H., the Muslim skeptic, and we will be debating the truth claims of Judaism versus Islam. And I think it's going to be pretty interesting because it's something that I've discussed off and on, and I've been thinking about how to put together, but specifically, what are the truth claims of Judaism? And then, as opposed to Islam. So he will be representing Islam, and it's not necessarily going to be, we'll see how it ends up, but if it's like cultural or Zionism or Israel, it's going to be more the truth claims. And there's a lot of scholarship, like there's Moses Mendelssohn's, I guess, famous delineation of ritual, theological, and cultural. So if you look at like the truth claims of Judaism in terms of historical claims, like the origins of the Jewish people, our foundational myths, theological claims of Judaism that would be more related to possible questions of atonement, reward, and punishment, the nature of sin, the soul, what happens after we die, and then there'd be the prophetic claims about the end of days. So hopefully next week I'll have a PowerPoint prepared. Assuming that the debate gets confirmed, I'll start preparing a PowerPoint, and I'll have 2 weeks a week in review to go over. But I'll prepare a PowerPoint, and we'll go over. So first, I plan on explaining generally that Judaism, in comparison to Christianity and Islam, is light on truth claims. And mention like when you convert to Judaism, there's no necessarily acceptance of truth claims. Generally, there's an acceptance of the law, and the law of Judaism generally being put into 4 forms, 4 major categories of daily prayer, including if you're man, Shabbos and Tefillin, the kosher dietary laws, Sabbath and holidays, and family purity, which would refer to like Nida and the female menstrual cycles for marriage. And there's all sorts of Jewish law. Jewish law encompasses basically every aspect of life, but generally, like the Jewish law is encompassed in those 4 major fields, and then affiliation to a tribal people. So when you convert to Judaism, you accept being part of the Jewish people, and you accept your lot with the Jewish people. But besides that, it's not like Christianity or Islam, where you don't accept a truth claim. You don't accept like that Muhammad was the prophet, or take Jesus Christ into your life, or the resurrection or something, you don't have to accept that Moses was the most superior or supreme of all the prophets, or that the words of the Torah are true. It's obedience to the law and affiliation, loyalty to the tribe. So in that sense, Judaism is very light on truth claims. So in fact, most of the logicists who laid out Judaism in terms of truth claims were actually in response to Islam. So if you look like the Sadigon, Maimonides, Chovos Halevavos, that tried to lay out Judaism in terms of these fundamental principles of belief and derive everything from that, were mostly writing in Arabic and in the great golden age of Islam. And as I was, Jennifer with Church of Entropy was on a few weeks ago, and I was mentioning that Maimonides, well, there's the 13 principles. But like Maimonides in his Mishnah Torah starts out, the very first book of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah is the foundational principles of belief. And he starts out with, faith in parts of science. Hey, Jenny, God bless. Good to see you. And it's like, no, you don't have to accept the 13 principles. There's no requirement. Like, it's not, they're so the duties of the heart, there's mitzvahs that some of them are belief related. However, it's not a requirement to accept the 13 principles. It's Mark Shapiro that I covered with Luke Ford. His book on Maimonides' 13 principles shows that all of those are actually questioned and debated about by the rabbis. But Maimonides, when he organizes his book of law, he tries to start out with the foundational beliefs. And Maimonides is influenced by Aristotle and Arabic scholars, Lambi, God bless, as opposed to the Shulchan Aruch, the Arbitorum, that eventually became the basis for Jewish law. So now you have Jewish law. It's all based on the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, that goes from the numbering system of the Arbitorum that was written in Europe about the same time as Maimonides. And that starts out with the ritual of what we do when we get up in the morning. So like the first law, the law book doesn't start out with the foundational beliefs. And there's not even really a section in the Shulchan Aruch about foundational beliefs. I mean, it's maybe put in here and there, but there's no section of Jewish law that has like the foundational beliefs. So Maimonides is an outlier in that. And Maimonides, who puts the 13 principles, is largely in response and influence to Muslims. And and being a neo-Aristotelian that wants to present Judaism in this logical path. However, although most prayer books do include the 13 principles, and also even in the Torah, by we just read the parsha Nasa V'Nishma, that the Jews will do and then understand. So when the Jews were given the Torah, the expression is Nasa V'Nishma, we will do and then we will understand, implying that the first thing is obedience to the law, whether we understand or not. And then even like the test of Abraham, to a certain level, Abraham gets the 10 tests of faith, and a lot of the tests of faith are like going against the principles. You have to do what God says, like a blind obedience to the law. So in this respect, Judaism is not a truth claim religion like Islam or Christianity, that the fundamental tenets of what does it mean to be a Christian or Muslim means to believe some foundational principles. So Judaism is more about practice and tribal affiliation. However, there are truth claims. There are sages. Like there is Maimonides. There is statements in the Talmud. And, as I mentioned, most of the rabbis who refer to Judaism in terms of truth claim style is in response to Islam in the period of the Golden Age, Sadigon, Rabbeinu Bachia, Maimonides, that try to put Judaism in this neo-Aristotelian logical truth claim method. But largely that was rejected. And although, the scholars are still, those books are very popular, and most Jews are familiar with this concept, it's not the basis of Judaism. The basis, I was just watching Frida Vazel earlier, and they're talking about like people go off the derrick, they don't longer believe, but they still, go through the motions. The notion of hypocrisy. We talked, when Jennifer was on that stream a few weeks ago with Claire, and we are talking about hypocrisy, where hypocrisy is not considered a sin in Judaism, and not even necessarily that bad, because this concept of being a mismatch between belief and action, you're supposed to do it whether you believe it or not. And so I'm going to try to come up with some brief way to explain this. Judaism is a religion of practice and tribal affiliation, not largely a religion of belief in comparison to Islam and Judaism and Christianity. However, there are truth claims to Judaism. And then also, like, the question is, what is Judaism? Is Judaism what Jews do, or what the sages, or what Scripture teaches? So if you're going to say, well, Judaism's about tribal affiliation, tribal loyalty, then how are you loyal to a nation that doesn't follow its own practices? So generally, like, you have Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. But Reform was Reform because Reform rejected the truth claims largely of Judaism. That Reform rejected that the divinity of the Torah, rejected some of the major principles like wanting to rebuild the temple, belief in Messiah, wanting to go back to Israel, Zionism, the binding of the law, even the borders historically of the community, allowing patrilineal descent, intermarriage, and the various elements. So Reform came along, which is the most popular Judaism in America, and said, we reject all the truth claims of Judaism, but we're still Jewish. So, and even in Israel, the majority of Israelis reject basically all of the truth claims of Judaism. So I'm going to explain, you will see if he gives me 10 minutes. I'm going to ask for 10 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes. If he wants to do like a 3-hour debate or something like that, a long debate, we even do 15 minutes. Well, John here just saying Rambam was rejected because it was impossible to be Neoplatonic. Rambam was Neo-Aristotelian. So Rambam, the Kabbalah is Neoplatonic. The Rambam was Neo-Aristotelian, and the Rambam is affected by Muslim scholars in that the logical system. So, I mean, Platonic, and I'm going to discuss on metaphysics and try to bring this all together because a lot of stuff. So Jenny here, but if a rabbi writes a new rabbi book, you can change things. Know what law. Jenny's stream striping me now, so I'll put the link in the chat also. But so if Jenny's live and she's restreaming this, we can check that out on her channel. Okay, yeah, so Jenny's welcome to join and talk also. But no, Jewish law is complicated. Like, talk also like the Jewish law, you're supposed to follow the majority of the sages, but rabbis just can't make anything up. And there's Judaism's not a democracy, but it's a democracy, so to say, among the sages. And that you should follow not the majority of the Jews, but the majority of the sages. So Judaism changes over time, and you can't abrogate the law. You could only abrogate the law in regards to safety or advancing in areas when there's guidelines to doing that. But if you want to describe the Maimonides 13 principles, many of those like Muslims would agree with, and just on the nature of God being all powerful, all knowing, knowing the sins of man, the prophets. So because I'm going to be debating a Muslim, I'll try to delineate the differences that Jews have with Muslims. So one of the the two things in Maimonides principles that would disagree with Muslims. One is Moses is the most supreme of all prophets. So one of Maimonides' principles is that Moses is the most supreme of all prophets, and also that the word of the Torah can't be changed, and that the word of the Torah we have before us today is the same word that was given to Moses. So Muslims disagree with that. Muslims disagree with the supremacy of the books of Moses, and they disagree that the Jews have an accurate recording of what the ancient prophets said. Well, I mean, according to Maimonides, there's no close second. According to the general, like, there's Moses, and then there's the rest of them. It means, say, Moses, Jewish law is determined by Moses. None of the other prophets prescribe law. Only Moses prescribes law. And we say Jews are bound by the law that's by the law of Moses. So when you look at the truth claims, there's theological claims about the power of God. And so say, I'm going to try to describe also why did Jews reject the sages. So you have the sages, you have the truth claims, you have the prophets, but the majority of Jews reject the prophets and reject the sages. And so I'll try to claim that because there's some of the truth claims that are very difficult for Jews to accept. And part of that is, the Muslim principle. I mean, one of the 10 commandments, so just say there's a lot of truth claims. So you say, if you claim that the scripture is true, then every verse in scripture is a truth claim, as opposed to these overarching principles that, like, God is all powerful, all knowing, all good, as like theological truth claims, like in Maimonides' 13th principle, versus a truth claim that every word of the Torah is true, every single verse in scripture is a truth claim. And so, well, what about the 10 commandments? So the 10 commandments says that children are punished for the sins of their fathers. So we say that's a truth claim of Judaism. Judaism claims that theologically children are punished for the sins of the fathers. That's something that is, Zobita was on the channel. That would be an interesting thing to debate with Daniel theologically, of, are children punished for the sins of their fathers? And so we ask Jews, ask your average Jew, is it a fundamental tenet of Judaism that people are punished for the sins of their fathers? Most Jews would say no, like that. They don't believe that. They don't think that's a fundamental tenet of Judaism. But to some extent, you could say, well, as a truth claim from what the Torah and the prophetic system and the sages of the generation, it is a fundamental truth claim of Judaism that children are punished for the sins of their fathers. And so you could argue, I could see why people would want to reject that. And I could see that Islam does not hold that. The Quran has contradictory verses to that. But that would be something I would argue and say that, yes, it is a factual truth, however unpleasant it is to accept. And even though the majority of Jews do disagree that, yes, in fact, children are punished for the sins of their parents, and also rewarded and punished. But I mean, that'd be an example of a truth claim. And so, like, these type theological and I would say the biggest reason, I'm just talking now, rambling. Next week, hopefully, I'll have slides prepared if the debate gets booked and finalized. Next week, I'll have slides and practice, so I could say as much as possible in a 10-minute introduction. But Maimonides' other principle that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked. And that is also one that's rejected by most Jews. And then you say, it's like E. Michael Jones, the cause of anti-Semitism is bad Jewish behavior, or even, the most controversial to say, God forbid, the Holocaust was divine punishment from God. And so this is a fundamental truth claim of Judaism that vast majorities, I would say 90+% of Jews reject. So, just lay out, there are truth claims in Judaism how do you have the sages? What do the sages say? And then there's what Jews believe. So if we lay out the truth claims, even though the vast majority of Jews reject, but Muslims would agree with, some Christians might also just say Christians do not necessarily agree with this fundamental tenet, but Muslims would probably agree that's just the fundamental principle of Judaism, that by definition the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished. Almost that you could see perfectly that if if someone has good things coming to them, it's because they're being rewarded for good things they've done, and if bad things are happening to somebody, that they're being punished for bad things they've done. And even the situation like in Gaza or suffering, why are all these innocent, so Gaza would be a perfect example of common Judaic superstition where, God forbid, the children in Gaza, the women, are being punished for the sins of their parents. And so this might make Judaism less appealing. So this is reasons why Jews tend to reject our own religion, because Judaism has these hardcore fundamental truth claims. Then there's also like Luke Ford's basic claim that there's nothing a Jew fears more than being forced to be Orthodox. So this nature of reward and punishment, but that there is the law and it's binding, and there's punishment if you don't do it. Like you got to do all this stuff, like Orthodox Judaism, you got to put in tefillin and tzitzis and keep the dietary laws and all of the rituals. And if you don't, there's going to be severe punishment. So, these are truth claims of the religion that most Jews reject. So, I'll try to come up with some concise, understandable method of explaining why Judaism, yes, does have these strong truth claims, and why, yes, at the same time, the vast majority, probably 90+% of Jews reject these truth claims. Although then also lay out the general truth claims that most Jews do accept. So then you have the historical truth claims. So like that we were slaves in Egypt and God led us out of Egypt, the foundational myths, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and some of those will correspond with Islam and Christianity, but the historical truth claims that the Jews were in Israel, the shared history, and then there's the prophetic eschatological truth claims about what's going to happen at the end of days, the role of Jew in history. And I'm going to lay out the most fundamental of the truth claims that is accepted by the majority of Jews, although none of these truth claims are accepted by the majority of Jews. But I'm just the truth claim that there is such a thing as the Jewish people and the chosenness, that there is such a thing as the Jewish people, that like me, RG, anyone else who's Jewish, that there's something between me and them. There's something fundamental. There is a Jewish people. So I would say that's a truth claim. And then there's going to say there's a purpose to the Jewish people. So what if you say the straightforward truth claim that God chose the Jewish people, that there is a God and God chose the Jewish people for a special purpose. And but I would say the most fundamental truth claim that most Jews across the board, even secular, tend to agree is what I would call the philo demiurge. So, the demiurge is a debated topic, and sometimes the demiurge in Gnostic theology is considered a negative force, but Philo generally interprets the demiurge as positive. We'll call the force of progress, and say the Jews are the demiurge. The Jews are the force of progress. The Jews are a positive force of progress in the direction of the world. That the world started at some worse stage and is moving towards a better stage, and the agent that causes the world to reach this better stage is the Jewish people. And I would say this is fundamentally accepted by, I would say, the majority of Jews. Probably over 3/4 of Jews, maybe even over 90% of Jews that still bear the name Jew, that want to self-identify with Judaism, say there's something good about being a Jew. Jews have been a good force in history, like the right side of history type argument that, Jews caused monotheism, Jews caused democracy, the Sabbath. And so these common type arguments that you would hear even from like atheists like Sarah Silverman or something, or, Arya Kaplan, to say that even if they don't believe in God, they believe that there is a Jewish people, and the Jewish people have generally been a force for good in history. And that is somewhat a theological claim. So for chosenness, like a question of, how did God run the world, and that God chose a specific people to give the law and to be the force of progress in history. And I would say of all of the truth claims of Judaism, that's the most widely accepted truth claim that Jews ourselves believe. So there's other possibly more important truth claims, like I said, that the reward for the righteous, punishment for the wicked, um, children being punished for the sins of the parents, uh, various things that most Jews reject. However, that the Jews are a special people that have a special role in history. They're driving humanity towards a positive end. That's a widely held belief among the vast majority, maybe even almost all Jews. So I'll try to come up with some concise way. I'll put it into slides, and I'll lay out, some positivistic aspects of Judaism and the truth claims, and then I'll try to highlight the fundamental differences with Islam, um, where there's direct confrontation between the truth claims, and then I'll also talk a little bit about eschatology. I think most people, when they think about the truth claims of Judaism, they're thinking about like eschatology and the end of days, like Adam Green or something, the critics of Judaism, of end times prophecy, and being like, well, Jews believe this. Jews believe at the end of days this is going to happen. And I would say the eschatology is weaker. That that we obviously have the Bible, we have the prophets, and the prophets say certain things that are going to happen at the end of days. But Judaism's not really about the end times. And Zionism maybe like is an incorporation of end times prophecy into Judaism. And that's partially why Zionism is heretical, because Zionism is basically saying that the law changes because the end time prophecies are coming to fruition. And so I'll try to briefly explain that. But within the end time prophecies, I'll mention the Maimonides, the view of Islam and Christianity, and Esau, Edom, and Ishmael, Rome and Persia, and the Jewish understanding of the role of Islam and Christianity, and Ishmael and his descendants in terms of the prophecy to Abraham. So the debate is about the truth claims, not about feelings. So, so say it's not about your, facts don't care about your feelings. And so to say, I'll even mention, the Talmud says God chose the Jewish people, and at Mount Sinai, in Mount Sinai, the word for Sinai means hatred, and that God gave us the Torah on Mount Sinai specifically to show that when God chose people, that it caused the rest of the nations to hate us. And so from that perspective, it's one of the other things that, generally, why Jews reject our own Judaism, because this concept of anti-Semitism being a God-created phenomenon, that when God chose the Jewish people, it caused all the other nations to hate us. So if you're feeling, or like progress, so it's like you're not the judge of progress in that sense of, God chose the Jews. So that, this level of the truth claim, and that, like, yes, there is the God who created the whole world, and that God chose us, and we're the positive force behind history, moving the world towards a better direction, and you just don't realize it yet, so to say. So I mean, obviously that's why it's a debate. That's why Judaism is contentious. I've never heard of Gershon Gorenberg. Um, I'm looking at this right now. The Unmaking of Israel, um, Crisis of Democracy. I mean, it seems like a commentator. It's too much for me to look in right now. But yeah, good to see you, Dave. I've been finally catching up. I've been so busy with other things, but I've finally been catching up, starting to watch the last 4 months of Active Inference streams. So I was watching back and seeing you in the chat. So I will be focusing on the theological truth claims that Judaism makes. And so, as I mentioned, one of the first things I'm going to do is explain that most Jews reject these truth claims. So just the fact that Jews reject these truth claims is why Judaism is so difficult to understand. Saying like, is Judaism what Jews do, or what the sages say? So I'll try to come up with some nice way, but it still hasn't been completely finalized. He hasn't posted it yet, so hopefully he will post it. I haven't heard of Terry Gross either, unfortunately. So let's look at a few posts this week. So the Tesla space, new updates on the Tesla bot. And as said, Elon Musk has mentioned that he suspects that this will be bigger than Tesla. That if these robots ever get launched, and you can't have marketable, programmable home robots, manufacturing robots, that it will be bigger than Tesla, and that like just like everybody has a car. I mean, not everyone has a car, but like like a substantial amount of people have a car, and the vast amount of people who could afford to have a car have a car. That it will be the same thing with assistant robots. That once the assistant robots are on the market and working, that it'll be like a car. Everyone, once they have 20, 10, if they cost $20,000, $30,000, that anyone who could afford one, they'll be so valuable and useful that like everyone will start having them, and have multiple ones of them, and they will outpace the automobile. So minor updates on that. John Williams, Martin Luther said, you would think 1460 years of begging to God and be ignored would be proof that the Baptist was right about them. So I'm not going to prepare in my introduction, but if we do talk about how do we justify these truth claims, so part of the truth claims of verifying that the God chose the Jewish people is the boom bust cycle. And this is mentioned in history. Even the Chovos Levovos 1,000 years ago, you asked the same question, said, because the success of the Jews and the punishment of the Jews. How do you know that the Jews are chosen, and that the Jews played this special role in history? Is because of this excessive reward and punishment cycle that the Jewish people go through. And saying, well, anti-Semitism is so unexplainable that you could only explain anti-Semitism that it's a divinely created phenomenon. Like, the Torah pretty much says, like, Mount Sinai means hatred. And when God chose the Jewish people and gave us the Torah, that it caused a supernatural phenomenon that caused all the other nations to hate us. And, that's like the Adam Green, like, preordained, destined to hate us. That, and I've even my local rabbi said it like this, local Orthodox rabbi, that there's this supernatural spiritual force that causes non-Jews to hate the Jewish people, and God created this force. And so in that sense, anti-Semitism, or whatever case, is a proof that Judaism is true. And then there's also the disproportionate success of the Jews, and say, well, why are Jews so prominent and successful. And so, I said, like, the debate has not been finalized, and I'm just speculating now and preparing. So I'm just voicing some of my ideas right now for how I plan to lay out my case. But next week I will hopefully have slides prepared. So I only have a few things on Israel this week, and then I have some random research and articles to read. So let's look at the Israel update. So I was just watching this video right before I started streaming, and I've mentioned this channel a few times. What's going on with shipping? So, President Biden gave his State of the Union address, and one of the things that Biden mentioned was the plan to build an offshore pier to bring emergency aid into Gaza. So the man from this channel used to be in the Navy, and he went over the possibilities of how it may be built and some of the technical details of how this may come into existence. So we'll see if I'm not sure if it's actually been declared and it's happening right away or not. But if you're more interested in that, that's a pretty good video. So, the Book of Revelations. There's the truth claim about the end of days prophecy, and I'll mention that also. But I would say that's a minor truth claim. The truth claim that, like, the Jews claim that this is going to happen in the future, I would actually categorize as a minor truth claim. Also, the historical truth claims. So I mentioned last week in the anti-Zionism. So Frieda Weisel was interviewing this former Satmar guy, Yasusker Katz, and they were talking about Satmar, and I guess he grew up Satmar and left Satmar, and he was talking about anti-Zionism. So I was mentioning the intersectionality, like Katie Halper in her interview of Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro, and his claim of you should oppose Zionism not just because of Palestinian human rights abuses, and that she generally, like, liberal Jews, like, I would want to support Israel, but we're treating the Palestinians unfairly, and I'm against that, so I oppose Israel, or I'm against ethno-nationalism, and so I'm against Israel. Like I would like Jews to have a safe place, but does that necessitate there being this ethno-national homeland for the Jewish people? And so generally, okay, Dave mentioning Gorenberg and the end of days. Yeah, so like the truth belief that, like, we're eventually going to have our temple back. But so he's mentioning, like, okay, this guy was Satmar, now he's a very strong Zionist, modern Orthodox rabbi. But that Satmar and most Haredi Jews do not oppose Zionism because of Palestinian human rights abuses or because of opposition to ethno-nationalism. Generally they're not opposed to that at all. That's not even in the top 10 reasons why Haredim oppose Israel. It has nothing to do with ethno-nationalism or human rights abuses of Palestinians. And that's why there's no intersection. So ironically, Neturei Karta and really just Rabbi Feldman and Rabbi Weiss, the spokespeople for the head spokespeople for Neturei Karta, focus on the human rights abuses of Palestinians. And a lot of that's only recently. So ironically, it's only Neturei Karta, which is largely denounced even by Satmar, that focuses at all on the human rights abuses against Palestinians in their anti-Zionism, the Haredi anti-Zionism. And then we'll look at some of the polling, but like most Haredim, they don't care at all about Palestinian human rights abuses, and there's almost a pipeline that most extremist Zionists were former anti-Zionist. So like these two people grew up Satmar anti-Zionist, and now they're like extremist Zionist. And they're like, well, I don't know. I was taught to be anti-Zionist as a kid. It never really made sense to me. And now that they're no longer Satmar, they're leaning towards Zionism. And they're looking at like, well, it's the good guys versus the bad guys, and I'm for Israel and I'm against the Palestinians. And as opposed to most liberal Jews, their anti-Zionism is coming from the human rights concern of universal humanism and human rights abuses against Palestinians, and also due to modern ethical concerns against ethno-nationalism, that ethno-nationalism is bad across the board, and therefore Zionism, Jewish ethno-nationalism, is also bad, as where Haredi Jews very rarely to never would have this view that, well, ethno-nationalism is bad, and that's why we oppose Israel. So, it has these theological concerns about anti-Zionism. So this guy, Rabbi Katz, goes over the Satmar Haredi reasons for anti-Zionism. And I lean more towards liberal humanism opposition to Zionism. I oppose Zionism more because of Palestinian human rights abuses and opposition to ethno-nationalism. And the theological concerns, I accept those and think those interesting, but so this interesting program, it just came out today if someone cares more about that. Okay, so I only have a few articles on Judaism this week. Let's, just to keep people posted a little bit. I see you got over 20 people watching. I'm not sure if they're on Twitter. I was trying to go live on Rumble, but I was having issues. So I'm not sure where people are watching. But if you're tuning in, I appreciate that. And I'll cover a little bit just on the Israel update. So there wasn't really that much big news. The Biden State of the Union, the rising tension between Netanyahu and Biden. So let's look at the New York Times, just a little overview. Biden-Netanyahu dispute over Gaza war heats up. After the president asserted that Mr. Netanyahu's military strategy has been hurting Israel more than helping Israel, Israel's leader dismissed his contention as wrong. Israel leader rejecting a rebuke from the U.S. president says he's doing the will of his people. A day after President Biden asserted the Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel was hurting Israel more than he's helping Israel, Mr. Netanyahu dismissed that contention as wrong, escalating the leader's increasingly public dispute. Mr. Netanyahu, in an interview with Politico, challenged Mr. Biden's assessment of Israel's military strategy in the Gaza Strip and said that his policies represent what the overwhelming majority of Israelis wanted. I don't know exactly what the president meant, but if he meant by that I'm pursuing private policies against the majority, the wishes of the majority of Israelis, and that this is hurting the interest of Israel, then he is wrong on both counts. He added that their policies supported by the overwhelming majority of Israelis, they support the action that we're taking to destroy the remaining terrorist battalions of Hamas. Mr. Netanyahu was responding to comments Mr. Biden made on Saturday, an interview with MSNBC. Mr. Biden rebuked, Jonathan Capehart. Biden rebuked Netanyahu over the rising civilian death toll in Gaza, even as he reaffirmed American support for Israel. He has a right to defend Israel, a right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the action taken. In my view, he's hurting Israel more than helping Israel. Appealing to refer to Mr. Netanyahu's military strategy, it's contrary to what Israel stands for, and I think it's a big mistake, so I want to see a ceasefire. Asked by the interviewer, Jonathan Capehart, if he had a red line that Mr. Netanyahu should not cross, like a ground invasion of Rafah in southern Gaza, Mr. Biden offered a muddled response but said that the defense of Israel is still critical. He cannot have 30,000 more Palestinian dead as a consequence of his pursuit of Hamas, said the president. There's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas. Mr. Biden did not offer details. The Gazan Health Ministry has said that more than 31,000 people have been killed in the enclave since October 7th. But the president's comments once again highlighted the delicate position the United States has found itself in. arming Israel with, at the same time, providing humanitarian aid to Gaza. Mr. Biden has been more forceful in recent days about the plight of civilians in Gaza, urging Mr. Netanyahu not to go ahead with his stated plans to launch a ground offensive in Rafah without a plan to protect those sheltering there. More than 1 million Gazans have sought refuge in the city, many of whom were displaced by Israeli military orders to move into the so-called safe zones. In the interview with Politico, Mr. Netanyahu reiterated that Israel still intended to invade Rafah. We'll go there. We're not going to leave. I have a red line. You know what that red line is, that October 7th does not happen again, never happens again. When asked about Mr. Biden's remarks, Israel's foreign minister, Israel Katz, declined to say what they suggested about the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. I'm trying to separate between rhetoric and essence. The goals of the war in the state of Israel are simple. They are to release all of the hostages and to dismantle Hamas's military and leadership force. Mr. Katz told Khan Israel's public radio network on Sunday the United States supports these goals, as Biden has stressed yesterday. He added that Israel had said there would be a plan to evacuate civilians from Rafah before any ground invasion, and he reiterated that the country's military did not deliberately harm civilians. The push towards Rafah has drawn warnings from the United States and other allies about potential humanitarian costs. The United Nations has said that a ground invasion of Rafah could have huge implications for all of Gaza, including the hundreds of thousands at grave risk of starvation and famine in the north. Under Mr. Biden's direction, U.S. military cargo planes have in recent days dropped food, water, and other aid into Gaza a handful of times. The latest airdrop came on Sunday. In addition, the Biden administration has announced plans to build a floating pier off the coast of Gaza to deliver more supplies to the enclave, but American officials have acknowledged that dropping aid by air and building a pier will not be as effective as delivering supplies by land, an option that Israel has largely blocked. So, God forbid. And then there's also the news of the horrific starvation that's already occurring in Gaza. So, just a little update of what it's looking like in Israel right now. And so when we talk in the news, I say like the debate, I will be focusing on the truth claims. And the truth claims is that these are not man-made factors, they're divine-made factors. So the Judaism as a religion claiming that this is ordained by God, and what was ordained by God. So we could discuss this on different levels, but we'll see moving forward the debate whether it gets confirmed or not. And so it's almost 3 weeks from now. So okay, so the U.S. media, Democratic Party is trying to portray Netanyahu as the bad guy, when the reality, as I've been mentioning over the last few months and looking at the polling data, is that the reality is that Netanyahu is a moderate and the Israeli public is much more extreme than Netanyahu, and that the majority of the Israeli public actually wants Israel to do more than Netanyahu's doing. If there's a criticism from Israelis of Netanyahu, it's not that he's being too militaristic, is that he's not being militaristic enough. So, this portrayal from the Western media, the Democratic Party, is largely false. And what's going to be by delaying this, kind of the absurdity of this building a pier to give food to starving people because Israel won't allow it through. How is it even going to work? Is Israel going to control the food being released from the U.S. into Gaza from the beach? And if that's the case, why doesn't Israel just allow it through? Why go through the whole deal of building a pier if Israel's going to control the food coming in from the pier that it could just come in straight from Israel? So none of it really makes any sense. The Israeli papers also reported today that this idea of the U.S. building a pier to give humanitarian assistance to Gaza was actually suggested by Netanyahu already back in October. So, and then even just saying it's going to be 2 months. So the Israelis basically saying like they're going to be doing this war. It's going to go all the way through 2024, maybe even to 2025, that the U.S. is saying they're preparing to give aid to Israel in 2 months from now. So it's saying like the situation that the U.S. thinks that it's going to be so bad in 2 months from now that they're going to have to be giving aid starting in 2 months. So God forbid. But let's look at some of the most recent polling. This came out literally just today. Large majority of Jewish Israelis want changes to the conscription law. So as of now, the thing that Israelis care about most of anything happening in Israel right now, the thing that Israeli Jews care about most is forcing the Haredim into the army. And, like I mentioned that, say the Haredim, how they feel about the war, that Haredim are not anti-Zionist because they care about Palestinian human rights. They have different reasons. But the Haredim, like the chief Sephardi rabbi already said that, they're going to leave Israel. There's been starting to be mass protest across Israel against the conscription. But right now, in the middle of the war, with everything going on, the biggest concerns of Israelis is that the Haredim aren't doing their fair share in the war and need to be conscripted. I read the article last week in saying this long-term war that Israel's actually going to need. They can't rely on the technological advantage. So let me read a little of this and we'll look at the data and you'll see what Netanyahu's saying. Most Israelis would like to see an exemption given to the Haredi community changed. When asked whether the Israel can continue relying on U.S. support, public opinion was divided with an inclination towards continued reliance. Around half of Israelis think Israel's standing in the international arena is not that good. So the topics covered: the national mood, Israel's military activity in Rafah, Israel's standing in the international arena, America's commitment to Israel, restricting access of Arab citizens of Israel to the Temple Mount compound during Ramadan. Ramadan starting, I think, tonight. The new conscription law, should the exemptions given to Haredim and Arabs be changed? Should the National Unity Party remain in the Netanyahu government? Likelihood of recovery from the impact of war in the near future. So the national mood, optimism about the future of democratic rule in Israel and the future of national security. So the green here is optimism about the future of democratic rule. And the blue is optimism about the future of national security. And it's tough to say. They're both hovering around 40%, but looking, you don't necessarily see any huge change. Optimism about the future of democratic rule in Israel and about the future of national security. But you could see a little difference between the right, center, and left, that the right is much more optimistic about the future of Israel. Is that because they're delusional, or they just see Israel moving into a militaristic state? Like I told Charles Moskowitz, like when the Abraham Accords were occurring, it wasn't because those Arab nations were becoming liberal democratic. It was because Israel was becoming militaristic. The Israel is, maybe always was, but certainly is becoming more like Saudi Arabia or these other dictatorships, militaristic countries than the other ones. And so the people on the right wing maybe just say that's for the best and they're embracing it. But we'll see this continued pattern on a lot of these issues, the difference. And note that Israel's left is very small. So population-wise also, like over 50% of Israelis are on the right, and probably only like 10-15% of Israelis are actually on the left, and so the center. So there has to be some sort of reemergence of what the left, center, and right even mean anymore, because like only 10% of Israelis are on the left and over 50% of Israelis are on the right. Rate their personal situation is very good. So this is a huge decrease. And you see Arabs, so Jews under 60%, definitely short-term goals. I don't know how long the poll's been going on. But Israeli Arabs, God forbid, only 1 in 4 Israeli Arabs rate their personal situation as very good, and Jews is decreasing. The war goes on, it might fall below 50%. Optimism about the future of democratic rule in Israel, national security. So you see also the difference between Jews and Arabs, and the difference between the personal situation so and here also feel part of Israel and its problems. So Jews very high, close to 90%, as were Arabs. Had moved, maybe that was during Bennett and the coalition, but much lower, though it's been lower in the past. Okay, so this one's also important. How should, like I was mentioning the Netanyahu article, how should Israel proceed with its military operations in Rafah? So the blue is avoid expanding its military operations into Rafah. The green is expand its military operations into Rafah. And gray is don't know. So here are Arabs, 64.5%, don't expand, 17% expand, 18.5%. So Jews, Israeli Jews, 12% of Israeli Jews want to avoid expanding its military operations into Rafah. 14% don't know. 74% of Israeli Jews want to expand its military operation into Rafah. So it's like Netanyahu mentioning that there is vast support. 3/4 of Israelis want to go into Rafah in the military campaign. That Netanyahu relatively is a moderate, and if there's a push by Israelis against Netanyahu, it's because he's not militaristic enough. Not that he's too militaristic. And then just to see the difference between right, left, and Jews, right, left, and center. So the left, 44.5% want to avoid expanding the military operations to Rafah, 30% don't. And among the right, 88% of Israeli right-wing Jews want to expand the military operation into Rafah, only 4% don't. And I say, like, the demographics, like 60% of Israelis are on the right. Only like less than 10% of Israelis are on the left. So, and even the center, like Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz are in the center. They're not on the left. So the 63, like the coalition partners, like Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz, are also 63% want to expand the operation into Rafah. Only 70% opposed, 20% don't know. So I'm saying Netanyahu's, your remarks there are clearly accurate. Like anyone who's following Duvet, saying like Netanyahu is a moderate, and the Israeli public wants Netanyahu to go harder. If Netanyahu gets replaced, he's not getting replaced with someone on the left. And even militaristically, like Gantz and Lapid, those people probably are more militaristic than Netanyahu. Israel standing in the international arena. So here, not good at all. Good and very good. So don't know. So the purple, green is not good at all. Purple is so. Blue is good and very good. Or the gray don't know. So you see here, the Arabs, 2/3 think that it's not good at all. 17% for so or good or very good, as opposed to Jews. 22% of Jews think that Israel's standing is very good. And then when you look on the right, it's about even. That only 33% of Israelis right, which represents over half of Israel, think that Israel's standing is not good at all. They probably think like Charles Moskowitz, like Trump is going to win, and the vast majority it's just like Biden and the UN and a few bad apple, anti-Semites. But the vast majority of people love Israel and they want Israel to win. And you can see the number, as although the center, so you say the left doesn't really matter because the left in Israel is so small, but the center of like Lapid and Gantz, even though they want to go into Rafah, that they acknowledge almost as much as the left that Israel's standing is not looking very good. So, what's this delusion on the right? Tough to know. On a scale of 1 to 5, against the backdrop of the disagreements between the Israeli government and the U.S. administration over a political agreement and the continuation of fighting in Gaza, to what extent is it currently possible to rely on continued massive American support for Israel? So the dark blue, fully, the light blue to a large extent, so, not at all, or to a small extent. So only 20% of Israelis the vast majority of Israelis still think that the American-Israel relation is going to continue and Israel will be able to continue, but you see shifting. Like if you include so, it's like half-half, where, and then if you look at the political orientation, not sure of anything. So what will be the impact of the special restrictions that the government of Israel has imposed on the entry of Arab citizens of Israel to the Temple Mount compound? Will increase the likelihood of acts of violence in green, will not affect the likelihood of acts of violence in purple, will reduce the likelihood of acts of violence in blue. So you see the right wing still recognize that it's more likely to increase that at 29%, as opposed to the left and center. And that's actually also a very contentious issue in Israel right now. And here, the main reason I showed this, the conscription. Should the exemption from military service granted to Haredim and the Arabs be changed? So should the exemption from military service be granted to Haredim be changed? So here on the left, exemption to Haredim changed. On the right, second column, not changed. And then the next two, exemption to Arabs, changed. The last column, not changed. So exemption to Haredim should be changed. 64% total of Israelis, 70% of Jews, 86% of secular Israelis think that the Haredim should have to serve in the army. 77% of traditional non-religious, only 19% of Haredim. And you see the opposition should not be changed. The Haredim, 68.5%. Traditional religious, only 30%. So this issue here is the most contentious issue in all of Israel. And that the Arabs should serve in the army is not very strong. And even the majority of Israeli Jews don't think that Arabs should have to serve in the army. But you see here the huge number difference. 86% of secular Israelis think that the Haredim don't deserve their exemption. And so this is the single most important contentious issue in Israel. In your opinion, should the National Unity Party, led by Benny Gantz and Gadi Eisenkot, remain in the government headed by Netanyahu? The blue is remain, green is leave. You see the total sample, over half think they should remain, with the unknown. Arabs, the majority think they should leave. These bottom party, Meretz, Labor, and then you have some of the Arab parties, Likud. So the United Toward Judaism, likelihood of recovery in the foreseeable future. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 not good, 5 very good, how would you define Israel's situation today in terms of likelihood of recovering from the impact of war in the foreseeable future? Good and very good. So Jews, about half of them think that Israel's going to recover, and you see huge divergence on the right. The Israel's right is very certain that Israel's going to recover from the war and have good, better standing from before the war, that Israel's going to be better off from the war than it was before. The center, so-so, with more leaning towards good than not good. In the left, very pessimistic. So you see that Israel is still somewhat optimistic about the war, that the majority of Israelis do think that Israel is going to come out better from the war than its current situation. So, those polls came out today. Just you wanted to share, and I'm not sure if there's so many people watching on Twitter. So my Twitter is telling me I got like 20 some people watching. Well, I guess if you're watching on Twitter, I don't see any chat coming, but here's the StreamYard link. So I was going to stream on Rumble. So let's quickly look at two articles also on the current state of the war. Israel can utterly defeat Hamas while also caring for the innocents. Editorial. It is possible to embrace two seemingly opposite concepts. Israel needs to defeat Hamas to the point that they are no longer a threat, and that Israel needs to proactively bring more aid to Gaza. So this is kind of the optimistic view of Israelis, that they think they're going to be able to beat the war, beat Hamas, and remain in good standing, and everything's going to be all great after the war. They're going to be better off than they were before. God forbid. President Joe Biden's State of the Union address on Thursday night contained many elements that should make Israelis feel good. According to the CNN figures, the American president gave more time to the Gaza war, 5 minutes and 21 seconds, than he gave to either the Russia-Ukraine war or the U.S. domestic economy or gun control, showing how much importance he evidently places to the events surrounding our country, Israel. Arriving at the topic late in the hour-long speech, Biden gave statements supporting Israel in its war with Hamas, calling on Hamas to release the Israeli hostages it is holding, and condemning sexual violence committed in the terror group's October 7th invasion and subsequent massacre. As Democratic and Republican lawmakers alike gave a standing ovation, Biden said, "Here in the chamber tonight are American families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledged all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home." Acknowledging that Hamas is responsible for the death toll in Gaza because it hides and operates among civilian population, Biden also laid the blame for prolonging suffering and taking place in the war-torn Strip at the hands of Hamas, saying that the terrorists could end this conflict today by releasing the hostages, laying down their arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. That's the good stuff. Biden targeted Netanyahu's policies in Gaza. In addition to his criticism of Hamas, Biden also targeted Israel with his harshest public comments yet on the Netanyahu government's policy in Gaza, saying that Israel has a right to go after Hamas. Biden stressed that it must do its part to enable aid to reach Gazans. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. The war is taking a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars combined, calling the situation heartbreaking. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza, ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. However, in transmitting the necessary message, Biden also trumpeted the questionable claims from Hamas that more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. So Biden gets us, knows what Israel has gone through since October 7th, but he also knows what he needs to say about what the world sees as an urgent issue of humanitarian situation in Gaza. Biden's comments dovetail with a message that Benny Gantz reportedly received last week on his visit to Washington, where he was told in talks with senior officials that the humanitarian situation in Gaza was intolerable and that just maybe Israel was not doing enough. However, according to the former senior Israeli defense official who spoke with the Post editor last week, while there is hunger in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis is overblown and is being used by Hamas to gain world sympathy. The official said plenty of the food is entering Gaza, but is immediately taken by the Hamas terrorists, who then sell some of the supplies for 10 times more than what it's worth. That claim was backed up by government spokesman L.E.J, who said last week that the problem is not getting aid into Gaza, the problem is the distribution in Gaza. Israel welcomed the announcement by Biden on Thursday that the U.S. is planning to build an emergency port off the Gaza coast to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. The port can receive large ships carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters, top U.S. officials told reporters in the background briefing. It is possible to embrace two seemingly opposing concepts in regard to the war in Gaza: that Israel needs to decisively defeat Hamas to the point that they are no longer a threat, and that Israel needs to proactively bring and enable more aid to reach the civilian population. The U.S. is not going to forget that. And as Israel continues to fight Hamas and work for the release of the remaining hostages, it can't afford to forget it either. And we'll look at David Horowitz's editorial, and then we'll catch up on some research. So less on Israel this week than previous weeks. And Jenny's regular comment about the clean, nice uniforms of Hamas, God forbid. Okay, David Horowitz, we're living in the most worrying period for Jews since World War II. And there's rarely been a time when Israel's existence, imperiled from without and hobbled from within, has been so manifestly necessary. Around the world, spiking anti-Semitism, vast pro-Palestinian demonstrations in the Arab world, but especially in the West, at which many urged not only support for Gazans mid-war, but they would deny the only Jewish state its right to exist. Physical attacks on Jews is ostensibly enlightened countries. Jewish kids in the U.S. choosing universities based on how courageous they feel they might need to be to identify as Jewish, much less Zionists there. A Jewish actress in London's West End, starring in a reworked Shakespearean play about anti-Semitism, being told it's not safe for her to leave the theater because of dangerous protests outside. Jews everywhere more wary than they were 5 months ago, more wary than they were in decades about publicly identifying as Jews. And this is all beginning after October 7th, when the terrorist army of a virulently anti-Semitic Islamic government invaded Israel from neighboring territory, slaughtered 1,200 people and kidnapped 253 more, and would have kept on killing throughout the country if they could. And it is all intensified since then because the Israeli government, having failed once to keep its people safe from murderous enemy attack, recognized that it needed to ensure the Hamas terrorist group was prevented from pursuing its avowed agenda of slaughtering Jews again and again and again until Israel is destroyed. I grew up half a century ago in London with a mild undertone of anti-Semitism, a London where the price of attending a Jewish school in the fairly working class neighborhood was an occasional confrontation with sluggish kids from the non-Jewish school down the road, where the organized Jewish community generally didn't stick its neck out, where Margaret Thatcher's handful of Jewish cabinet ministers mostly preferred not to highlight their Jewishness. Now the undertone is an overtone in London, where tens of sometimes hundreds of thousands of protesters, either hate-filled, ignorant, or both, march through the city center every weekend, is emblematic of the global rise in hostility to Jews. When I first visited the U.S. in the mid-1980s, I marveled at the easy self-confidence, pride, and sense of belonging among American Jews and their leadership. Now that confidence is dissipating, the environment is changing. We had thought after World War II that much of humanity had recognized the evil it could demonstrably do, recoiled, and largely determined that it must not happen again. We had thought that, at least in our lifetimes, and for a few generations to come, the oldest hatreds that had been marginalized, we were wrong. 2 generations ago, most of my father's family fled Nazi Germany for London just in time, a year before the Frankfurt Synagogue, founded by my great-grandfather, was burnt down on Kristallnacht. No governments in purportedly reasonable countries are endorsing anti-Semitism targeting of Jews, but there's growing empathy in some government quarters for the obsessive and skewed hostility to Israel and for policies that would weaken the only Jewish state's capacity to defend itself against its avowedly genocidal enemies. I don't think there's been a more worrying period for the Jewish people since World War II, and there's rarely been a time when Israel's existence, imperiled from without and hobbled from within, has been so manifestly necessary. Politicking as Israel burns. As the risk of major understatement, we have a deeply problematic government because it has failed us on October 7th when it simply refused to accept all the evidence that Hamas was bent on Israel's destruction rather than Gaza's governments and was about to invade, because it had divided and weakened us in the 9 months before the war by seeking to subjugate our court system to its political majority and thus to shatter core protections and radically constrain our democracy, because it includes coalition parties and ministers with racist expansionist agenda that are anathema to the Israeli mainstream and that had undermined identification with Israel in many quarters worldwide well before October 7th, and that the Israeli military fight back because by its very nature it reduces Israel's credibility among international leaders and in international public opinion as regards the immensely complex conduct of the war against Hamas, a war being fought in nearly impossible urban environment against an amoral enemy. The nature of the coalition heightens abiding concerns from all of Israel's allies regarding non-combatant casualties, concerns especially exacerbated when things go terribly wrong, as with the dozens of deaths in the attempted delivery of aid in a convoy last Thursday, because it is proving abidingly unable to practically govern a traumatized country that needs competent leadership amid the prolonged and draining campaign against Hamas that is still holding 130 hostages and leveraging them with every ounce of cynicism to try to survive the war. We have a deeply problematic government, and in Benjamin Netanyahu, we have an ever more contentious prime minister, the man at the top of the hierarchy, who nonetheless refuses to acknowledge that he bears prime responsibility for the catastrophe that unfolded under his watch. As Wednesday's publication of the devastating State Commission of Inquiry report into the disaster at Mount Meron reminded us, there's a pattern to his avoidance of responsibility. For a few short, shell-shocked weeks after October 7th, the Prime Minister curbed his instinct for division and focused on overseeing the IDF's response to Hamas and the effort to deter still more potent enemies on other borders. But for months now, he has avoided shaping a strategy for Gaza and has resisted the U.S. vision for a post-Hamas era because it would risk destroying his coalition and his hold on power, and thus Israel is en route to a sole and colossal responsibility for over 2 million Palestinians in a territory where Hamas war machine extended to most every neighborhood above and below ground, much of which now lies in ruins. It took him weeks until Tuesday to muster common sense and declare that the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound atop the Temple Mount in Jerusalem would remain open, subject to security assessments to Muslim worshippers when Ramadan begins next week. He dodged and dithered before finally rejecting pressure from his radically irresponsible police minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, to impose sweeping restrictions on Israel's Arab citizens, even as Hamas is bent on stirring up friction at the Mount, especially among an Arab-Israeli community whose identity with the state appears to have been deepened by October 7th, but for whom access to Al-Aqsa is acutely sensitive. He refuses to advance a genuine effort to ensure that the fast-growing sector of the Israeli demographic and the ultra-Orthodox community shares the burden of responsibility by performing military or other national service, even at this hour of vital need, with their fellow Israelis fighting and falling in battle, again because it would risk the collapse of his coalition. And he has lately taken to asserting at the press conference where he calls for unity while spreading discord that anybody who wishes to see him ousted via elections while the war is ongoing is siding with the enemy. How so? Because he claims the greatest dream of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran is to see Israel plunged into bitter political campaigning mid-conflict. It is legitimate to assert that Israel cannot afford a divisive political campaign at the height of the war that could well expand to multiple new fronts. It is unacceptable to depict anybody who thinks differently as traitorous. This week, politicking while Israel burns, Netanyahu reportedly went to extreme lengths to complicate a visit to the U.S. and U.K. by his war cabinet colleague and most potent political rival Benny Gantz. The prime minister might be expected to encourage, brief, and steer a senior colleague in an emergency coalition on a trip to meet some of the most senior officials in the capital of Israel's most essential ally, but Netanyahu, openly at odds with President Joe Biden and unable to secure a White House invitation of his own, instead reportedly ordered Israel's ambassadors in both countries not to accompany Gantz to his meetings and the embassies in Washington and London not to assist Gantz, including with regard to his security today UK leg of his visit. Some of these reports almost defy belief, and the Prime Minister's office has denied parts in them, but the fact is that Mike Herzog, Israel's envoy to the U.S., was not in evidence at Gantz's D.C. meeting. It may seem petty to even write about this kind of self-destructive small-mindedness amid the current crisis, but that's the point. Narrow personal and political self-interest still hold sway for Netanyahu and much of the government. Witness, for further example, newly installed Foreign Minister Israel Katz's pompous and ill-conceived decision to recall Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, for consultations in protest of the ostensible UN efforts to downplay the UN's own long-delayed report into systemic rape, gang rape, and sexual abuse by Hamas on October 7th, and against the hostages since. The report risibly does not directly specify Hamas as responsible for the crimes, but it independently validates Israel's evidence, and this from within a UN so perpetually hostile to Israel. If ever there was a moment to highlight a UN stance on Israel rather than denounce it. The release of this report was the moment, but hey, nobody really knows who Katz is or cares much about him, and he has to make an impact if he's going to advance his goal of becoming prime minister one day. A human meat grinder. There was a sentence in an op-ed by Thomas Friedman in the New York Times last week titled Israel's Losing Its Greatest Asset, Acceptance, that I can't get out of my head. Arguably the most resonant columnist in the world's most resonant newspaper, Friedman wrote, so the whole Israel-Gaza operation is starting to look more to people like a human meat grinder whose only goal is to reduce the population so that Israel can control it more easily. Read that again and remember that Friedman has the ear of the U.S. president and defines the parts of his own base. Amid an intensifying re-election battle, Biden has continued to resist demands for immediate end to the war and continued to give Israel the practical military and diplomatic means to wage it until Hamas has been defamed. Who are the more and more people to Friedman is referring to, and whose false and despicable assessment is tantamount to an accusation of genocide, God forbid. So that's all of my stuff on Israel this week. So the first night of Ramadan is right now. So I guess the first fast is tomorrow. But Ramadan starting already started. Okay, so I'm going to get back to my research. I'll make some final statements about the war in Israel and really this disaster situation that does not appear to be getting better, and Israel not having clear plans for what it's going to do about it, how that might change. God forbid. So also kind of this half where, well, is Israel going to invade Rafah? So they claimed they were going to do it a few weeks ago, but they didn't. So if Israel eventually invades Rafah, they probably would have been better off doing it before than later. And even what are they even thinking? It's really unclear to say that Garfi mentioning something about the moon and having to see with the eye. It's a Talmudic debate. I'm familiar with it. For the new moon, today is the first of the month. Where in the olden days you had to have actual witnesses, and so the Islamic calendar still has the witness account of the moon as opposed to astronomical predictions. So what is Israel possibly thinking? Even the 6-week truce deal that really doesn't make any sense for Hamas to accept, where like the ceasefire basically means Hamas releases the hostages in return for a pause in fighting. And if it was a complete end of hostilities, but if it's just a pause in fighting, it's unclear what Hamas gains from releasing the hostages. What is 6 weeks of like near starvation for the war to just continue? And so, there's also, possibly Qatar is going to kick out some of the Hamas representation, like the CIA. The whole thing is shady. Like the U.S. backed Hamas representatives in Qatar, that the Qatari officials say that they're there because the U.S. requested them to put them there, and they're supposedly like these like horrible terrorists that are eventually going to be dead men walking. But at the same time, the U.S. is the one that requested them to be there. If they're like CIA backed or something like that, or the question like did Netanyahu secretly create Hamas? But that might come to the fore relatively quickly because the ceasefire deal did not go through before Ramadan. So we'll see how that works out. But it doesn't look like there's going to be a ceasefire. And that means that the war is probably going to go on. Even the Biden plan for creating the port, you're saying to get humanitarian aid to Gazans 2 months from now, God forbid. It was just like basically an admittance from the State Department that they expect this to go on for another few months. And if Israel eventually invades Rafah, are they going to send them north? So is the goal that they're going to make a new refugee camp somewhere along the beach in like a month or two from now, and then Israel's going to go into Rafah, and the aid is going to support the people in Rafah now, even though they need the aid now? It's just a complete disaster. And you're seeing the videos of people, babies, people dying of starvation, the death toll, the casualties could vastly start increasing. This is just a complete disaster. I think the Israelis are incompetent, and very few people are saying this, but I mean, the Israelis don't know what they're doing, and they have no end game. And I don't think the State Department, just you see what happened with Russia and Ukraine, that no one really knows what they're doing, and they've put themselves in a situation they're not going to be able to extract themselves from. So it's just complete disaster with nothing good in sight. So, the last few weeks was kind of like a standstill where Israel's just doing minor operations here and there, waiting to go into Rafah. And like Ralph said, really Israel's goal is to starve them. And so it's you say, well, Israel just hasn't been clear about its goal. So if you're just going to interpret from the facts and you say, well, Israel could have done the ground campaign, but they didn't. Israel could have done a lot of things differently. Israel probably wanted to expel the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula and just get rid of them, but it didn't work out that way. So in Israel, what they probably want to do is starve Hamas into submission. But the civilian casualties are just going up so much that Israel is losing international support. The protest, the call of genocide, and so on and so on, is just keeps on increasing, probably will keep on increasing. And, it's unclear how Israel is going to go about it. And here, going back to December, the Biden administration was supposed to be pushing Netanyahu to finish up by the end of the year, and at the longest till the end of January. And then January came, and Israel's still expanding the war. It's still pushing to go into Gaza, into Rafah, and it's already hit Ramadan. So a few weeks ago, Netanyahu said himself that he expects the majority, like he had claimed that they were going to go into Rafah and that the majority of the military campaign would be over before Ramadan. So now at this point, they still haven't done the went into Rafah. And so are they going to go into Rafah during Ramadan, or have we already entered like a holding strategy where Israel is just going to be doing bombing and random raids and missions, killing a few hundred people every day, and continuing the siege and starving people the whole of Ramadan, and then wait till after Ramadan till the U.S. gets the pier built and then go into Rafah over a month from now? And, are we going to be at 40,000 dead by the end of Ramadan? Or will there be escalation? Will the Muslim world come together? Will there be military actions from neighboring countries? So Israel's really put itself in a disastrous situation. And you see that Hamas supposedly is rejecting the ceasefire. It's not really a ceasefire. I'm saying Hamas didn't really have any advantage to, but that the Hamas leadership in Qatar was pushing for, and supposedly Sinwar and Gaza, they wanted to reject the deal, and saying that Israel, by continuing this war, is really inflicting more damage upon themselves than they are to Hamas. I mean, God forbid the humanitarian catastrophe and the dead and the starving and the suffering, but politically, long term, Israel is doing more damage to itself than to Hamas. And the presidential campaign, every time like Biden's campaign, Democratic campaigns are all being interrupted by Palestinian protesters. And at this point, it appears that there's going to be a little downward pressure in the war. like for Ramadan, that there'll be a continued humanitarian catastrophe, IDF operations, but no major expansion into Rafah. And if it's going to be like that for another month, I mean, this is just a disaster. So we'll keep you posted. And yeah, God forbid, who's that Consumer Reports guy? Ralph Nader said that it could be almost 200,000. God forbid. Well, I mean, right now the papers Hamas says 31,000 now, where they have names, but I mean that they actually have names and death certificates for 31,000 people. But 40,000, yeah, it's probably already 40,000. But by the end of Ramadan, you'll be 50,000, and then eventually, Israel's still claiming it's got to go into Rafah. So it's just a complete disaster. So let's go on. So let me say Kriya Shema. Let me say my prayer, and then this paper is probably the most interesting of the papers I'm going to read tonight for the general audience, and it's about the history of creativity, the definition and history of creativity. And so let me just say my Shema Yisrael. Okay, so Mr. Boston, Shalom. Jenny, hopefully you find this interesting. I'm not sure if you're still multi-streaming this. So yeah, Jenny finally got her YouTube up and going. So you could click on her name in the chat, and that will lead you to her channel. But I'll put the link there also. So if anyone wants to follow Jenny's channel, she's now streaming. Okay, so these are some loose articles related to different fields of my research that I've been meaning to cover for a while and haven't got to. So here, the psychology of creativity, a historical perspective. Keith Simonton, professor of psychology at UC Davis. And this is a pretty interesting article from 2001, and kind of a long view history of creativity. So yeah, some of these articles are somewhat random. So I got this one on creativity. I have another one from Ullin Place on connectionism related to consciousness, somewhat like tying cognitive architectures together with theories of consciousness. And maybe over the next few weeks, I'll start going into a deep dive into all the major theories of mind out there, like I did with cognitive architectures. Here's the epistemology of theory of argument, how and why you relate to debate, and the epistemology of debate and what makes good arguments. And then the two from last week about Brouwer and how to look at mathematics. And this week also, I plan on doing my series on metaphysics, and we're going to look at Plato, Aristotle, ancient skepticism, and we'll look at innateness. They'll go from the ancients, from the early Greeks till modern times, Kant and Chomsky. So we get a long view on a few things, then Platonism and metaphysics, and how Platonism is important for modern metaphysics like Frege and Bertrand Russell. And so we'll do a deep dive into the metaphysics of Aristotle, Plato, and the skeptics. And then we'll look at innateness and Platonism, the history to modern times. So stay tuned for that on Wednesday. And okay, so let's jump right in with the psychology of creativity, a historical perspective. Psychologists usually define creativity as the capacity to produce ideas that are both original and adaptive. In other words, the ideas must be both new and workable or functional. Thus, creativity enables a person to adjust to novel circumstances and to solve problems that unexpectedly arise. Obviously, such a capacity is often very valuable in everyday life. Yet, creativity can also result in major contributions to human civilization. Examples include Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Tolstoy's War and Peace, and Darwin's Origin of Species. One might conclude from these observations that creativity has always been one of the central topics in the field, but that is not the case. Although psychology became a formal discipline in the last few decades of the 19th century, it took several generations before the creativity attracted the attention it deserves. The neglect was even indicated in the 1950 presidential address that J.P. Guilford delivered before the American Psychological Association. Nevertheless, in the following half a century, the field could claim two professional journals, the Journal of Creative Behavior and Creativity Research Journal, several handbooks, and even a two-volume handbook of creativity. Although some psychologists might argue that the creativity still deserves more research than it currently receives, the fact remains that its status in the discipline has risen immensely from in the latter half of the 20th century. The above should not be mistaken as saying that creativity had no place in psychology until the past 50 years. From time to time, various notable psychologists took up the subject, albeit usually as a peripheral interest. In addition, psychologists often address substantive issues directly relevant to the understanding of creativity, such as problem solving, insight, intelligence, talent, and genius. Hence, it is possible to write a more extensive narrative of research on the subject, so long as I adopt an inclusive rather than exclusive perspective. That in mind, I begin with a brief discussion of the status of the concepts of creativity and genius in the early history of Western civilization. I then turn to the 19th century scientific developments that provided much of the foundations of more recent work. The account of the subsequent 20th century movements will fall naturally into two parts, the first treating the period prior to World War II, and the second discussing the period after that watershed event. The narrative closes by discussing the directions of creativity research may take in the 21st century. And so the reason I wanted to talk about this was related to the science of expertise. Creativity is a related field to expertise, also the history of psychology. And this was a long form history from the ancient world till today on a specific issue of creativity that's peripheral to a lot of things I'm researching: consciousness, expertise, metaphysics, and various things. So I've had this article for a while. I think it might be interesting to just read it straight through. The early history of creativity and genius. Historians of psychology are fond of quoting the claim made by Ebbinghaus, 1903, the great German psychologist, that psychology has a long past, yet its real history is short. The discipline's history was short because psychology did not become a formal discipline until the 1870s. That was when the field's father, Wilhelm Wundt, published his first book on physiological psychology and founded the first laboratory devoted to psychological research. On the other hand, the field has a long past because certain psychological issues like the mind-body problem, the nature-nurture issue, the status of abstract ideas, and the origins of knowledge form part of the European intellectual tradition stretching all the way back to the ancient Greeks. In fact, Aristotle is often credited with authoring the first purely psychological treatises, such as On the Soul and On Memory and Reminiscence. The philosopher Alfred White Northhead once observed that the safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. To a lesser extent, a similar statement might describe Aristotle's status in psychology's past, even if not in its history. It is not until the philosophical revolution launched by Francis Bacon and René Descartes in the 17th century that Aristotle's influence on psychological thought was severely compromised. Yet, strangely, the psychology of creativity cannot have its own past projected back to the Greek antiquity. Neither Plato nor Aristotle nor anybody else of those times had anything useful to say about the phenomenon. Although many natural phenomena were exposed to logical analysis and empirical inquiry, creativity was not generally included among them. The neglect probably reflects the strong association of creativity with divinity. Virtually all of the world's religious systems possess creation myths in which one or more god or divine beings demonstrate superlative creative powers. The Greeks had their fair share of such myths. Especially intriguing from the standpoint of the essay is the doctrine of the Muses. According to the story, Zeus, the reigning god in the Greek pantheon, fathered 9 daughters, each of whom presided over a different domain of human achievement. In particular, these Muses were responsible for heroic and epic poetry, lyric and love poetry, sacred poetry, tragedy, comedy, music, dance, astronomy, and history. Each muse was thought to provide a guiding spirit of source of the inspiration for the mortal creator. The usage This usage underlies several commonplace expressions, such as to say that one has lost one's muse when one has run out of creative ideas. Given this conception, human creativity remains subordinate to divine creativity. The religious roots of creativity is also apparent in the concept of genius, a notion that would later become closely identified with creativity. According to Roman mythology, each individual was born with a guardian spirit who watched out for that person's fate and distinctive individuality. With time, the term was taken to indicate the person's special talents or aptitudes, although in the beginning everyone could be said to have a genius, at least in the sense of possessing a unique capacity. The term eventually began to be confined to those whose gifts set them well apart from the average. The expression creative genius thus unites two concepts with Greek and Roman roots pertaining to how the spiritual world permeates human affairs. Outstanding creativity was the gift of the gods or spirits, not a human act. Even during the Italian Renaissance, when European civilization was becoming secularized by the advent of humanism, rudiments of this ascription remained. Vasari's biography of Michelangelo rhapsodized according to how the great ruler of heaven looked down and decided to send to earth a genius universal in each art. The genius would be endowed with such extraordinary qualities that his work would seem rather divine than earthly. Curiously, the rise of modern science seemed to throw out the baby with the bathwater. The divine nature of creativity was replaced by the application of strict logic to mundane data. According to the new philosophy of science, discovery was reduced to some kind of method, such as Baconian induction, Cartesian deduction, or the Newtonian hypothetical deductive approach. The scientific method ensured that one might contribute to science without having to boast creative genius. In the words of Spanish philosopher Ortega Gasset, it is necessary to insist upon this extraordinary but undeniable fact. Experimental science has progressed thanks in the great part to work of men astoundingly mediocre and even less than mediocre. That is to say, modern science, the root and symbol of our actual civilization, finds a place for the intellectually commonplace man to allow his work therein with success. Nor were artistic endeavors off limits to this exaltation of technique over creativity, especially after the arrival of the age of reason and philosophy of new classicism in the arts. The English dramatist John Dryden may have said genius must be born and never can be taught, but other artistic creators were not so sure. Academies of the arts emerged that trained their students how to be creative. An example is the British Royal Academy of Arts, whose artist teacher, Sir Joshua Reynolds, would advise his students. You must have no dependence on your own genius. If you have great talents, industry will improve them. If you have but moderate abilities, industry will supply their deficiency. Nothing is denied to well-directed labor. Nothing is obtained without it. Not to enter into metaphysical discussion on the nature or essence of genius, I will venture to assert that assiduity unabated by difficulty and a disposition eagerly directed to the object of its pursuit will produce effects similar to those who called the result of natural powers. If creative genius can be acquired simply through disciplined training and practice, then creativity does not seem to represent a phenomenon that to be explained. This situation was to change in the 19th century. So as a dualist, my views are probably more in line with the ancient. So that would refer more to the gods acting through us, in the sense that creativity, like you don't choose, the God chooses you. God wants to bring something down to the world, kind of like the Jews as the demiurge or chosen people, that God's will is manifested through people that are selected for reasons that are beyond our understanding, as opposed to the modern understanding of creativity and genius as being a process that basically anybody could go through. Avow yourself to the process. You'll see the results, some, genetic factor of talent, IQ, but generally it's just a process of hard work and certainly no metaphysical of higher forces acting within the person. So it's just the nature nurture debate at most. And there's no question of these higher forces acting through the person. So if you're listening to Duvid, chances are you're more a believer in the ancient style of higher forces acting through us. But let's continue the long history, and we'll see why this is important to the research and just a different angle that I haven't covered before. So I thought this would be interesting. And creativity is an interesting subject. So hopefully people are enjoying this. The 19th century. The most obvious prerequisite for the psychological analysis of creativity, the arrival of psychology as a bona fide scientific discipline. But this event is necessary, not sufficient. Other circumstances are required if psychological science is to direct its attention to the phenomenon of creativity. Three major movements may be credited for pushing psychology in that direction: the advent of Darwin's theory of evolution, the emergence of statistical methods, and the establishment of clinical science. Evolutionary theory. I have implied that psychological research on creativity cannot exist until creativity is first recognized as a natural phenomenon that needs explanation. If creativity is a gift from the gods, or if it is merely a technique to learn and applied, then nothing remains to be explained, at least not scientifically. The situation has an analog in pre-evolutionary views of life. If all the life forms on this planet were truly placed here by a divine creator, as described in the book of Genesis, then scientists also have nothing to explain. And since scientists are confined to describing God's work, as in Buffon's natural history, and classifying its diverse life forms, as in the Lycinian taxonomic system, to be sure, scientists eventually appeared who would offer theories of biological evolution, Erasmus Darwin and Lamarck, perhaps the most notable among them. Yet none of these individuals managed to shake the deep faith in the creationist account. Charles Darwin's 1859 Origin of Species changed all of that, inspired by his experiences in the Beagle Voyage, and especially his encounters with the life that evolved on the Galapagos Island. Darwin firmly believed that a genuine phenomenon that required scientific explanation, the biblical account just would not do. Furthermore, Darwin proposed a purely naturalistic explanatory system, the theory of natural selection, recognizing that each species spontaneously generates variation, then that these variants differ in their adaptiveness to a given environment. New species could emerge by survival of the fittest variants. Not only was the divine being left out of the picture, but also the process had no direction or purpose, no grand plan or ultimate goal. The creativity of nature resulted from each organism's individualistic struggle to survive and reproduce, nothing more. Creativity was thus granted a completely scientific explanation, albeit it was natural rather than human creativity that was being explained. Nevertheless, Darwin's landmark work provided a potential model for the psychology of creativity. Perhaps original and adaptive ideas in the human mind arise out of an analogous variation selection process. This very possibility was expressed by William James, 1880, the U.S. psychologist and philosopher, when he said social evolution is the result of the interaction of two wholly distinct factors: the individual deriving his peculiar gifts for the play of psychological and infrasocial forces, but bearing all of the power of initiative and origination in his hands, and second, the social environment with its power of adopting or rejecting both him and his gifts. As will be seen later, this suggestion did not completely bear fruit until nearly half a century had elapsed. Even so, Darwin introduced another idea that was eventually to enhance our scientific understanding of human creativity. In the Origin avoided controversy by not dealing with the evolution of Homo sapiens, a particular taboo subject from the creationist viewpoint, but a dozen years later, he dared to venture into this territory by publishing the book The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex. The title seems to combine two very different topics, yet in Darwin's mind, they had a crucial link. Darwin found it difficult to account for the human mind on the basis of natural selection alone. Human creativity, in particular, seemed to reach heights that go well beyond meeting the basic requirements of survival, but so do the peacock's magnificent tail feathers. It was Darwin's genius to realize that animals do not just have to survive, but also to reproduce, and for those organisms to have the capacity to choose their mates, the need to reproduce evokes the process of sexual selection. Darwin speculated that the music, art, poetry, and other artistic conditions that are the hallmark of our species evolved as courtship behaviors by the same selection process that produced the peacock's brilliant plumage display. The speculation did not also receive full attention until the advent of evolutionary psychology more than a century later. Besides the concepts of natural and sexual selection, Darwin introduced other ideas that were to have a powerful impact on psychological inquiries into creativity, but these contributions are associated with the appearance of mathematical techniques, to which I will turn now. Statistical methods. Ever since the scientific revolution, the advent of science has often been linked with the introduction of quantitative methods, whether precise numerical measurements or rigorous mathematical analysis of the data produced by those measurements. Unfortunately, many of the early quantitative methods were more suited to the analysis of deterministic systems, such as those treated in Newtonian mechanics. Eventually, methods emerged that were more appropriate for kinds of data that psychologists would need to study creativity. Two innovators played a key role in this emergence: Quetelet and Gelton. Adolphe Quetelet, a Belgian student of the great French mathematician and astronomer Pierre-Simon Laplace, Quetelet became a notable physicist, astronomer, and mathematician, but he moved beyond the scientific analysis of natural phenomenon to pioneer the application of probability and statistics to the study of human phenomena. In a treatise, The Man and the Development of His Faculties, Quetelet made two contributions that have an important place in the history of creativity research, 1835. To begin with, Quetelet conducted the first scientific study of the relationship between age and creativity. This he accomplished by scrutinizing the complete output of the French and English dramatists. The dramas were then tabulated into consecutive 5-year age periods to detect if the probability of producing great plays varies as a function of chronological age. He also partitioned the plays according to the impact, separating the truly great plays from the lesser ones to determine whether the age curves for quality have the same form as those for mere quantity of output. Quetelet even introduced a statistical correction for artifacts caused by the differential lifespans of the dramatists he studied. In fact, this empirical investigation was methodologically superior to studies that psychologists published more than a century later, and its data could still support useful secondary analysis towards the close of the 20th century. If it is not only the first longitudinal study of creativity, but in addition, the first study to stand the test of time. But aside from this contribution, Quetelet offered the first operational definition of creativity that is still used today in psychological research. Specifically, he defined creativity according to observable behavior as gauged by the products generated by the creative process. In short, creativity was objectively quantified in terms of productivity. Unfortunately, the above investigation had no immediate intellectual offspring, and the contribution was forgotten for more than a century. However, another contribution proved much more influential and timely: the mathematical form of the distribution of individual differences. After analyzing a great deal of data on human measurement, such as height and chest size, Quetelet showed that the variation in any particular trait could be described in terms of the normal bell-shaped curve, or what is sometimes called the Gaussian distribution. The average person had a value on a trait that placed him or her at the center of the distribution, where the probability for that value was highest. Any departure from the mean became increasingly improbable to the degree of the departure, with the probabilities approaching zero in either direction. The normal distribution has now become such an integral part of psychology that the concept is discussed in virtually every introductory psychology textbook, and it provides the foundation for most of the statistical methods that psychologists use to study creativity or any other phenomenon. Creativity itself is often treated as if it were a normally distributed trait. The person primarily responsible for this turn of events is Gelton. Francis Gelton. Trained as a mathematician, Gelton began his career as a geographer and the inventor who exhibited a remarkable predilection for quantification. Regarding Darwin's origin, inspired Gelton to turn his attention to human behavior. Two implications were paramount to Gelton's mind. First, if Darwin's evolutionary principles apply to Homo sapiens, then human beings must vary in the degree to which they are adapted to the environment. This led Gelton to examine differences in human abilities. Second, for natural selection to work, adaptive traits must be passed down to offspring. This motivated Gelton to investigate the extent that individual differences were subject to biological inheritance. The first product of these new interests was an 1865 magazine article titled Hereditary Talent and Character. 4 years later, this 20-page article was expanded into an extensive monograph that has become the first genuine classic in the history of creativity research, hereditary genius, and inquiry into the laws and its consequences, 1869. Kelton began by demonstrating that individuals vary immensely in what he styled natural ability. This was achieved by investigating the distribution of test scores significantly. Not only were the individual differences substantial, but also the scores displayed a distribution that was closely approximated by L.E.J's normal curve. Kelton then used the latter theoretical definition to conceive of genius as someone whose natural ability places him or her at the extreme right portion of the bell-shaped curve. According to Kelton, those with genius-level abilities would be so well adapted to the environment that they would necessarily attain eminence in any chosen domain, including those involving creativity. This tight causal connection between exceptional natural ability and achieved eminence provided the basis for his attempt to prove that natural ability was inherited. If the latter holds, then parents with genius level in natural ability will have offspring with comparable levels of natural ability, and so eminence or genius will run in families. Hence, to test this prediction, Kelton devised the pedigree method, a technique still important in behavioral genetics. In particular, he collected distinguished achievers in a diversity of domains and then calculated that notable pedigrees occurred with a probability far exceeding the chance baseline. Because Kelton's calculations included illustrious poets, composers, painters, and scientists, creative genius seems to be born, not made. Needless to say, not everyone believed that Kelton had made a totally convincing case. For instance, Alfonso Condele encountered Kelton's genetic determinism by publishing an empirical study of the political, social, economic, and cultural environments that best support the emergence of great scientists. Kelton responded at once with the 1874 book, Englishmen of Science, Their Nature and Their Nurture. For 4 reasons, this constitutes another masterpiece of creative studies. First, this is the first investigation that attempted to study highly creative individuals directly, in this case, scientists of sufficient stature to be elected fellows of the Royal Society. The eminent creators in hereditary genius had been studied indirectly using published biographical and historical materials. Second, Kelton asked these notables to respond to a questionnaire, thereby introducing a new technique in psychology. Third, to investigate the developmental factors underlying scientific creativity. The questionnaire included many variables for the first time, such as the birth order and educational experiences. Fourth, and as an apparent from the book's subtitle, Kelton inaugurated the nature-nurture issue as one of the central empirical and theoretical problems, not only in the study of creativity, but in development psychology in general. To what extent are individual differences, whether in creativity or otherwise, a function of genetic endowment, and to what extent are they the upshot of environmental influences? After the second book, Kelton's place in the history of creativity research fades into the background. He became preoccupied with other problems. For instance, he tried to gauge individual differences in natural ability directly, devising instruments that ended up being totally useless. After Englishmen of Science, his main contribution to the creativity research was methodological. Most notably, Kelton initiated statistical analysis that led to his development of the correlation coefficient, and he introduced the use of identical twins to assess the heritability of various traits. Yet it was left to others to apply these methodological advances to creativity studies. Clinical science. Okay, yes, so long history, importance in the development of psychology, scientific methods, all of the stuff at play. So I'm finding this pretty interesting. Clinical science. Aristotle is reputed to have claimed those who have become eminent in philosophy, politics, poetry, and the arts have all had tendencies towards melancholy. This claim has been echoed many times since, from Seneca, no great genius has ever existed without some touch of madness, and Shakespeare's the lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. Two events enhanced the popularity of the mad genius hypothesis. The first was the advent of romantic movement at the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th. The Romantics exalted creative genius, giving it something of the mystery it had lost. However, rather than return to religious or spiritual conception of creativity, the Romantics viewed it more psychopathological terms. This conception is most conspicuous in the place that psychoactive drugs had in creative inspiration. For instance, Coleridge's preface to Kubla Khan claimed that he conceived this poetic masterpiece in an opium stupor, yet the evidence from surviving manuscripts indicate quite the contrary. Coleridge presumably distorted the poem's origins because it would enhance its stature as a creative product, not detract from its apparent merits. Almost simultaneous with the Romantic movement was a second, totally unrelated event. Philippe Pinel initiated total reform of French mental institutions. This reform affected not just therapeutic techniques, but the theory of mental diseases. Besides, rather than being perceived as a form of demonic possession, mental illness would become attributed to naturalistic causes, whether biological or physiological. During the course of the 19th century, psychiatry would develop a formal discipline, following upon the footsteps of such French pioneers as Jean-Martin Charcot and Pierre Janet. Psychiatry combined an interest in the abnormal mind with expertise in neurology, including pathologies of the nervous system. Increasingly, certain neurological disorders were aligned with both positive outcomes like genius and negative outcomes like crime. For example, the Italian criminologist Cesare Lombroso, 1891, proposed that in his The Man of Genius, exceptional achievement was based on a degenerative psychosis of the epileptic group. Because nervous pathologies were often ascribed to genetic deficiencies, madness and genius would sometimes be seen as having a common genetic foundation. Thus, an article published in the reputable Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease listed the 4 possible repercussions of a single congenial defect. First, the most prominent in order of the frequent is an early death. Second, he may help swell the criminal ranks. Third, he may become mentally deranged and ultimately find his way to the hospital for the insane. Fourth, and least frequently, startles the world by an invention or discovery in science, or by an original composition of great merit in art, music, or literature. He is then styled a genius. Admittedly, not everyone believed that creative geniuses were necessarily mad. Instead, many held the position closer to Dryden's line, "Great wits are sure to madness nearly allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide." A case in point is William James, who in the Varieties of Religious Experience remarked, "The nature of genius has been illuminated by the attempts to class it with psychopathological phenomenon, borderline insanity, crankiness, insane temperament, loss of mental balance, psychopathic degeneration, to use a few of the many synonyms by which it has been called, has certain peculiarities and liabilities, which, when combined with a superior quality of intellect in an individual, make it more probable that he will make his mark and affect his age than if his temperament were less neurotic." But given to date of this quotation, we now find ourselves in the next century of this historical narrative, the 20th century prior to World War II. Creativity as a peripheral topic. Creativity seemed to have declined as a core research topic in the early years of the 20th century. The subject of genius did a little better, in part because of the continuing tradition established by Francis Galton. For instance, Louis Terman, 1925, after replacing Galton's anthropometric instrument with Alfred Binet's psychometric measures, was able to give natural ability or intelligence a stronger scientific basis. The shift also allowed Terman to define genius in terms of a specific score on an IQ test in a very Galtonian manner. Terman's IQ-based operational definition also made it into English dictionaries. Thus, according to the American Heritage Electronic Dictionary, a genius is a person who has an exceptionally high intelligence quotient, typically above 140. Only much later was it realized that the IQ definition of genius rendered the concept almost entirely irrelevant to the understanding of creativity. Why was creativity neglected in the early part of the 20th century? I suspect the reason was the rise of the schools in the history of psychology. Each school began with distinct tenets and fought to secure the allegiance of all psychologists. Unfortunately, the focus of each school seemed to be placed on highly prominent phenomenon that seemed most fundamental to the young science, and creativity was not on anyone's list of a basic phenomenon. Nevertheless, major figures active in some of the rival schools would sometimes touch upon creativity or related subjects. The tangential participation in creativity research is evident in the psychoanalytic, Gestalt, and behavioral schools. Psychoanalysis. Of the 3 schools just mentioned, the psychoanalytic is the most distinctive. It was the only one founded in the tradition of clinical science that arose at the end of the 19th century, and it was the only one that developed outside the research universities that provided the main venue for scientific inquiry. The central figure in this school, naturally, is its founder, Sigmund Freud. Despite the pride Freud had in his originality, his ideas did not spring upon sense, intellectual antecedents. Instead, he was firmly rooted in his times. From our standpoint, the most conspicuous circumstances is the fact that he was trained in the tradition just discovered. As a neurological pathologist. He had actually studied under Charcot, among others. It should not surprise us, therefore, that he viewed creativity as a genius in a similar vein. This perspective is seen in the development of psychobiography, an endeavor that he played a major role in developing. Indeed, Freud's psychoanalysis of Leonardo da Vinci is often seen as one of the seminal works in the field, notwithstanding its major flaws. The principal problem with psychobiographies of creative personalities is that they, too, frequently become pathographies. That is, like Lombroso and James, creativity comes out of some sick soul who is merely trying to cope with his or her psychological demons. Happily, psychobiography does not represent the only psychoanalytical input in creativity research. A more influential and perhaps more important contribution is the concept of primary process thinking. Primary process thought is more primitive than secondary process thought, where the latter is devoted to conscious, logical, and realistic reasoning. The former is replete with fantasy, imagination, irrationality, and unconscious motive. Freud explicitly compared creativity with daydreaming. In a sense, creators dream out loud, whether the dreams take place on a piece of paper, a canvas, or a block of stone. Although many psychologists felt uncomfortable with Freud's emphasis on infantile desires, it remains true that the cognitive process he described has some significant role in the creative act. Later investigations would simply call the process by a different name to avoid the Freudian connotations. Examples might include primordial cognition, remote association, and autistic thinking. Gestalt. The Gestalt school emerged as a typical Hegelian reaction to the psychological systems that dominated the times. In general, the latter tended to be highly atomistic in orientation and focused on extremely minuscule phenomena such as the perception of relatively simple stimuli. The Gestalt psychologists, in contrast, believed that the whole was greater than the sum of its parts, and as a result, they showed an interest in higher mental processes that could not be reduced to simplistic mental operations. Among those processes was insight in problem-solving situations. Two Gestaltists who were at the ground floor when the school was founded devoted a considerable amount of thought to understanding insight. The first was Wolfgang Kohler, 1925, who investigated the phenomenon from an unlikely perspective, chimpanzees. He presented chimps with novel problems involving the placement of tasty bananas just out of reach, and then observed how the chimps exhibited insightful behaviors that were a far cry from the blind trial and error procedures so often attributed to animals. Naturally, a chimpanzee tried to grab the piece of fruit, may not be in the same league as a human discovering an element or composing a symphony, but according to the Gestalt school, the same basic principles apply. Specifically, creativity requires the restructuring of a given problem so that it perceived in an entirely different light. The theoretical position received additional development by Max Wertheimer, 1945, in his posthumously published book on productive thinking. Unlike Kohler, Wertheimer scrutinized human problem solving. Moreover, he was able to take full advantage conversations he had with Albert Einstein, a former colleague of his at the University of Berlin. In some ways, the book provides a Gestalt framework for comprehending Einstein's creative genius. Gestalt psychology did not long survive in the Second World War. The last notable Gestalt psychologist to study creativity systematically was Rudolf Arnheim. Even so, many of the experimental findings that form the bedrock of the Gestalt tradition have become incorporated as part of the mainstream cognitive psychology. This point shall be returned to shortly. Behavioralism. The third and last school of psychology has the most ambivalent relation to creativity research. As the school's name suggests, behaviorists emphasize the empirical study of overt behaviors, most often in animals such as the laboratory rat, and almost invariably in relatively learning situations involving the reinforcement of simple responses. Creativity is not a phenomenon that seems very amenable to such an approach, yet ironically, the behaviorist who had the most interest in creativity was the one who took such an extreme position on behavioralism that he often referred to it as a radical behavioralist. This person is B.F. Skinner. Skinner had originally aspired to a literary career, as remnants of the aspiration would sometimes crop up in his publications. Besides publishing an utopian novel, Walden II, in 1948, he had previously written articles on literary creativity and aesthetics. Even after the Second World War, he would occasionally write something on creativity, whether in the arts or the sciences. This input notwithstanding, Skinner's writings on creativity were peripheral to the mainline research on operant condition. Consequently, his ideas, unlike those offered by the psychoanalytical and Gestalt schools, did not penetrate into the creativity literature. The only exception can be found in the generativity theory of creative insight by Epstein, and the experimental work of Eisenberger and his colleagues showing that creative behavior can be increased through reinforcement, but these extensions take us well into the post-World War II period. Okay, the 20th century after post-World War II, creativity goes mainstream. As noted at the beginning of the chapter, creativity did not really become a significant topic of psychological research until after the Second World War. There are probably several reasons why this is so. In the first place, despite sporadic military conflicts and economic recessions, the post-war era became an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity, in contrast to the preceding era of the Great Depression and World War II. Such conditions support a less dogmatic and open approach to understanding human psychology. The time was definitely over when psychology was dominated by behaviorists investigating rats running mazes or pigeons pecking at discs. The human mind again became a legitimate topic of investigation, a legitimacy that could be extended to creativity as well. In addition, psychology extended rapidly as a discipline, increasing the number of subfields and venturing into applied areas. Many of these new subdisciplines were highly appreciative of creativity as a phenomenon where serious psychological inquiry. Finally, psychologists were able to create new measurement strategies and statistical analysis that greatly enhanced the ability to investigate phenomena as complex and elusive as creativity. So important were these qualitative advances that I will discuss them first. After that, I will treat three other movements that made major contributions to creativity research, namely humanistic psychology, cognitive science, and evolutionary psychology. Quantitative methods. Both measurement and statistics had come a long way since Galton's first attempts at making psychology a quantitative science. Powerful statistic techniques like multiple regression analysis, factor analysis, path analysis, structural equation modeling, and time series analysis enabled psychologists to fathom aspects of creativity that were inaccessible at the beginning of the 20th century. But even more significant, in my view, was the development of new measurement approaches. No statistical analysis, no matter how sophisticated, can do anything if certain variables are unmeasured or measured poorly. These measurement advances fall into two categories: the psychometric and the historiometric. Psychometrics. The prototype of psychometric assessment is the intelligence test. Yet, as already mentioned, intelligence has very little to do with creativity. It seems that the cognitive processes that underlie creativity are not the kind tapped in the typical IQ test. This has led several psychologists to introduce measures that directly assess the mental processes involved in creative thought. For example, Mednick, 1962, theorized that creativity requires the capacity to generate remote associations that can connect hitherto disparate ideas. He implemented this theory by devising a remote association test that had been seen considerable use in subsequent research. A person taking the remote association test must identify a word that has an associative linkage with three separate stimulus words. Even more popular are the measures that Guilford, 1967, devised to assess various kinds of divergent thinking. Divergent thinking is the capacity to generate a great variety of responses to a given set of stimuli, unlike convergent thinking, which aims at the single most correct response. Ideation productivity is emphasized. A specific instance is the unusual uses test, which asks research participants to come up with as many uses of as possible for ordinary objects such as a toothpick or a paper clip. The participants' responses can then be scored for fluency, number of responses, flexibility, number of distinct categories to which the responses belong, and originality, how rare the response is relative to others taking the test. Process measures of creativity operate under the assumption that creativity requires the capacity to engage in somewhat distinctive cognitive processes. Not all psychologists agree with this position. Instead, some have argued that creative individuals appear to have distinctive non-cognitive characteristics that set them apart from persons who fail to display creativity. This has led some researchers to propose that creativity be assessed by personality-based measures. The most frequently used instrument assess creativity via the personality characteristics that are strongly correlated with creative behavior. These personality assessments are of three kinds. First, the assessment may simply depend on already established scales of standard tests, such as the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory or Eysenck's Personality Questionnaire. Second, the assessment may be based on the construction of a specialized subscale of an already established personality test. For instance, Gao devised a creative personality scale for his more general adjective checklist. Third, the assessment may rely on a measure that is specially constructed to gauge individual differences in creative personality. An example is the How do you think questionnaire that gauges whether a person has the interests, values, energy, self-confidence, humor, flexibility, playfulness, unconventionality, and openness associated with creativity. An alternative approach dates back to Galton's 1874 study of eminent scientists, the biographical inventory. This technique is predicated on the assumption that creative potential emerges by means of a particular set of developmental experiences. These experiences may either reflect genetic predilections, nature, or an acquired inclinations, nurtures. For example, Schaefer and Anastasi, 1968, designed a biographical inventory that identifies creativity in adolescent boys. The items tap such factors as family background, school activities, and extracurricular interests. Moreover, the inventory discriminates not only creative from non-creative adolescents, but also between scientific and artistic creativity. I hasten to that psychologists do not have to confine themselves to a single type of psychometric instrument. On the contrary, many researchers administer whole test batteries in order to investigate the creative persons from as many different angles as possible. For instance, Rowe, 1953, examined 64 eminent scientists by having them take a large variety of different tests, including cognitive personality and biographical assessments. Another example is the research carried out by the Institute for Personality Assessment and Research at the University of California, Berkeley. Here, distinguished architects, writers, and other creators were subjected to extensive and intensive psychometric assessment, yielding major insights into the complexities of their creative personality. Historiometrics. Because this method dates back to Quetelet's 1835 inquiry, it can be considered the oldest quantitative approach in the study of creativity. Even so, it was very slow to develop. In the centuries since Quetelet's work, the number of significant historiometric investigations can be counted in one hand. The methodology did not provide the basis for an entire research program until Lehman, 1953, returned to the same subject that Quetelet had addressed, namely the relationship between age and creative productivity. Probably the technique's slow development can be ascribed to its highly distinctive approach. Rather than apply quantitative assessment to college students or clinical populations, ordinary contemporary people, the psychologist quantifies the measure from historic personalities, many of whom may have died centuries ago. Yet this very distinctive line of attack makes historiometry especially well suited to scientific study of creative geniuses. Historical data about world-famous creators can be quantified in much the same fashion as psychometrics to discern the cognitive personality and biographical foundations of the truly exceptional creativity. Like psychometrics, historiometrics actually consists of an impressive diversity of measurement strategies. Of the inventory of available techniques, one has proven especially valuable the content analysis of creative products. Creative geniuses stake their reputations on the products that they leave behind. Accordingly, one route to comprehending their genius is to scrutinize the consequences of that creativity, whether the product by a poem, play, painting, symphony, or scientific journal article. An especially exciting development in the application of content analysis to creative products has been the introduction of computer programs. Computerized content analysis allows the researchers to study hundreds, even thousands of creative products in an entirely objective manner. Colin Martindale, for example, has context analyzed English and French poetry to discern the psychological basis for stylistic changes in art. Likewise, I have applied computerized content analysis to music and literature to decipher the factors that cause a work to be deemed a masterpiece. The computer has even been used to determine the characteristics of high-impact research programs by analyzing the titles of scientific journal articles. Humanistic psychology. The 1960s saw the appearance of a major new movement in psychology, the humanistic. Humanistic psychologists viewed themselves as a third force reacting against the excesses of behavioralist and psychoanalytic psychologies. The movement's proponents placed more emphasis on what makes healthy human beings distinct from the animals studied by the behavioralist and from the neurotic humans analyzed by the psychoanalyst. As a result, humanistic psychologists judge creativity to be a significant individual asset. This virtue is evident in Abraham Maslow's 1959 description of the self-actualizing person. The typical profile includes spontaneity and efficient perception of reality, an appreciation of the beautiful and the sublime, autonomy and independence, an acceptance of self, others, and of nature, a focus on social and universal problems rather than the personal, an identification with the sympathy for humanity, a democratic character structure with corresponding freedom from prejudice, mystic experiences or oceanic feelings, and last but not least, creativity. Maslow based this profile largely on the study of creative geniuses like George Washington Carver, Albert Einstein, Baruch Spinoza, Martin Buber, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, John Keats, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Robert Browning, Walt Whitman, Aldous Huxley, Pierre Renoir, and Franz Joseph Heyting. The humanistic psychologists aligned themselves more with the human scientists than with the natural scientists. Consequently, their work and views on creativity did not inspire very much empirical research on the subject. In fact, it may be fair to say that the movement has moved towards the periphery of the discipline. Even so, the stress that humanistic psychology placed on creativity as a human virtue underwent something of a renaissance towards the close of the century. But this revival took place under a different designation, the positive psychology movement. Although the latter movement shares with humanistic psychology the focus on healthy human lives, positivistic psychologists have had greater affinity for the natural sciences. In other words, they wish to approach the subject matter of humanistic psychology with more scientific methodology and theory. It is still early to say whether this movement will take creativity research off into new directions. Cognitive science. Cognitive psychology appeared about the same time as humanistic psychology. Like the latter, it was in part to a reaction to the excesses of behavioralism, but not psychoanalysis, which was considered scientifically irrelevant. Yet, unlike humanistic psychology, this movement is often described as a cognitive revolution. Although reintroducing the mind as a proper subject of psychological inquiry, the cognitive psychologists did so from an explicitly natural science orientation. Furthermore, cognitive psychology formed intimate relations with kindred disciplines such as the neurosciences, computer science, to create a broad-based cognitive science. Fortunately, very early on, these cognitive scientists included creativity among their favorite topics, albeit most often under the more scientifically neutral term of problem solving. Besides conducting laboratory experiments on this phenomenon, some investigators devised computer programs that purported to simulate the creative process. Both the laboratory experiments and the computer simulations also inspired case studies of created episodes in the lives of historic geniuses. Each of these developments deserve at least a brief look. Problem-solving experiments. I already noted that Gestalt psychologists introduced the insight process into the experimental study of creativity. Cognitive psychologists have built upon the early tradition by developing new experimental methodologies and theoretical models by manipulating priming stimuli, assessing feelings of knowing, states, and applying other techniques. Psychologists have obtained a better appreciation for how creative insights emerge during the incubation period. Especially provocative is the empirical demonstration of intuitive information processing as a regular manifestation of the cognitive unconsciousness. The magic behind the sudden, unexpected, and seemingly unprepared inspiration has now been replaced by the lawful operation of the basic processes like subliminal simulation and spreading activation. The last decade of the 20th century saw the emergence of the creative cognition approach. According to this research program, creativity is a mental phenomenon that results from the application of ordinary cognitive processes. In addition, just as laboratory experiments have provided tremendous insights into human cognition, so can the same methodology be applied to the study of creative thought. Particularly fascinating are the experimental studies showing how visual imagery can function in the origination of creative ideas. Another exciting feature of these experiments is the use of open-ended problems that demand genuine creativity, in contrast to much laboratory results that relies on problems that have fixed solutions. Nevertheless, these investigations concur with those on insightful problem solving in one fundamental message. To a very large extent, creativity entails ordinary cognitive processes. Indeed, some cognitive psychologists would go so far as to say that outstanding creators, even an outright creative genius, has done nothing more than acquire exceptional expertise in a given domain. Computer simulations. The computer metaphor is pervasive in cognitive psychology, so much so that theories are often expressed as a computer rather than mathematical models. Given this trend, it should come as no surprise that computers have become increasingly used to test cognitive models of the creative process. For instance, Newell and Simon's 1972 influential theory of human problem solving has inspired the emergence of several discovery programs that purport to uncover laws and principles from empirical data, often using the same raw data to make the same discoveries made by eminent scientists. Other computer programs, have endeavored to reproduce creative behavior in art, literature, and music, sometimes with remarkable success. These computer simulations again suggest that psychologists may have captured the basic mental processes behind the creative art. Case studies. By introducing the mind back into psychological research, cognitive psychologists devised methods to determine the internal mental operations behind problem solving. Among these techniques is protocol analysis. Here, the participants in problem-solving experiments verbalize their thought processes as they transpire, from the time the problem is first presented to the moment of the insightful solution. Transcripts of these verbal reports can then undergo detailed analysis to discern the cognitive process involved. A natural extension of protocol analysis is to scrutinize the laboratory notebooks of eminent scientists to determine cognitive mechanisms behind genuine scientific discoveries. Such inquiries can enter into an iterative process with both laboratory experiments and computer simulations until cognitive psychologists converge on a single coherent account of creative thought. Furthermore, these case studies can go beyond notebooks and sketchbooks to incorporate biographical materials. The cognitive aspects of creativity can thereby be placed in a more comprehensive context, the creative product embedded in the creative life. Evolutionary psychology. I said earlier that creative research received a major boost with the coming of evolutionary theory. Not only did Darwin treat biological creativity in a naturalistic manner, but also he conjectured an evolutionary explanation for human creativity. Evolutionary theory provided the foundation for Galton's path-breaking inquiries into creative genius. In the latter part of the 20th century, evolutionary thinking returned to creativity research. This revival was largely associated with the advent of evolutionary psychology, a movement that aims to explicate human cognition and behavior in terms of Darwinian principles. Applications of these principles to creativity have taken one of two courses. The first is to try to identify the selection pressures that, during the course of human evolution, might have favored the emergence of creativity as an adaptive behavior. In other words, creative behavior originated by the same evolutionary processes that produced other distinctive features of our species, such as bipedalism and language use. One striking example is Geoffrey Miller's elaboration on Darwin's sexual selection theory into a full-fledged explanation of human creativity and closely related behaviors. The second direction taken is to use Darwin's evolutionary mechanisms, variation, and selection as a model for how human creativity takes place. Put differently, new ideas emerge in the head by means of a process analogous to that by which new species originate on this planet. Although this application dates back to William James, it did not receive full development until after Donald Campbell in 1960 published his classic paper on his blind variation and selective retention model of creative thought. Since then, Campbell's model has been progressively expanded and extended into a complex explanatory and predictive theory. What makes this theory especially promising is its conceptual compatibility with the recent development within computer science of genetic algorithms and genetic programming. These programs apply explicitly Darwinian principles to produce bona fide creative products. In short, this variation selection theory of creativity has the potential of providing a comprehensive theoretical account of human creative behavior, past achievements, and future prospects. The above narrative has been necessarily selective. In a single chapter, it is impossible to provide an exhaustive history of creativity research. Certainly, another author might make contrary decisions about what should and should not be narrated. Still, the history I gave should suffice to indicate how far we have progressed in our understanding of creativity. A great deal has been learned about the creative process, the person who engages in creative thought, and the products that result from the engagement. Furthermore, after a period in which creativity was considered a peripheral topic, it has now entered the mainstream as psychological research. This status is reflected in the diversity of subdisciplines that consider creativity a worthy subject for empirical and theoretical inquiry. A short list would have to include cognitive, developmental, personality, and social psychologies. Also to be considered a good indication of the health of creativity research is the fact that two recent movements within the field, evolutionary psychology and positive psychology, have both adopted creativity among their topics. As told, creativity research not only has a history, but also will continue to produce a history. But what will the future history be like? How will the narrative be written by a psychologist at the beginning of the 22nd century? And it may be dangerous to indulge in prophecy, yet I do believe that the past does provide some insights into the future. One can examine what research have accomplished so far, discern trends, or notice gaps that need filling. Therefore, it is permissible to speculate a little about the future directions that creativity research ought to take, whether or not it actually does so. From the modest standpoint, I offer the following four observations. 1. We need to know more about creativity as a biological phenomenon. Human psychology is rooted in biology, and therefore a complete appreciation of creativity demands knowledge of its biological roots. This biological context takes two primary forms. First, investigators have only just begun to decipher the behavior genetics of creativity. More work on the role of genetic endowment is clearly crucial to resolving the old nature-nurture issue. Second, recent advances in the cognitive neurosciences, it should be become possible to identify the brain processes that provide the substrate of creative thought. Insofar as drugs influence brain functioning, this line of inquiry might also examine whether creativity is enhanced or inhibited by psychoactive chemicals. Given what is already known about neurotransmitters, such inquiries might even shed additional light on the mad genius controversy. Number two, we need to know more about creativity as a social phenomenon. For obvious reasons, psychologists are strongly inclined towards viewing creativity as an entirely individual behavior, yet such a perspective is woefully inadequate. In the first place, creativity often takes place in a social context, such as the work environment, which may or may not be conducive to optimal performance. In addition, creativity will often not be individualistic at all, but rather it will originate in small group processes such as research laboratories or industrial teams. Lastly, but perhaps most critically, both individual and group level creativity takes place in a larger disciplinary and social cultural environment that shapes both quality and quantity of the results. Work in this area will let us learn how much of creative achievement is a matter of being the right person and how much can be attributed to being merely at the right place and time. The ancient genius versus zeitgeist debate is long overdue for resolution. Three, we need to develop better theories of creativity. This improvement should take place on the two fronts. First, our theories must boast more explanatory scope. Too often, psychologists rest content explaining just one facet of the complex phenomenon. So one theorist will deal with the creative process, another with the creative person, and yet another with the creative product. But a complete theory will handle the process, person, and product, plus the social cultural environment that affect all three aspects. I personally believe that evolutionary psychology has the best opportunity to provide such comprehensiveness, but later developments may prove me wrong. The second front concerns predictive precision. It is one matter to explicate a phenomenon, quite another to make precise predictions that can be subjected to empirical test. For good reasons, the maturity of any science is gauged by predictive power, not just explanatory utility. It is for this reason that I have several times proposed mathematical models that predict certain key features of creativity, yet I am almost alone in doing so. To be sure, it is conceivable that psychology can never be an exact science, or at least not with respect to elusive phenomena like human creativity. Still, it is worth a try. Four, we need to develop better practical applications. After all, creativity can be considered among the most important of all human activities. Our homes and offices are filled with furniture, appliances, and other conveniences that are the products of human inventiveness. We amuse ourselves with the comics in the daily paper, take novels with us to while away the hours on a plane or at the beach, go to a movie theater to see the latest blockbuster, watch television shows and commercials, play games on the computer, attend concerts from classical and jazz to rock and soul, visit museums that display the artistic artifacts of cultures and civilizations, again, all implicitly bearing ample testimony to the consequences of the creative mind. The buildings we enter, the cars we drive, the clothes we wear, even the music we hear in the elevators are all exemplars of some form of creativity. Given these consequences for everyday lives, psychologists must learn how to promote creative development and expression. It is probably especially urgent to discover how to encourage creativity in those who have tended to be underrepresented among creators, such as women, minority, older persons, and denizens of the developing world. If psychologists pursue the directions just indicated, I prophesy not only that creativity will continue to have a history, but also that creativity research will make history. Okay, so that one was pretty long. I'm glad I did it. I learned a lot from that. Hopefully, it was interesting to people listening. It is likely in the future that I will delve further into creativity, most likely with an overview of the current creativity theories on the market. So, got a few people in the chat. And I'm not sure if there's anything directly for me. Okay. Text from Jenny. I will look at that later, maybe even tomorrow, because I'll probably stream till I'm tired and then fall asleep. So I'll just focus on my research now, and anything personal, take that separate. So if there's nothing in the chat right now, I will continue my research. This next paper I had in mind, I think next week I'll probably go back to chess studies. If I could finish all 5 of these papers this week, next week I will try to return to chess studies, and because I have a lot of stuff there, and the direction of my research. So I felt good reading that creativity piece. It ties in a lot of my research on expertise and consciousness and cognitive architectures and even metaphysics. So, right now I'm all over the place and I'm just saying random things. And anyone who, believes in me or watches my content regularly, even if you don't believe in me, but if it's just useful because you find this stuff interesting, or, just the service of me reading these articles, discussing them a little, versus believing in my research, that I will eventually be trying to tie this together for my own research. And so, like, I'm rounding the corner. These are some of the last of my stuff. I still have a little stuff on these articles here are on the genetic aspects of talent. I have a few things on random, like science, entropy, least action, um, quantum consciousness, and a few other things on consciousness. So, I mean, the research is endless, but I'm rounding the corner in the due diligence on, some of the stuff I wanted to research. And, my brother was mentioning, like, he can't, my content's just too long. So I got to make shorter content, but I got to do the due diligence. So this kind of just public research, my week in review. But maybe after I've rounded the corner and done the due diligence, I'll try to make some shorter content forms where I could just do like a 15, 20 minute, 30-minute, hour, slides covering the issue. So, my own memory technique, my own research, it pays for me to just read these articles. And, thank God I got a minion here. So appreciate people being here in the chat. Jenny, my mod here, Garfi, Lost Australian, KL. Okay, so let's look at this next one on connectionism and the problem of consciousness. And I had mentioned this man, Ullin Place, in one of the last thing I did on the philosophy of science, on the you got to review, my memory slipping me. So it was already this one on creativity I pulled aside like half a year ago. So I've been meaning to read this article on creativity for like half a year already. But this last one, the philosophy of science, was from the mind-brain identity theory. And so Ullin Place is one of the big names in the mind-brain identity theory. And this paper covers a whole bunch of things, ties together cognitive architectures, philosophy of mind, psychology, the mind-body problem. So hopefully this one's pretty interesting also. Hopefully it'll bring together a lot of different topics as I'm rounding the corner on my research to bring a whole bunch of things together. Ullin Place, 1999, Connectionism and the Problem of Consciousness. This paper falls into three parts. In part one, I give my reasons for projecting two aspects of Horgan and Tinson's position as laid out in their book, The Language of Thought and Belief, Desire, Explanations of Behavior, while endorsing the connection they see between linguistic syntax and the syntax of motor skills. In part two, I outline the theory that the brain consists of two input-output transformation systems, consciousness, whose function is to categorize problematic inputs, to select a response appropriate to such inputs once they have been categorized, and to initiate and monitor the execution of such response once selected, and the zombie within, whose function is to identify and alert consciousness to any inputs that are problematic, either because they are expected or because they are significant relative to the agent's current or perennial motivational concerns. In part three, I consider how far the properties of the two systems outlined in part two can be understood in terms of the known properties of connectionist networks. So this is bringing together neuroscience, the mind, brain, and it's kind of all over the place, but hopefully it'll be interesting. Disagreements and agreements with Horgan and Tinson, connectionism and the digital computer model. So I don't think anyone here has heard of these guys. I didn't even really heard of them besides what I'd read in the Philosophy of Science series, part 10. But we're talking about theories of mind, computer modelings of the brain, cognitive architectures, and a whole bunch of various different things. To my way of thinking, the great virtue of the connectionist network as a model for the workings of the brain is that it allows us to discard once and for all the lock, stock, and barrel the notion that the brain functions in the manner of a digital or von Neumann computer. The digital computer is a device constructed by human brains whose function is to perform quickly and efficiently tasks which, without this assistance, the best human brain performs slowly and inefficiently. Equally, tasks such as recognizing the same underlying pattern in a variety of different contexts at which the brain excels are performed poorly and inefficiently, if at all, by the digital computer. In the light of these facts, the suggestion that we can understand the functioning of the brain on the model of a digital computer is grotesquely implausible. By contrast, not only does the connectionist network have an anatomical structure, which, as the neurosynaptic level, is modeled on that of the brain itself, its functional properties resemble those of the brain. Networks, unlike the digital computers which are used to implement them, are good at tasks such as pattern recognition, which the brain is good at, and the digital computer, unless specifically programmed to operate as a connectionist network, is poor at. Like the brain, networks are poor at the symbol manipulation task at which the digital computer excels. Moreover, in contrast to the digital computer, which stores and retrieves information in a way that is demonstrably quite unlike the way the brain remembers things, the connectionist network can learn, and when they do, they learn in a way that resembles the way living organisms learn, both with respect to the conditions under which learning takes place, when the system is told when it is right and when it is wrong, and with respect to the micro structural changes involved, strengthening and weakening the weights of synaptic connections within the network. In the light of these considerations, it is surprising not only that the idea that the digital computer could be a model for the brain should have taken hold as it did, but that having taken hold, it still exercises a surprising degree of influence over the thinking of connectionists, most of whom, it has to be said, learned their trade during the period when the digital computer was the dominant model. There are connectionists who subscribe to what I regard as the absurd doctrine of implementational connectionism, which holds that the brain is a connectionist network which implements a digital computer in much the same way that almost all artificial connectionist networks in current use are implemented on digital computers. Other connectionists, to whom Horgan and Tinson are typically seen, the connectionist network model replacing the digital computer model, but nevertheless retain features from the latter which, to my way of thinking, they should have abandoned. I can perhaps see things like this rather more clearly than most because I was never seduced by the digital computer model for the brain in the first place, and I'm old enough to remember how things were before it appeared. Retentions by Horgan and Tennyson, the language of thought. There are two features from the digital computer model which Horgan and Tennyson retain and which I think ought to be discarded: the language of thought hypothesis and belief desire type explanations of behavior. That the language of thought hypothesis is a relic of the digital computer model is quite clear enough, although it has a medieval anticipation in the shape of William Occam's mental or mental language, as introduced by Fodor's 1975 in his book of that name, The Language of Thought, was part of a thoroughgoing computational theory of the functioning of the mind-brain. The notion was evidently inspired by the so-called machine language, which any digital computer must be able to understand, or in other words, to which it must be able to respond appropriately if it is to respond to the instructions and store in its working memory the data as they are presented to its reading head, in terms of Searle's 1980 Chinese room analogy, whereas the operator needs not understand the meaning of the characters he is putting on for display, he must be able to understand the instructions he is given as to which combination of characters he is to display at any moment of time. Fodor's language of thought is the language in which those instructions are written. The ability to understand them is something that must be hardwired into the device as its construction. There is no evidence for the existence of the brain of anything like it or tape reading head it implies, nor, given the availability of connectionist models which dispense with them entirely, is there any need to postulate such things. Retentions by Horgenson and Tinson, belief to desire explanations. Since belief desire explanations of behavior were around long before the advent of digital computer model for the brain, the suggestion that Horgan and Tinson's retention of such explanations in their theory of behavior is another hangover from the digital computer model for the brain may seem surprising, but it should be remembered that before the introduction of the digital computer model and the so-called cognitive revolution, which it inspired, psychology in the United States at least was dominated by behavioralism, which condemned belief desire explanations of behavior as unscientific mentalism. It was this ban on the use of belief desire explanations which, more than anything else, contributed to the unpopularity of behavioralism, particularly amongst clinicians who need to use and respond to explanations of this type in their dealings with patients and clients. By the same tokens, it was the restorations of belief desire explanations to scientific respectability through the fact that computer scientists were using these mentalistic explanations to describe what their machines were doing, which contributed mightily to the popularity of the cognitive alternative. With the advent of connectionism, the behavioralist repudiation of belief desire explanation has returned, only now it takes the form of the eliminativist, materialist contention that what they call folk psychology is a pre-scientific theory, which is quite simply false and should be discarded in favor of purely physiological or connectionist explanations of behavior. Objections to belief desire explanations in psychological science. It is my view that the behavioralists, their cognitive opponents, and the eliminative materialists have all misunderstood the nature of the problem of belief desire explanation of behavior. In the first place, it is seldom appreciated that such explanations are of a type very common in science, where two dispositional properties combine to determine their joint manifestation. The explanation of the magnitude of current flow within a conductor in terms of a combination of the resistance of the conductor and the potential difference between its two ends, Ohm's laws, in other words, is an example. The problem with belief desire explanations is neither their dispositional character nor the fact that you cannot predict behavior from knowledge or of beliefs alone or desires alone, nor the supposed implicit reference to inner and objectively undetectable thought processes. It is just that they characterize the dispositional determinants of behavior on the assumption that there is a consistent and rational connection between what agents say about the situation confronting them when they have no motive to dissemble and what they subsequently do when confronted with a situation of that kind. Such explanations are unacceptable for scientific purposes for the following reasons. They describe a genuine causal relation within the organism's behavior only in those cases where the way agents represent the situations to themselves in language does indeed determine how they behave. Consequently, such explanations have no legitimate application to the behavior of prelinguistic organisms such as infants and animals. Although dolphins and sea lions have been taught to respond to simple sentences, and although the African gray parrot Alex and the bonobo chimpanzee Kanzi have been taught to reproduce them, the sentences in question are either imperatives or questions asking for the names of things. Declaratives of the kind that express beliefs are conspicuous by their absence. There are also many aspects of human behavior for which such explanations are scientifically inappropriate. A case in point is Kathy Wilkes' example, where the behavior of tripping at the top of a flight of stairs is attributed to the belief that there was one more tread than there actually was. Even if one were to grant, which I would not, the existence of sentences and natural in language of thought controlling both behavior of animals and those aspects of human behavior which are not controlled, self-directed sentences in natural language, the whole purpose of this explanatory form, namely to allow us to predict the behavior of others from what they say, would be defeated, since no one to my knowledge has ever claimed to have recorded and translated a sentence in such a language, let alone had that claim substantiated. There's reason to think that the social stigma that attaches to the insane reflects a system of social reinforcement and disenforcement practices within society whose function is to ensure the maintenance of a consistent and rational relation between what people say and what they do, on which our ability to predict the behavior of others depends. If this is correct, it implies that belief desire explanations, so far from representing a naturally occurring physiologically based mechanism controlling human behavior, depend on their predictive and explanatory success on a social convention maintained by trial and error, correcting learning processes of a type which is observed in animals and which can be readily replicated in a connectionist network by means of the principle of backpropagation. Agreement with Horgan and Tennyson, the syntax of motor skills. Having identified those aspects of Horgan and Tennyson's book which I reject and explained why I do so, I must hasten to make clear that there is another aspect of their work which I warmly endorse, but which, for reasons which should now be obvious, I would want to extract from the matrix in which it currently embedded, the language of thought hypothesis. I refer to the notion that just as the syntax of natural language allows the speaker to put words and phrases together so as to construct indefinitely many sentences intelligible to the listener, the like of which neither party need have encountered before, so they suggest there is a syntax of action which allows an agent to combine movements into a coherent and successful action. Horgan and Tennyson suggest that both forms of syntax are basically linguistic in nature. Both are outgrowths of the hypothetical syntax that regulates the construction of sentences in the language of thought. I beg to differ, since I reject the language of thought. There can be, for me, no underlying syntax of which the syntax of natural language and the syntax of action can be an outgrowth. On the other hand, since I accept the analogy between the syntax involved in sentence construction and that involved in exercise of motor skill, as in Horgan and Tennyson's example of basketball playing, for me it is the syntax of skilled movement which is primary and the one that develops the first in the evolutionary sequence. The syntax of natural language is a secondary outgrowth of the syntax that is needed to combine movements into a coherent and successful action. That, after all, is what the Greek word "thutassis" originally meant in the word of the Oxford English Dictionary, an orderly and systematic arrangement of parts and elements, like syntax. Okay, so last 2 weeks we went over all these cognitive architectures, and so here is a little more detail into cognitive architectures that largely arise from computer science as applies to a theory of mind. And we saw also last week a lot of the cognitive architectures are most practical in robotics. So some of them have more cognitive functioning, like Jenny and the Epic and the medical decision trees. But most of them are actually purely involved in robotics in one of their most practical uses today. Like I mentioned, Elon Musk, and the possible over the next few years, a home robotic assistant that will be marketable to the masses. Part 2, Consciousness and the Zombie Within. In this paper, which I presented at the inaugural conference of the Association for Scientific Study of Consciousness at Claremont, California, in June 1997, I traced the evolution of the theory I shall present in what follows from two papers, The Concept of Heed and Is Consciousness a Brain Process, which I published in the British Journal of Psychology in 1954 and 56, respectively, through Daniel Broadbent's 1958 Perception and Communication and Decision and Stress, 1971, and Nick Humphrey's 1974 Vision in a Monkey Without Striate Cortex, and Larry Weisskranz's 1986 Blind Sight, Cowan Storig's 1995-97 Demonstration of Blind Sight in Monkeys, some recent work in the process of selective attention by the philosopher Paul Snowden, 1995, the experimental neuropsychologist Hal Poschler, and the neuroscientist Michael Posner. Finally, the neurological work of Martha Farah and Milner and Goodale on the function of the so-called dorsal and ventral streams in the visual systems in the brain. The picture that emerges from these various strands of evidence is of two parallel but complementary and continuously interacting input-output transformation systems in the brain, which I shall refer to respectively as consciousness and the unconscious automatic pilot or zombie within. Consciousness is an input-output transformation system. On the hypothesis consciousness is a limited capacity channel, LCC, limited capacity channel, or rather a sequence of three such channels which has four sequentially ordered functions. One, to categorize on the basis of what Broadbent calls the evidence, and which I equate with conscious experience, any input that is identified by the zombie within as problematic and that is either unexpected or motivationally significant relative to the individual's current or perennial motivational concerns. The limited capacity channel 1, limited capacity channel 2, to react emotionally to inputs which have been identified as problematic both before physical pleasure pain and after they've been categorized mental pleasure pain, thereby ensuring ensuring that the subsequent processes of response selection and response execution are brought into the adaptive relation to the individual's current and perennial motivation and concerns. Limited capacity channel 3, to select a response appropriate both to the present of a thing and that kind and to the individual's motivational concerns with respect to limited capacity channel 2. And limited capacity channel 4 to initiate and monitor the execution of the responses selected in limited capacity channel 3. The evidence suggests that although much of what goes on in the unconscious, in the sense of the details, are not available to be described or reported by the human subject, the whole of the cerebral cortex in mammals is devoted to the implementation of consciousness in this functional sense. In general, it would seem that what the human subject reports are the outcomes of the processes of selective attention, categorization, emotional reaction, response selection, and response execution, rather than the processes themselves. The exceptions to this rule are the process of sensory conscious experience, which can to a limited extent be described independently of the way it is categorized, and the thoughts, images, and subvocal speech, which continue to but do not exhaust the process of response selection, just as conscious experience of the feedback from the output as it develops contributes to but does not exhaust the process of response execution. The unconscious automatic pilot or zombie within. The functions of the unconscious automatic pilot or zombie within are 1. To continuously scan the total current input so as to alert consciousness to any input it identifies as problematic. 2. To protect consciousness from overload, either by ignoring those non-problematic inputs which require no response or by responding appropriately but automatically and without categorization to those for which there already exists a well-practiced skill or other instinctive response patterns. Like its namesake in popular mythology, the zombie within is a creature of habit, routine, and unquestioning conformity to the instructions it receives from consciousness. Anything out of the ordinary is immediately passed on for processing by consciousness. The one respect in which it differs from the traditional picture of its mythical namesake is in its capacity to learn from experience. Limited through that is to the progressive shaping of minor variations in behavior by their immediate consequences. Interactions between the two systems. Although, as the blind sight phenomenon shows, there are other forms of interaction between the two systems. The three most important interactions between consciousness and the zombie within are the actions of the zombie in altering consciousness in general and conscious experience, in particular to problematic inputs, the gradual transfer of the to the zombie within of stimulus expectations and stimulus response connections formed within consciousness as they become habitual, the integration of the two systems in a well-developed motor skill where as the syntactic organization of movements becomes increasingly automatized, gets taken over by the zombie, the easier it becomes for the mechanisms of selective attention to ensure that consciousness is focused on those aspects of the task that are crucial from the point of view of effective strategic decision making and the timely initiation of the selected response. Modules within consciousness and the zombie within. The multiplicity of functions identified within both consciousness and the zombie within imply a multiplicity of modules within both systems. Figure 1 shows the arrangements of these modules as I currently construe it. As you will see, the diagram shows the output from the sense organ splitting into two streams, consciousness on the left and the zombie on the right. The zombie is shown as consisting of 4 functionally defined modules. 1, the problematic input detector, which separates inputs into problematic and non-problematic on the basis of relatively coarse criteria of unexpected, expected, and motivationally significant, insignificant, and transmitted the former via the involuntary attention focuser, peripheral, which mobilizes and directs movements of the head and eyes and body so as to bring the source of the problematic input within the range of all relevant sense organs, and the involuntary attention focuser, central, which attracts the focus of conscious experience to that part of the sensorium where the problematic input is located, while either ignoring or routing non-problematic inputs to output via the automatic pilot. Consciousness, as shown here, consists of 3 sequentially ordered limited capacity channels concerned respectively with input categorization, perception, response selection, and response execution. The concept of the limited capacity channel comes from Broadbent 1958, whose 1971 book Decisions and Stress restricts its application to the process of input categorization. The evidence that there is more than one such channel in the brain comes from Pashler in order to protect it from overloading. Broadbent's model requires that each limited capacity channel be provided with a system of subordinate modules, including an ignate, which controls access to the limited capacity channel, a buffer of short-term memory store in which inputs waiting to obtain access to the limited capacity channel are held until the ingate clears, an attention focuser which maintains the focus of attention on the task at hand until it is satisfactorily completed, and an outgate which allows the attention focuser to open the ingate to a new input once the previous information processing task has been satisfactorily completed. In the case of the input categorizing limited capacity channel, the limited capacity channel is shown as divided into two separate modules: conscious experience, which, to use Broadbent's term, provides the evidence on which categorization is based, and without which the blindsided subject's judgment become pure guesswork, and the categorization response itself. Lying outside the system of three limited capacity channels and two modules, the analyzer and the emotional servo. The existence of the analyzer is suggested by the known functions of the visual cortical areas B1 to 5. Recordings from individual cells in these areas have revealed what is known as feature detectors, cells which fire in response to the presence within the current retinal input of various features and patterns which are relevant for the identification of objects and situations in the organism's visual environment. The features which are detected in this way become more and more abstract and involve responding to activity spread over a wider and wider area of the visual field the further they are from V1. Recent research by Stephen Luck and Nancy Beach confirmed the feature integration theory of Anne Treisman and her colleagues suggests that the effect of the module here identified at conscious experience is to bind the information provided by these individual feature detectors into a single gestalt, thereby generating the evidence on which categorization or interpretation of the input is sequentially based. So here is the flowchart of input and the two aspects, the cortex and the midbrain, the cortex being consciousness, and the midbrain being the zombie, so to say, subconscious, unconscious, where the unconscious detects problematic input detector and determines whether it could handle it on automatic pilot, not requiring consciousness, or whether the involuntary intention focuser needs to be directed to consciousness. And then the consciousness generally is sensory projection area, analyzer, buffer, and then there's an ingate that has conscious experience of evidence that filters, categorize or relays, of an outgate that could loop of voluntary intention or focus, where a person refocuses, decides whether they need more attention dedicated to it, or whether it goes towards emotion, or another buffer that would eventually lead to response. So here's a pretty complicated theory, like a cognitive architecture, but specifically designed for the human brain, trying to interact. So, people who read the cognitive architectures the last few weeks, and Jenny was there. Hopefully this is pretty good. I'm enjoying this. Whereas the analyzer is constructed as a module which precedes and prepares the ground for the process of input categorization, the emotion servo is brought into play by the action of the input categorization, the limited capacity channel. The activation occurs both before categorization in response to raw, uninterpreted conscious experiences, as in the case of physical pleasure and pain, and after categorization is the case of mental pleasure or pain. Its function is to provide motivation both for response selection and for response execution. Locating these modules within the brain, the ventral and dorsal pathways. Although this is a task which I approach with considerable trepidation in view of my limited expertise in the field of neuroscience, evidence from a variety of sources, neurology, electrophysiology, and most recently the newly discovered brain imaging techniques, has made it possible to propose a tentative identification of the modules shown in Figure 1 with specific anatomically defined structures within the brain. For the present, I shall confine my remarks on the score to the upstream portion of Figure 1, that which precedes the transition within consciousness from conscious experience to the categorization. In this area, recent psychological research on visual agnosia has drawn attention to the functional significance of an anatomically identified bifurcation within the brain between two streams, the ventral stream and the dorsal stream, as originally defined by Ungerleider and Mishkin. These two streams bifurcate downstream and striate of or primary visual cortex. The ventral stream travels via the striate visual areas to the inferotemporal cortex. The dorsal stream travels upward to terminate in the posterior parietal cortex. In other words, the bifurcation between these two streams lies entirely within the cerebral cortex. Studies of the behavior of patients with lesions restricted to one or another of these two streams shows that lesions of the ventral stream result, depending on the site and extent of the lesion, in a variety of functional disorders involving the loss of disturbance of visual conscious experience associated with the loss of disturbance of the ability to recognize objects and the situations in which they occur, conditions such as prosopagnosia, the loss of ability to recognize faces, and simultagnosia, the loss of the ability to recognize the relation between multiple objects in a visual presented scene. Lesions of the dorsal stream, on the other hand, result in disturbances in the visual control of voluntary movement. As Milner and Goodall concede, since these two streams bifurcate downstream of the striate cortex V1, they cannot be invoked to explain the phenomenon of blind sight, the visual functions that survive lesions of V1. What is needed to explain that is the pathway leading from the retina, which bypasses V1 and leads to the posterior parietal cortex, where the characteristic movements of reaching for an unseen object are generated and controlled. Just such a pathway is shown in the upper part of Figure 2. I call this pathway the subcortical dorsal pathway, for although it is shown for convenience in Figure 2 above both the dorsal and ventral streams, properly so called, in fact, until it reaches its destination in the posterior parietal cortex, it is composed of structures, the superior colliculus and the pulvinar, which lie below the cortex in the midbrain and thus below both dorsal and ventral streams. As apparent in Figure 2, the subcortical to dorsal pathways branches off at the retina from what we may call the ventral pathway to distinguish it from the ventral system, which forms part of it, consisting of the lateral geniculate nucleus, the primal visual cortex in the ventral stream, and the infernal temporal cortex. The two pathways so defined differ with two respects, whereas apart from the lateral geniculate nucleus and the structures composing the ventral pathway are in the cortex, all the structures composing the subcortical dorsal path to the dorsal pathway, apart from its final destination, the posterior parietal cortex, are subcortical. Unlike the ventral pathway, all of whose component structures, apart from its destination, the inferotemporal cortex, are concerned only with the processing of visual information. All the structures composing the subcortical to dorsal pathway, without exception, process information from all sensory modalities. Moreover, Michael Posner has adduced evidence that in addition to the function which it shares with the intracortical dorsal stream of mediating the visual control of voluntary movement, the subcortical to dorsal pathways also has an important role in the control of selective attention, constituting as it does Posner's posterior attention system, posterior parietal cortex, pulvinar, and superior colliculus. This concatenation of evidence allows us, in the case of the visual modality, to identify the bifurcation between consciousness and the zombie within, as shown on Figure 1, with the bifurcation at the retina between a ventral pathway consisting of the lateral geniculate nucleus and the primary visual or striatal cortex, the extra striate visual areas, and the inferotemporal cortex corresponding to the upstream portion of what I'm calling consciousness, and the subcortical to dorsal pathway consisting of the superior colliculus, pulvinar, and more doubtfully, in view of its cortical location, the posterior parietal cortex corresponding to the zombie. These relationships are shown in Figure 3 in a similar format to that of the upper part of Figure 1, with the ventral pathway on the left and the subcortical to dorsal pathway on the right. So here in this figure, you're seeing the same earlier concept of the two pathways of conscious to subconscious, the zombie, in relation to brain structures. Given the identification of the ventral pathway as the route whereby information is passed from the retina into consciousness, and the subcortical to dorsal pathways as the route into and through the zombie within, what are we to say about the one exception, the posterior parietal cortex, which is the terminus of both the subcortical to dorsal pathway and the intracortical dorsal stream? There would seem to be a connection here between the posterior parietal and the visual function of reaching for objects and avoiding obstacles, which are retained when visual consciousness experience is abolished by lesions of the striatal cortex, thus occluding the ventral visual pathway and yielding the phenomenon of blind sight. Although it is clear from the performance of human subjects with lesions of the striate cortex, blind sight, that the functions of reaching for objects and avoiding obstacles do not require visual conscious experience of the relevant stimuli and are, to that extent, to be regarded on the present hypothesis as functions mediated by the zombie within. The fact that the subject in such cases is induced to reach for an object he does not see by inappropriate instructions to guess where it was shows that conscious experience of some kind is involved in the production of such behavior. A plausible hypothesis would be that reaching obstacle avoiding behavior, though it does not require visual conscious experience, does require the integration of visual information supplied by the zombie along the subcortical to dorsal pathway with conscious experience of the semesthetic feedback from the movements involved as they developed, and that this integration is the contribution of these functions made by the posterior parietal cortex. However, some recent evidence on the somatoesthetic counterpart of blind sight, which the authors referred to as numb sense, shown that the patient with this condition can use his normal left hand to point accurately at the location of stimuli applied to the numb right hand, which he cannot consciously feel. This shows that provided that blind sight or numb sense subject can be induced to guess at the location of the target object by pointing at it successfully, voluntary movement does not require conscious experience, whether visual or somatoesthetic, of the target towards which the movement is directed. What the evidence does not show is that such voluntary movement is possible without conscious experience in the feedback from the movement itself, whether visual, somatoesthetic, or both. So here also a fuller diagram showing the first one with the connection to the neuroanatomy. Although, as this evidence clearly demonstrates, the subcortical to dorsal pathway has a secondary function in the visual control of voluntary movement. The fact that all of its structures possess information from all sensory modalities when combined with the brain imaging and neurophysiological data reviewed by Posner and Heyting, and the evidence of disorders in attention, such as the unilateral neglect resulting from lesions of these structures, suggesting that its primary function is to integrate the involuntary alerting of conscious attention to problematic inputs from all sensory modalities mediated by the two midbrain structures, the superior colliculus and pulvinar, which with the voluntary maintenance of the focus of attention on such inputs until an adequate categorization of them is achieved, mediating by the posterior parietal cortex. On this hypothesis, the posterior parietal is construed as having two functions. A general function, which is to maintain the focus of conscious attention within and between the different sensory modalities acting on structures such as those in the ventral stream in the case of vision, or inputs to which the focus has been initially attracted by the zombie in the shape of the superior colliculus and pulvinar until such time the adequate categorization of those inputs have been achieved, and a specific function, which is to control voluntary movement by integrating through the same mechanism of conscious attention focusing the visual and somatoesthetic feedback from such movements as they develop. Assuming that this analysis is approximately correct, we are in a position to make some tentative identifications of the modules shown in Figure 1 with some of their actual structures that have been identified anatomically within the brain as laid out in Figure 2 and 3. These tentative identifications are set out in Figure 4, which is the reworking of Figure 1 with the names of the neural structures substituted for the functional descriptions of the modules with which they've been provisionally identified in the preceding discussions in the special case of vision. Thus, in place of the senses, we have the retina. In place of the sensory projection area, we have the striate cortex. In place of the analyzer, we have V2 to V5. In place of the automatic pilot, we have the cerebellum. In place of the involuntary attention focuser, peripheral, we have the superior colliculus. In place of the involuntary attention focuser, central, we have the pulvinar. Finally, in place of the conscious experience evidence, we have, at least in the case of vision, the inferotemporal cortex. You'll notice that in Figure 4 omits the connection between the pulvinar and the posterior parietal cortex, shown in Figures 2 and 3, and which is needed to explain the visual control of reaching for objects and obstacle avoidance when the relevant parts of V1 have been destroyed. In blindsight, this has been done in order not to obscure the functionally much more important connection between the pulvinar and the ingate, controlling access to the inferotemporal cortex, alias conscious experience. Other identifications in the case of modules further downstream will no doubt suggest themselves to those who have more familiarity with such matters than I have. Likewise, the recent work on the numb sense mentioned above will doubtless soon make possible the identification of the somewhat aesthetic counterparts of the purely visual structures shown in Figure 4. It may be similar identifications can already be suggested for other sensory modalities. If not, future research will doubtless allow us to fill in these gaps too. But there, for the present, I shall let the matter rest. I hope I've said enough to persuade you that we are now in a position to answer the questions which have remained unanswered since my paper, Is Consciousness a Brain Process? Namely, if consciousness is a brain process, which of the various processes in the brain that we now identify neuroanatomically is it? It turns out that the light of what has been said above, that the question is too simplistic. But complicated though it is, I hope I persuaded you that the rudiments of an answer are within our grasp. So this is extremely technical, and it's just going to get more technical, like in the future with the neuroanatomy and trying to connect cognitive architectures and theories of consciousness to neuroanatomy. And there's a whole bunch of models, and maybe at some point I'll try to do like a primer briefer on neuroanatomy, neurophysiology, and various things that I don't have that much expertise in, but is important moving forward. And we'll see that when I try to get further into all of the theories of mind, where almost all the theories of mind are similar to this with a lot of neuroanatomy. Towards a connectionist theory of consciousness. In the final part of this paper, I discussed the issue of how far the properties of the two systems described in part 2 can be understood in terms of known properties of connectionist networks. Since this is a topic on which I can claim even less expertise than in the field of neuroscience, I shall confine my remarks to a few disconnected observations. Modularity in the computational model. In The Modularity of the Mind, Jerry Fodor, 1983, argues for a specific link between the conception of the mind or mind-brain, as now fashionable to call it, as a system of discrete modules or faculties on the one hand, the computational model on the other. He contrasts this neo-Cartesian perspective with the standpoint of empiricism, by which, according to Chomsky, it is assumed that development is uniform across cognitive domains and that the intrinsic properties of the initial state of the mind are homogeneous and undifferentiated, an assumption found across the spectrum, reaching from Skinner to Piaget, who differ on much else. It goes without saying that this debate, connectionism, is on the side of empiricism. Does this mean that in presenting a modular system analysis of the mind-brain, such as proposed above, I'm committed to a computational rather than a connectionist model? I sincerely hope not. It is true that in characterizing many of the modules in my scheme, I've used notions such as scanning, analyzer, categorization, in-gate, and out-gate, which smack of computational model. But there are other functions such as attention focusing and figure ground organization, which I would argue are more readily understood in terms of the behavior of a connectionist network. On the other hand, there's no denying the fact that the neuroanatomically defined structures with which some modules are identified all have a network structure. On the other hand, what distinguishes one structure from another in most, if not all cases, are the distinctive character of the neurons which compose it and are distinctive patterns formed by their synaptic interconnections. These distinctive characteristics must have a functional significance, but at present, as far as I'm aware, we can only speculate as to what functional significance might be. With the advent of connectionist networks with recurrent circuits, we have been made aware of the fact that structural features other than the number of layers may have an effect on the functional properties of a network. John Donahue has also reported using a network in which nodes fire spontaneously in the way neurons have long been known to do. But as far as I'm aware, there are as yet no counterparts in connectionist networks for the different types of neurons that are found in the brain or for the different types of neurotransmitter. All one can say is that future research aimed at making connectionist networks more like those of actual brains is more likely to throw light on the functional significance of such features than is any return to the computational model. The zombie is a connectionist network. A striking feature of the model I presented above is the contrast between the complexity of the process is involved in processing by consciousness of problematic inputs and the relatively simple input-output transformations performed by the zombie within. It is tempting when confronted by the contrast to say that, while consciousness in my sense resembles a digital computer, the zombie behaves like a relatively simple multi-layered network. The case for thinking that we can understand the operation of the zombie in terms of known connectionist principles is particularly strong in the case of what I refer to as the automatic pilot, the more so given the identification suggested above of the module with the cerebellum in their now classic paper expounding this application, the application of their tensor network theory to the functioning of the cerebellum. Planets and Linus 1979 gave what, but for its neuroscientific sophistication and the fact that it anticipated the advent of connectionism by some 6 years, could be aptly described as a connectionist theory. Evidence for computation in the discrimination of problematic inputs. It is often suggested that the function of alerting consciousness to problematic inputs, which must itself be an unconscious process and hence, on my view, a function of the zombie within, can only be explained by postulating the process of unconscious computation. According to Marcel, evidence for such processing is provided by the observation that written words whose tactoscopic presentation is masked in such a way that the subject cannot consciously read them can nevertheless influence the way in which sentence presented immediately afterwards in the unmasked condition is interpreted. He has also shown that the same is true of words presented in the blind field of subjects with lesions in the striate cortex, blind sight. It is argued that these are similar observations can only be explained by postulating unconscious computational processing in part of the brain, which I refer to as the zombie within. I contend that this conclusion is unwarranted, with the exception all the neurological evidence, both in relation to the blind sight phenomenon and in relation to other visual agnosias, make it unambiguously clear that the sensory discrimination abilities available to the zombie are insufficient for any kind of object recognition. Moreover, even in these cases, there is no evidence of the word recognition, either in the sense that the subject can say what word was presented or in the sense that he or she is alerted by its presentation to expect an encounter with the kind of thing to which the word refers. This suggests that Marcel's observation can be explained entirely in terms of the well-known properties of connectionist networks, by the ability of networks to discriminate visual patterns of which a written word is an example of, by the associative link that will have formed between such visual patterns and the auditory patterns constituted by hearing the spoken version of the same word, and in between those and auditory patterns constituting the synonyms and antonyms for the word in question. These latter associations must develop simply by contiguity, given Chomsky's principle that sentences are typically constructed anew on each occasion of utterance, implying that a range of alternative ways of saying the same thing have to be dispositionally present whenever a sentence is uttered. Stimulus expectations, and the discrimination of the unexpected. To show that there is no need to postulate unconscious computational processes to explain Marcel's observation is one thing. To show that it's possible to give a connectionist associationist account of the way the zombie detects problematic inputs is another. Problematic inputs are of two kinds: those which are unexpected, and those which, though they may be unexpected, are motivationally significant relative to the individual's current and perennial motivational concerns. To explain how a connectionist network could discriminate motivationally significant inputs would take us too far afield. What we can do more easily is explain how it would discriminate the unexpected. Given the principle of association by contiguity, it can be predicted that an organism will build up a vast number of stimulus explanations based on observed regularities in the way an input of one type is invariably succeeded by an input of another type. Given the background of such expectation, a second input which differs from the expected on the basis of past experience, given the first input, is going to stand out like a sore thumb. That is a discrimination that well within the known capacities of a connectionist network, but so also is the ability to learn stimulus expectations. Figure 5 is adapted from a diagram in a paper by Jordan and reproduced in McClellan and Rumelhart. It shows the arrangement of a network which can learn just such stimulus experience with reverberating circuits to keep the S1 activity going until S2 appears, or when the unexpected happens, fails to appear, in recurrent circuits which feed back, in this case, into the input nodes as to generate an output only if both S1 and S2 activity are simultaneously impinging on the relevant input node. Figure 5 differs from that given by Jordan, and that the recurrent circuits are shown to as impinging on the so-called hidden layer between the input and output layers instead of the input layers as of Jordan's diagram. This is to allow for the essentially dispositional character of such expectations. In the language of the philosopher, it allows for the fact that we are dealing here with stimulus types rather than stimulus tokens. Moreover, these are types within which there is room for considerable variation inside the limits imposed by the range of variation in the sequences previously experienced by the system. As we shall see in a moment, this generalization is achieved by a connectionist network by adding a further hidden layer downstream on that at which inputs arrive. Hey Sarjo, God bless, thanks for tuning in from Gambia. Consciousness and connectionist network, feature detectors, and conceptual hierarchies. It is not only the zombie within whose properties are explicable in terms of the known properties of a connectionist network, there are at least some properties of consciousness in the extended sense in which I'm using the term which lend themselves to explanation in this way. That this is so hardly surprising if, as I've argued, consciousness in this sense is to be identified with the activity of the cerebral cortex, for the microstructure of the cortical gray matter is just as much that of the neural network as is that of structures such as the superior colliculus and cerebellum, which we have assigned to the zombie. Furthermore, if the automatic pilot operates as a connectionist network, and if, as the evidence is deduced by ratio suggest, input-output transformations worked out in consciousness are transformed in a streamlined form to the automatic pilot in the midbrain once they have become habitual, it is difficult to see how the transfer could take place unless consciousness itself is also a connectionist network of complex of such networks. As I see the matter, the two features of consciousness that lend themselves most readily to interpretation in connectionist terms are, one, the hierarchical of feature detectors in the module identified as the analyzer on figure 1 and as the visual areas V2 to 5 in figure 4, which respond to the more and more abstract features of the input as neural activity moves downstream, and a similar hierarchy moving downstream in the opposite sense from the more abstract and general to the more specific, which must be postulated both within the categorization module as illustrated by the principle underlying Aristotle's doctrine of the categories and its application to the tree of Porphyry, and within the response selection module as a vague intention and narrowed down to a specific response strategy. Connectionist interpretation of the principle underlying the hierarchy of feature detectors in the analyzer is illustrated in figure 6 and 7. Figure 6 shows two-layer network in which the same pattern, wherever it occurs in the input layer, triggers the same node, the same feature detector in what in this case is the output layer. Figure 7 shows a three-layer network in which the function of the intermediate or hidden layers is to detect patterns in the input layer and turn trigger nodes in the output layer, which respond to the more abstract features of the patterns detected by the hidden layer. In this case, whether or not the pattern contains a lowercase letter alongside one or more uppercase letters, and whether it consists of 2 or 3 letters. It should be obvious that by piling layer on layer in this way, the network can detect patterns and patterns and patterns, each layer responding to more and more general or abstract features of the input exactly as observed in the feature detector neurons as you progress from the visual area V1 to the visual area V5. Figure 8 shows the rudiments of the opposite process of increasingly specificity as you move downstream on the output side. Here we have 3-layer network in which firing in the feature detector nodes in the intermediate or hidden layer triggers the same pattern on the output side, but in different groups of effectors depending on the prevailing conditions in other respect. Likewise, figure 9 throws a 3-layer network on the outside side of the multi-layer network in which the 8 nodes in the intermediate or hidden layer combine to one or other of each of the 3 abstract features specified by the 6 nodes in the input layer and are in turn expressed in terms of 2 pairs of value for variables x and y in the output layer. Again, one can see very easily that the effect of adding further layers on the output side is to move from the more general to the more specific, just as on the input side we move from the more specific to the more general. Just one parting shot on the scheme as set out in figure 1, the transition within consciousness from increasing generality to on the input side to increasing specificity on the output side occurs at the interface between the conscious experience evidence and categorization module, just where phenomenologically I suggest would locate the ego. Okay, so that was kind of long and tedious. People still with me. I appreciate you being there. And I'm kind of wrapping up some loose ends here in my research. So that, kind of tying together a stream of different things and moving from cognitive architectures to theory of mind. And one of the complications of cognitive architectures to theory of mind is connecting it to neuroanatomy. So, let's continue. So last week I'd mentioned intuition and mathematics and the different schools of mathematic logicism, formalism, and intuitionism, how we view mathematics. I mentioned Brouwer, and some of these topics have came up in the past. A lot of them are related to the metaphysics series I'm talking about, and Neoplatonism, and Frege and Russell. So in the school is this guy Brouwer and Heyting. They're kind of like minor mathematicians. People who study a lot of mathematics may have heard of them. Otherwise, they're probably not well known. Maybe some people in philosophy, or especially philosophy of mathematics. So this also kind of overlapping. And so this woman, Miriam Franchella, had two articles, both on similar topics of intuitionism. One talks about the Jews, because a lot of these German idealists, so from the formalism, like the school from Frege to Russell, and the German idealism, and we'll talk about Neoplatonism, which was a big topic. So a lot of it also connects to, well, why were these great German idealists opposed to Judaism? And you want to talk about the truth claims of Judaism. So let's look at this one article, Intuition and Mathematics from Racism to Pluralism, by Miriam Franchella. Recent article, 2021. In the 19th century and 20th centuries, many mathematicians referred to intuition as the indispensable research tool for obtaining new results. In this essay, we will analyze a group of mathematicians, Felix, Klein, Henri, Poincaré, Ludwig, Bieberbach, and Arend, Heyting, who interacted with Luitzen, Egbertus, John Brouwer, the father of the Intuitionist foundational school, in order to compare their conceptions of intuition. We will see how the same word intuition in German, Anschluss, very different meanings corresponded. They vary from geometrical vision to a unitary view of demonstration, to the perception of time, to the faculty shared by everybody of considering concepts that habitually occur in our thinking separately. Furthermore, we will discover that these different meanings had a philosophically very relevant counterside. They pass from a racial characterization of mathematics to a pluralistic view of it. So a lot of this stuff about mathematics, science, philosophy of mind relies on mathematics. So how do we understand what mathematics is? So yeah, God forbid, Jenny in her understanding, but saying even these great minds of German idealism had specific views on Judaism. So we'll look a little bit about these great thinkers of German idealist tradition, and connect some of their thought and their counter-Semitism. Introduction, 1912. Bertrand Brouwer read in his inaugural address Intuitionism and Formalism, in which he named his foundational school as Neo-Intuitionism, in partial continuity with previous Intuitionists, among whom he mentioned Poincaré. 1914, Brouwer thanked Felix Klein, editor-in-chief of the prestigious journal, The Mathematical Annual, for the gratifying news that he had been accepted as an editor. In the same year, Ludwig Bieberbach praised Brouwer for his intuitionism and formalism. 1925, Arend Heyting received his doctorate with a thesis on the axiomatization of intuitionist projective geometry, with Brouwer as a supervisor. These are only some examples of personal or intellectual acquaintances between Brouwer and, on the other hand, Klein, Poincaré, Bieberbach, Heyting on the other. This article is concerned with the nuances of meaning with their philosophical and social repercussions. There's a lot of German in this, so I'll be skipping some of the German parts. The next article has a whole bunch of German. So unfortunately, a lot of these quotes, it just has the German without translating them into English. So I'm just going to skip the quotations in German, and people could take the link of the article if they want to investigate it more, try like a Google Translate or something. Kant. Kant's philosophy of mathematics represented the background of all the authors that we are going to mention. Therefore, I'll outline here its main aspects without entering into the debates that a careful analysis of his writings has triggered during the years regarding various problematic details. In his critique of pure reason, aiming at establishing whether metaphysics could be considered a science, Kant invoked mathematical truth as a paradigm of necessary and universal truths. In both the preamble to the Prolegomena to any future metaphysics and the B introduction to the critique of pure reason, Kant introduced the analytic synthetic distinction. Judgments are the predicates of which belong to or are contained in the subject concept are called the analytic. Judgments, the predicates of which are connected but to go beyond the subject concept are called the synthetic. Mathematical judgments are a priori because they are necessary but not analytic because their predicates add something to the subject. Such judgments do not cut the subject into parts to find out the predicate, but they express a synthesis between the subject and predicate. In the case of arithmetic, Kant presented his famous example 7 plus 5 equals 12 and claimed that no matter how long I analyze my concept of such a possible sum, I will still not find 12 in it. One must go beyond these concepts, seeking assistance in the intuition that corresponds to one of the two, and one after another add the units of the 5 given in the intuition to the concept of 7, and thus see the number 12 arise. In the case of geometry, Kant explained that all the principles, even those that Euclid would have called axiomata, those that are common to other aspects of reality, like A equals A, express relations among basic geometric concepts in so much as these can be exhibited in intuition. A straight line between 2 points is the shortest is a synthetic proposition, for my conception of a straight contains no notion of quantity, but is merely qualitative. The conception of the shortest is therefore for wholly in addition, and by no analysis can it be extracted from our conception of a straight line. Intuition must therefore here lend its aid by means of which, and thus only, our synthesis is possible. So some few principles preposited by geometricians are indeed really analytic and depend on the principle of contradiction. For example, A equals A, the whole is equal to itself, or A plus B is implies A, the whole is greater than its part, and yet even these principles themselves, though they derive their validity from pure conceptions, are only admitted in mathematics because they can be presented in intuition. What causes us here commonly to believe that the predicate of such apodeictic judgment is already contained in our conception, and that the judgment is therefore analytic, is merely the equivocal nature of the expression. We must join in thought a certain predicate to given conception, and this necessarily cleaves already to the conception. But the question is not what we must join in thought to the given conception, but what we are really think therein, though only obscurely, and then it becomes manifest that the predicate pertains to these conceptions necessarily indeed, yet not in thought in the conception itself, but by virtue of an intuition which must be added to the conception. Kant's geometric framework was Euclidean geometry. Therefore, after the discovery of non-Euclidean geometries, the synthetic a priori status of Euclidean geometry statements came into question. As for numbers, we find the concept in the transcendental analytic. There, Kant deduced the table of 12 categories or pure concepts of the understanding divided into mathematical, the first 6, and dynamic, the other 6. The concept of number was included in the category of totality, which resulted at its turn from the combination of the concepts of utility, of unity, and plurality. Furthermore, Kant specified that the categories must be schematized in order to be connected to the objects of experience because they have a non-empirical origin in pure understanding. Transcendental schemata mediate between pure concepts and appearances. In particular, the number was the scheme of temporal intuition. For the external sense of pure image of all quantities in space, the pure image of all objects in sense in general is time, but the pure schema of quantity as a conception of the understanding is number, a representation which comprehends the successive additions of one-to-one homogeneous quantities. Thus, number is nothing else than the unity of the synthesis of the manifold in a homogeneous intuition by means of my generating time itself in my apprehension of the intuition. I understand some German, Jenny. I went to school in Yiddish, so like my understanding of Yiddish is pretty good. I know hundreds of German words, but like no, I'm not really fluent in German. I know I took a course in German from edX to know a little bit of grammar. I know hundreds of words, but I'd have to say no. I've attempted to speak in German a handful of times at engineering conferences, and besides a few expressions, but you're reading this, I could try my best. But Klein, as we shall see below, Felix Klein has been repeatedly cited as the discoverer of the existence of two racial attitudes, a Teutonic one characterized by reliance on intuition and a Latin Jewish one, which is intrinsically logical analytic. His interest in the distinction between the two types of intuition certainly emerges on several occasions in his work, which he defined in various ways. One which guides research but is imprecise is called, depending on the context, spatial or immediate or naive. The other, which consists in the correct definition of mathematical objects by means of axiomatization, is called idealized, abstract, or refined. In his Leipzig inaugural lecture, delivered in 1880 but published in 1895, he presented a set of mathematical models compiled together with Alexander von Brill at the Technical Institute in Munich, both for teaching purposes and for his own research, in order to stress the importance of intuition in geometry, not only in order to make mathematics more accessible, but also to bring forth new ideas for abstract research. Furthermore, he stated that results achieved via arithmetical approaches should be reconnected with spatial intuition. In his 1895 lecture, delivered at the public session in Göttingen, he re-examined the role of intuition on Anschauung in mathematics. He blamed the fact that Gauss's incautious use of spatial intuition as proof of the universal validity of propositions that were not all universally valid had led to demands for exclusively arithmetical reasoning in mathematics. This was a pity, because mathematics is certainly not exhausted in logical deduction, but that alongside the latter, intuition completely retains his specific importance. Naive intuition, which is in large part an inherited talent and emerges unconsciously from the in-depth study of this or that field of science. The word Anschauung has not perhaps been suitably chosen. I would like to include here the motoric sensation with which an engineer assesses the distribution of forces in something he is designing, and even the vague feeling possessed by an experienced number cruncher about the convergence of infinite processes with which he is confronted. I'm saying that in the fields of application, mathematical intuition understood in this way rushes ahead of logical thinking, and in each moment has a wider scope than the latter. Henri Klein used the adjective naive to express an imprecise faculty of a sort of sixth sense that prompts scholars during their research activity. He stated that it's largely inherited, and it can be assumed on the basis of the above quote that in a smaller part, to a more limited extent, is due to experience in a specific field. He then argued that imprecise spatial intuition should be idealized in the axioms in order to proceed with the mathematical approach. Therefore, he introduced a second kind of intuition, here called idealized. He specified that such an approach should also be pursued in mechanics and mathematical physics. In his University of Göttingen courses, in his 1898 to 90 winter semester lectures on non-Euclidean geometry, published handwritten in 1892, Klein described once again the interplay between axioms and spatial intuition as countering the inexactness of intuition. Rather, in true geometric thinking, spatial intuition accompanies us at every step we take. I assign the axioms the role that they represent, postulations with the aid of which we transcend the inaccuracy of intuition or the limitations of intuition in order to achieve unlimited accuracy. With our notion of the essence of intuition, an intuitive treatment of figurative representations will tend to yield a certain general guide on which mathematical laws apply and how the general proof may be structured. However, true proof will only be obtained in the given figures if the given figures are replaced with figures generated by laws based on the axioms, and these are taken to carry through the general train of thought in an explicit case. Dealing with the sensate objects gives the mathematician an impetus and an idea of the problems to be tackled, but it does not preempt the mathematical process itself. In his 1908 lecture series on elementary mathematics from a higher standpoint, he distinguished between spatial intuitions and idealized spatial intuition, which addressed the abstract notion of geometrical objects, the mathematical ideal, freed from the error-prone inexactness of real objects. This is the proper place to say a word about the nature of spatial intuition. It is variously ascribed to two different sources of knowledge. One, the sensible immediate, the empirical intuition of space, which we control by means of measurement. The other is quite different. It consists of the subjective, idealizing intuition, one might say perhaps our inherent idea of space, which goes beyond the inexactness of sense observation. Such a distinction between sensately immediate intuition and idealizing inner intuition goes back to the respective concept developed by Kant. In 1908, Felix Klein introduced a further term to the circle of concepts differentiating intuition. In this context, he placed the sensate intuition alongside the notion of abstract intuition and gave a clear example of what he meant by sense intuition or immediate intuition as opposed to abstract intuition. It is precisely in the discovery and the development of the infinitesimal calculus that this inductive process, built up without compelling logical steps, played such a great role, and the most effective heuristic aid was very often sense intuition. And I mean here the immediate sense intuition with all of its inexactness, for which a curve is a stroke of definite width, not the abstract intuition which postulates a completed passage for the limit yielding a one-dimensional line. It is clear that what he meant by abstract intuition was the same as the meaning he had already assigned to concept of idealizing intuition. Furthermore, his allusion to the existence of different mathematical personalities that are more or less fond of an intuitive approach than an abstract approach to the discipline dates to 1908. He stressed that these respective approaches continued to play an important role in the development of new mathematical ideals in mathematical physics, mechanics, and differential geometry. The force of conviction inherent in such naive guiding reflection is, of course, different for different individuals. Some, I include myself here, find them very satisfying. Others, again, who are gifted only in the purely logical side, find them thoroughly meaningless and are unable to see how anyone can consider them as a basis for mathematical thought. However, in reference to David Hilbert's lectures on the foundation of arithmetic and logic, he argued that even the highest level of abstraction, when attempting to free oneself from any form of intuition, for example, in number theory considered in a purely formal way, some minimal amount of intuition remains all the same, even if it is only to recognize the symbols with which one is operating merely in accordance with axiomatic rules. Klein considered intuition within an educational context in his volume 2 of Elementary Mathematics from a Higher Standpoint, writing, "In schools, you will always have to connect teaching at first with a vivid concrete intuition, and then only gradually bring logic elements to the fore. In general, the genetic method alone will provide a legitimate means slowly to develop a full understanding of concepts." He had alluded to the genetic teaching method in the first volume, Elementary Mathematics from a Higher Standpoint, proposing a principle resembling phylogenesis recapitulates the ontogenesis. In order to give precise expression to my view on this point, I should like to bring forward the biogenetic fundamental law, according to which the individual in his development goes through, in an abridged series, all the stages in the development of the species. Now, I think that the instruction in mathematics, as well as everything else, should follow this law, at least in general, taking into account the native ability of youth. Instruction should guide it slowly to the higher things and finally to abstract formulations, and in doing this, it should follow the same road along which the human race has striven from its naive original state to the higher forms of knowledge. The reference to different approaches to mathematics on a racial basis is found in the famous Evanston lecture of 1893, where he expressed the following views. Finally, it must be said that the degree of exactness of the intuition of space may be different in different individuals, perhaps even in different races. It would seem as if a strong naive space intuition were an attribute preeminently of the Teutonic race, while the crucial purely logical sense is more fully developed in the Latin and Hebrew races. A full investigation of the subject, somewhat on the line suggested by Francis Galton in his researchers on heredity, might be interesting. Needless to say, the distinction between the naive and refined intuition echoed earlier and later ones. Namely, Klein wrote, "The naive intuition is not exact, while the refined intuition is not properly intuition at all, but arises through the logical development from axioms considered as perfectly exact. The naive intuition is described as followed. In our naive intuition, when thinking of a point, we do not picture our mind an abstract mathematical point, but substitute something concrete for it. In imagining a line, we do not picture ourselves length without breadth, but a strip of a certain width. He added that there actually are many cases where the conclusions derived from purely logical reasoning from exact definitions uh, can no more be verified by intuition. He stressed the utility of a method based on geometrical intuition. I'm of the opinion that certainly for the purpose of research, it is always necessary to combine the intuition with the axioms. I do not believe, for instance, that it would have been possible to derive the results discussed in my former lectures. The splendid research of Lie, the continuity of the shape of algebraic curves and surfaces, and the most general forms of triangles without the constant use of geometric intuition, and expressed his opinion that only a limited amount of abstract mathematics based on refined intuition is used in the applied sciences. It must not be forgotten that mathematical development transcending the limit of exactness of the sciences are no practical value. It follows that a large portion of abstract mathematics remains without finding a practical application, but he immediately specified unequivocally, I hope that what I have here said concerning the use of mathematics in the applied sciences will not be interpreted as in any way prejudicial to the cultivation of abstract mathematics as a pure science, apart from the fact that pure mathematics cannot be supplanted by anything else as a means for developing the purely logical powers of the mind. There must be considered here, as elsewhere, the necessity of the presence of a few individuals in each country developed in a far higher degree than the rest for the purpose of keeping up and gradually raising the general standard. Even a slight raising of the general level can be accomplished only when some few minds have progressed far ahead of the average, thus implicitly praising the few individuals in each nation who manage to cultivate abstract mathematics. He thus praises non-Teutonic abstract mathematics as the pinnacle of human achievement, even if it is not in itself sufficient for research progress. Rowe points out that such a racial distinction, intuition versus logic, was a feature of the culture of the day, citing a letter from Weierstrass to Sonia Kolowaskaja as proof. Uh, Kornecker is different from their mutual colleague Ernst Kummer. He quickly makes himself familiar with everything that is new. His ready ability to grasp enables him to do so, but not in a penetrating manner. He does not possess the talent to engage himself in a good but unfamiliar work with the same scientific interest that he pursues his own studies. Beyond this, he shares the shortcoming that one finds in many intelligent people, especially those of Semitic stock. He does not possess sufficient fantasy, intuition, I would prefer to say, and it is true, a mathematician who is not something of a poet will never be a complete mathematician. Comparisons are instructive. An all-embracing vision focused on the loftiest of ideals distinguishes Niels Henrik Abel from Jacobi, Riemann from his contemporaries, Gotthold Eisenstein, Johann Georg Rosheim, both of Jewish descent, and Hermann von Helmholtz from Gustav Robert Kirchhoff, although the latter is without a drop of Semitic blood in altogether splendid manner. It should also be noted that Klein's racial references were intended positively. For example, he first praised James Joseph Sylvester with numerous adjectives. Sylvester was extremely engaging, witty, and effervescent. He was a brilliant orator and often distinguished himself by his pithy, agile poetic skills to the mirth of everyone, and then considered Sylvester's best traits to be typical of his race. By his brilliance and agility of mind, he was a genuine representative of his race. He hailed from a purely Jewish family, which, having been nameless before, has adopted the surname Sylvester only in his generation. He also expressed positive views of Jewish mathematician Kronecker, and that he was mainly concerned with arithmetic and algebra. In later years, however, setting up definite intellectual norms for his mathematical work, he appears as the specifically Jewish talent, but in a special individual enhancement, for he has foreseen many relationships of a fundamental nature in his fields of work without being able to work them out clearly yet. Klein reserved the same treatment for Jewish Jacobi, as well known. The year 1812 brought with it the emancipation of the Jews in Prussia. Jacobi was the first Jewish mathematician to take a leading place in Germany, and in so doing, he was again at the forefront of a great and for our science significant development. This measure opened up a large reservoir of new mathematical talent for our country, whose powers along with those of French immigrants very soon bore fruit. It appears to me that our science has a strong stimulant through this type of blood replenishment, along with the already mentioned law regarding shifts of productivity from country to country. I would like to designate this phenomenon to the effect of national infiltration. Klein spoke of infiltration by a member alien to the German nation, but one which brought a beneficial transfusion of blood. As Baer note, the term racist can be understood in at least two distinct ways: someone interested in analyzing differences in intellectual outlook between distinct ethnicities, or someone who believes in the inferiority of one ethnicity to another based on such differences and advocates corrective action. Klein's discussion of ethnic differences possibly make him of the first. The letter written to the Jewish mathematician Otto Toeplitz, who has been appointed full professor in Kiel and was himself recruiting new teachers, similarly cannot be considered racist in the second sense. It is Klein who had himself hired Jewish Gordon, and Gottingen recommends a certain prudence in recruiting only teachers of Jewish origin. Namely, Klein noted that tribal solidarity between Jews, which nurtured views that their efficiency was in fact inspiring a new anti-Semitism in response. Excessive enlistment of Jews could therefore act as a grist to the mill in an unpredictable future. Sigmund Schultz commented, "It seems to me that the letter contains a concern for the fate of potentially awaiting the Jewish community, whose influence seemed, as in ancient Egypt, to be growing because of its gift and robust sense of community. The latter could be considered a cliche about Jews, but his language is cautious rather than aggressive. However, the distinction was taken up by others, starting with Eric Rudolph Janesch, a former student of his, who stated that Klein was intrigued by the conflict between the German spirit and the preponderance of completely different type of thinking in mathematics, and continually returned to this theme in his seminal, despite the fact that it was intentionally repressed by several of the participants. It is doubtful that Jansch ever attended this seminar, and his name does not appear in the protocol book written by Klein himself. Furthermore, the protocol book supplies us with the fact that the racial issue came up in the seminar on one occasion when a student named Stechtel spoke about his experiences teaching in Eastern Europe, arguing that Jews and Germans think differently when performing calculations. Later, Theodor Valen, who was an executive official in the ministry in 1933 and a professor in Berlin, gave an address on assuming his office of the rector in University of Greifswald in 1923, entitled in German, and after presenting mathematics as a search for beauty, observed that this means that it depends on the Geschmack, the taste, which varies from person to person and from people to people. He stressed clear differences between the ideal Greeks, who preferred pure mathematics, and the practical Romans, who limited themselves to measuring fields and commercial calculations. In more recent times, he noted the differences between the Anglo-Saxons and the Germans, seeing the Anglo-Saxons as more inclined to applied mathematics, while the Germans focused on a number and space foundation. Then Valen added, if peoples are grouped into races, there is a dividing line between the West and East in mathematics, with the latter preferring arithmetic and the former geometry. At this point, Valen quoted Klein, one of our greatest geometrists, stating that modern people have a strongly developed fertile view of space, which is particularly advantage of the Teutonic race, and that a purely logical, sharply critical sense characterizes the Jews, generating a disintegrating criticalism. Furthermore, Valen recalled that Klein deplored a lack of spatial sense in Jews that leads them to a disdain for and underestimation of the visual, to a preference for the unapparent, even a taste for the unapparent for the paradoxical. Cited in this way, Klein's distinction within mathematics culminated in open anti-Semitism. Curiously and somewhat ironically, according to Sagel, in 1929, there appeared a set of books by Philip Stolf called Sigeli Veri, which purported to reveal a pernicious influence of Jews in German intellectual and cultural life. The mathematician Felix Klein was mentioned in Volume 3. Furthermore, as Rowe narrates, in November 1933, Hugo Dingler, in a memorandum sent to the Bavarian Ministry of Culture consisting of a 20-page historical synopsis of the Jewish invasion of the fields of mathematics and physics after they were granted legal equality in 1869, claimed that Klein was half Jewish, had filled Göttingen with Jews and foreigners, and intended to remake German mathematics along Jewish lines. A quarter of a century after writing his thesis under Klein, Ludwig Bieberbach, a Nazi mathematician who will be examined later, intervened to defend Klein and transform. This one is a pure German mathematician inside his own classification of mathematical types. Thus, Bieberbach attributed his own views concerning German mathematics to Klein himself. Poincaré. Tinkle, God bless. Good to see you. Poincaré. Henri Poincaré identified two types of mathematicians, so-called analysts and so-called geometers. He's referring to them as logicians and intuitives, respectively. His definition of intuition varied from text to text. In the psychological reconstruction he gave the process of mathematical creation, that is a finding proof. He stated that man has two selves, one unconscious and one conscious. Then he proceeded by metaphor, seeing concepts, mathematical facts as atoms, which stand still when the mind is resting, attaching to one of its walls. Then, during unconscious work carried out on the basis of what had been reflected consciously, some atoms will detach themselves from the walls and thus be able to meet and hook up in combination with others set in motion or still hooked on the wall. The mobilized atoms are therefore not any atoms whatsoever. They are those from which we might reasonably expect the desired solution. The mobilized atoms are those from which the solution's thought can reasonably be expected. All goes on for the inventor or an examiner for the second degree, who would only have to question the candidates who have passed a previous examination. The combinations whose beauty, elegance, and harmony have the greatest impact on us and are capable of arousing in an intense aesthetic emotion emerge into consciousness. The sensitivity to such emotions, typically of mathematicians, once aroused, will call our attention to them and thus give them occasion to become conscious. Beauty, elegance, and harmony emerge from the specific combination because the mind without effort can embrace their totality while realizing the details. This is one of Poincaré's definitions of intuition, the ability to grasp the unity of a demonstration. It's being ordered in a certain way at a glance. A mathematical demonstration is not a simple juxtaposition of syllogism. It is a syllogisms placed in a certain order, and the order in which these elements are placed is much more important than the elements themselves. If I have the feeling, the intuition, so to speak, of this order, so as to perceive at a glance the reasoning as a whole, I need no longer fear lest I forget one of the elements, for each of them will take its allotted place in the array, and that without any effort of memory on my part, this intuition of mathematical order that makes us divine hidden harmonies and relations cannot be possessed by everyone. The author affirms that people can be divided into the following three categories: those lacking in the delicate and difficult to define sensibility and above average mnemonic and concentration strength; the majority, those who possess this sensibility to a limited extent but have an extraordinary memory; and those whose sensibility is prodigious and accompanied by non-significant memory advantage. The former are seen as incapable of understanding or creating mathematics. The second group can only understand it, and the latter can also create it and will be its inventors. With the data obtained from the unconscious or subliminal self, the inventor proceeds to make calculations, but these are made at the conscious level. Poincaré repeatedly emphasizes that for man, the beautiful and the useful, what is mathematically fruitful, coincide, and muses about the origin of this. He cautiously ventures the hypothesis that this is the result of human evolution and the selection. Those who prevail by nature have a greater appreciation of what is intellectually beautiful rather than what is beautiful to the senses, such as flashy colors and deafening sounds. After all, this disinterested quest of the true for its own beauty is sane also and able to make man better. Without intuition, there is no invention, mathematical novelty, and without a minimal intuition, one cannot understand the mathematical demonstrations of others. Therefore, even logicians in the inventive stage must appeal to intuition. Pure logic could never lead us to anything but tautologies. This shows us that logic is not enough, that the science of demonstration is not all science, and that intuition must retain its role as complement. I was about to say as counterpose or as antidote of logic. But what apparent differences are there between logicians and geometers? The battle seems to be played out around the acceptance of the references to imagination, to the vision of the mathematical objects as a sure basis for demonstration. Logicians do not accept it. Poincaré lists the three types of intuition. First, the appeal to the senses and the imagination. Next, generalization by induction, copied, so to speak, from the procedures of the experimental sciences. Finally, we have the intuition of pure number, whence arose the second of the axioms just enunciated, which is able to create the real mathematical reasoning. Geometers rely on the first type of intuition, analysis on the third. The analysis, in order to be inventors, must, without the aid of the senses and imagination, have a direct sense of what constitutes the unity of a piece of reasoning, of what makes, so to speak, its soul and inmost life. Such intuitions, though very different, nevertheless see intuition as a unified vision, namely reasoning by recurrence. Mathematical induction contains, as it were, condensed into a single formula, an infinity of hypothetical syllogisms arranged in a cascade. The theorem is true for the number 1. If it is true for 1, then it is also true for 2. Therefore, it is true for the number 2. If it is true for 2, it is also true for 3, and so on. The conclusion of each syllogism is the premise of the next syllogism. In mathematical induction, we simply lay down a minor premise of the first syllogism. The theorem holds for number 1, and the general formula that contains all the major ones as special cases. If the theorem holds for n1, then it holds for n. Thus, a unitary look at the sequence that would be infinite is provided. This rule cannot be proved over others because in the end we will end up with the utterances equivalent to it, so it is irreducible to the principle of contradiction. Nor can it come from experience, because it would have to be an experience of infinite utterances and is thus impossible for human beings, nor can it be understood as a convention analogous to some geometrical postulates. Therefore, the only option thus that remains that it is, using Kantian terminology, a synthetic a priori judgment, which asserts itself with irresistible evidence as the affirmation of the power of human intelligence. Intelligence knows it directly, intuits its power when experience provides it with an occasion to become aware of it. Therefore, mathematical induction differs from scientific induction, which is based on the belief in something outside us, a general order of the universe. The two share the fact that they proceed from the particular to the universal, and therefore mathematics is a science too. Poincaré added that the two types of mathematicians are not such on the basis of the subject they study. One is not an analyst because one studies analysis, but because one has an approach that privileges pure number intuition. It is the very nature of their mind which makes them logicians or intuitionists, and they cannot lay it aside when they approach a new subject, nor is it education which has developed in them one of the two tendencies and stifled the other. The mathematician is born, not made, and it seems he is born a geometer or an analyst. He specified further, the two sorts of minds are equally necessary for the progress of science. Both the logicians and the intuitionists have achieved great things that others could not have done. Who would venture to say whether he preferred that Weierstrass had never written or that there had never been a Riemann? Poincaré classified himself as a geometer, expressed admiration for analysis who work without the aid of imagination. The majority of us, if we wished to see afar by pure intuition alone, would soon feel ourselves seized with vertigo. He named two Germans with different mentalities and two Frenchmen with equally different mentalities. The Frenchmen were Bertrand and Henri. They were scholars of the same school. At the same time, they had the same education, were under the same influences, and yet what a difference. Bertrand is always in motion. Now he seems in combat with some outside enemy. Now he outlines with a gesture of the hand the figures he studies. Plainly he sees, and he is eager to paint. This is what he calls a gesture to his aid. With Henri, it is just the opposite. His eyes seem to shun contact with the world. It is not without, it is within. He seeks the vision of truth. For the Germans, he offered us the analytical Weierstrass. You may turn through all of his books without finding a figure. And the geometer Riemann, each of his conceptions is an image that no one can forget once he has caught its meaning. At school, intuition and concrete examples are also the necessary starting points before moving on to the rigor of logic. Otherwise, students will not understand the content of what is being discussed, feel motivated, understand the genesis of the theories, nor their applicability. Logic teaches us that a certain specific paths are viable, free from contradictions. Poincaré appreciated this aspect, which is a guarantee of the existence of mathematical entities, as shared by John Stuart Mill's view. Every definition implicitly contains the axiom that establishes the existence of the objects described. Poincaré noted that this can happen because their definition is not contradictory, but he also pointed out that logic does not tell us which of the paths allows us to reach the goal. For this reason, intuition is needed. Without it, the geometer would be like a writer who should be versed in grammar but has no ideas. Now, how could this faculty develop if, as soon as it showed itself, we chase it away and proscribe it, if we learn to set it at naught before knowing the good of it? Some similarities between Klein and Poincaré's reflection on intuition are visible. Both insist on the importance of intuition to mathematical invention and are sensitive to the psychological aspects present in education, and thus insist on presenting mathematical entities first intuitively and only then formally. However, for Klein's intuition is strictly visual concrete, while in Poincaré's intuition, most essential characteristics is that it is a unitary view of a demonstration, and for this reason somehow present even in analysis, who proceed after formalization, because their reasoning by recurrence, mathematical induction contains, as it was, condensed into a single formula, an infinity of hypothetical syllogisms, and therefore is a kind of unitary view. In addition, Klein ventured in racial classification, while Poincaré believed that there are various skills involved in doing mathematics which vary from individual to individual. Poincaré's reference to the word race is in the context of coarse space, the space of superior animals, the space relative to one's own body, designed to control one's territory, defend oneself from enemies, which Poincaré calls distribution table, with race being our ancestors, common to all of today's human race. We have stretched the most convenient space, but experience has guided our choice. As this choice has been unconscious, we think it has been imposed upon us in this progressive education whose outcome has been the construction of space. It is very difficult to determine what is the terms of use part of the individual, what the part of the race. How far could one of us, transported from birth to an entirely different world, where we're dominant, for instance, bodies moving in conformity to the laws of motion of non-Euclidean solids, renounce the ancestral space to build a space completely new? Judas, God bless. Okay, and finally, Brouwer. Okay, Brouwer. Brouwer's first particularly significant comments regarding intuition can be identified in his 1907 doctoral thesis, Foundation of Mathematics. To exist in mathematics means to be constructed by intuition, and mathematics is created by free action independent of experience. It develops from a single a prioristic basic intuition, which may be called invariance in change as well as unity in multitude. Then this is a first understanding of intuition as a means of construction whose action is described in the case of a theorem asserting a property of some mathematical object in the following terms. Usually mathematics is expressed by means of a chain of syllogisms, but the conceptions which are evoked by the words used in such explanation consist of the following, where the mathematical objects are given by their relation to the basic or complex parts of mathematical structure. This means that the object in question is built in connection with the components to which it is said to be related. We transform these given relations by a sequence of tautologies by fixing one's attention to different substructures of the mathematical system, and thus gradually proceed to the relations of the objects to other components of the structure. In the case of an affirmative theorem, which seems to start from the structure defined via certain relations embedded within another structure whose construction is not immediately clear, it seems to start from mere hypothesis. It happens that one starts by setting up a structure which fulfills part of the required relations. Thereupon one tries to deduce from these relations by means of tautologies other relations in such a way that the new relations combined with those that had not yet been used yield a system of conditions suitable for starting points for the construction of the required structure. In the case of a theorem denying that a property belongs to a mathematical entity, the construction comes to an end. I simply perceive that the construction no longer goes, that the required structure cannot be embedded in the given basic structure. It should be noted here that for Brouwer, mathematics is made up of constructions, that is, it is alinguistics and based on attempts at constructions which may succeed or fail. They are creative attempts. They do not follow any fixed rules. So mathematics does not follow logic. It does not use logic. Logic records the regularities present in expressions of mathematical constructions, which are carried out to support memory and communicate one's results with an awareness that they are no guarantees of success in another person's same mathematical construction, and that the emotions accompanying the mathematical experience are inevitably linked to the subject and hence not repeatable. The second meaning of the intuition is that the one that originates basic mathematical entities first of all natural numbers. Brouwer describes this meaning of intuition as the basic phenomenon, the simple intuition of time in which repetition is possible in the form thing in time and thing again, as a consequence of which moments of life break up into sequences of things which differ qualitatively. In a note, he calls this intuition of tuity. It is a priori in that it is independent of experience, while it is not necessarily conditioned for experience, because mathematics and experience exist independently of each other, but it is necessary condition of the mathematical receptacle of experience. Consequently, synthetic a priori judgments are the very possibility of mathematical synthesis, of thinking many oneness, and the repetition thereof in a new many oneness, the possibility of intercalculation, the possibility of infinite continuation, axiom of complete induction. In the inaugural address to his chair, besides defining his foundational school as neo-intuitionism, in order to link it and at the same time distinguish it from the intuitions of Kant and Poincaré, Brouwer attempted a more precise description of temporal intuition. The neo-intuitionism considers the falling apart of moments of life into qualitatively different parts to be reunited only while remaining separated by time as the fundamental phenomenon of the human intellect, passing by abstracting from its emotional content into the fundamental phenomenon of mathematical thinking, the fundamental phenomenon of the human intellect. Brouwer traced his idea of basing the natural number on the intuition of time back to Kant. In fact, for Kant, the number was the scheme of temporal intuition. It was the medium between concept and imagination. Brouwer, on the contrary, described the intuition of time without referring to the notion of schematicism. For him, temporal intuition was abstraction from inner experience. It was the intuition of two and one together, and this also constituted a difference from Kant. The first act of construction is two discrete things thought together. Mayer suggests one thing is sufficient. This is false for exactly this setting one thing while the former is retained, presupposes the intuition of tuity. Only afterwards the simplest mathematical system is projected on the first thing and the ego which thinks the thin. Kant, as we have seen above, spoke of the successive addition of equal things. In his doctoral thesis, in a summary table comparing his mathematical system with Kant's transcendental aesthetics and Russell's foundations of geometry, Brouwer stressed that the fact that only his mathematics was independent of experience outside the intellect. In fact, for both Kant and Russell, three-dimensional Euclidean space is inseparably linked up with external experience, whereas for himself, nothing is inseparably linked up with external experience. In 1912, Brouwer placed Kant among the precursors of his Intuitionism, since he had theorized temporal intuition, but described his own Intuitionism as neo-Intuitionism, undermining his abandonment of spatial intuition as a priori. Thereafter, all reference to Kant disappeared. In 1918, Brouwer expanded the mathematical content of his intuition, highlighting the way it is foundational to the concept of species and that of spread. This is initially described with reference to the universal tree, thought of a growing structure, a tree with all possible branches to each branching point called node. One assigns either a sterilization or a term or nothing. The possibility of assigning a sterilization, which causes the sterilization of the entire branch, is introduced to model the tree. By cutting out the branches, the possibility of assigning nothing, generating finite successions, was used to homologate the construction of infinite succession. Later, after Griss's criticism of his definition of negation from his Cambridge lectures on, Brouwer replaced the sterilization procedure with a direct indication to prosecute only certain nodes, describing the construction of the tree without passing through the universal tree by saying that it has, for initial nodes of order 1, either all natural numbers or only those not exceeding a certain given, and for nodes of order n plus 1 for each n, or all immediate descendants of the node p of order n, or only those whose n plus 1 constituent join to the constituents of P does not exceed a certain number M. To achieve a spread to each node, either objects or nothing are attached. Within the production of the spread, during the construction of the tree, Brouwer contemplated freedom of choice in the continuation and intended each branch as a successor of free choice. Still, freedom encompasses everything and therefore can allow us for its progressive restriction and even restriction of restriction. Brouwer had numerous second thoughts on the subject, but from 1946 onward, he maintained a definitive opinion, saying in some former publications of the author, restrictions on freedom of future restrictions of freedom, restrictions of freedom of future restrictions of freedom of future restrictions of freedom, and so on were also admitted. But at present, the author is inclined to think this admission superfluous and perhaps leading to unnecessary complications. Finally, Brouwer rethought his definition of temporal intuition, contextualizing it with the original of Weltanschauung context that he had not been allowed to make explicit in his 1907 thesis. Man can find serenity only in the interiority of his own consciousness. He is compelled by karma to go out, but it is appropriate for him to do so only minimally. In particular, the scientific work must avoid being applicative and take place in word form. For mathematics, the perfect starting point is the intuition of time. It was at his 1948 conference, Consciousness, Philosophy, and Mathematics, that Brouwer sets out the steps for the inner self to the sciences in greater depth. On that occasion, Brouwer explained temporal intuition within the description of the path of man's conscious, an unquestionable starting point for him towards externality. Consciousness oscillates between sensation and tranquility, followed by another sensation, and therefore distinguishes between present and past. Then it distinguishes itself from both, becoming mind. It identifies complexes of sensations that repeat themselves, and if the order never changes, these are called things, among which there are human bodies driven by causal intention, the desire to know and obtain objects. Mathematics comes into being when the tuity created by a move of time is divested of all quality by the subject, and when the remaining empty form of the common substratum of all tuities as basic intuition of mathematics is left to the unlimited unfolding, creating new mathematical entities in the shape of predeterminately or more or less freely proceeding infinite sequences of mathematical entities previously acquired and in the shape of mathematical species. Thus, his intuitionist proposal achieved a gnosiological framework. The reference to intuition in his later writing was always accorded to his first meaning. He did not explicitly take up again the second meaning of intuition that he had proposed in his thesis as a control of the mental path leading to a construction, but in 1937 he mentioned an analogy with the accountant whose accounts are correct in order to describe what inwardly guarantees something to be true. For the bookkeeper, this connection is then dissolved into a general feeling that he has conscientiously performed his duty, a feeling that is positively akin to the sentiment that constitutes for the mathematicians the notion of truth. Brouwer, far from setting up questions of race, tried to impose this type of foundation on the European and even world mathematical scene, leading to periods of suspension from research activity due to serious disputes with colleagues for general well-being, despite the fact that at the conference of 1948 he came to support the impossibility of plurality of minds, while the plurality of bodies can be observed. It is not unreasonable to derive this behavior, the behavior of the individuals as in general, from reasons, but unreasonable to derive it from mind. For by the choice of this term, the subject of its scientific thinking is induced to place in each individual a mind with free will dependent on the individual, thus elevating itself to a mind of a second order, experiencing incognizable alien consciousness and as sensation, quod non est, and which moreover would have the consequence that the mind of a second order would causally think about the plurified mind as first order, thus cooperatively study the science of the plurified mind. As a consequence of the study, assigned a mind of second order with sensations of alien consciousness to other individuals, thus once more elevating itself, this time to a mind of third order, and so on. In default of a plurality of mind, there is no exchange of thought either. Thoughts are inseparably bound up with the subject by so-called exchange of thought with another, being the subject only touches the outer wall of automation. This can hardly be called mutual understanding. Only through the sensation of the other soul, sometimes a deeper approach, is experienced. The problem remains open as to how it is possible to be certain that in every human being there is a conscious in which he can rest peacefully. But Brouwer mentioned neither the problem nor a possible answer. Okay, now Bieberbach. Very technical, so anyone sticking with me, hope this is useful. Bieberbach. As a full professor in Basel in 1914, Ludwig Bieberbach gave an inaugural address in which he expressed doubts about the feasibility of Hilbert's program, while defining mathematical existence in the manner of Cantor and Hilbert as non-contradictoriness, and lamented that Intuitionism refused to recognize promising areas of mathematical research, while praising Brouwer for his article Intuitionism and Formalism. In 1926, after he moved to Berlin, Bieberbach shifted sharply in the direction of Brouwer's Intuitionism, as is clear in the never published lecture entitled Concerning the Scientific Ideal of the Mathematics, which ended with the total rejection of the Weierstrass-Hilbert style formalism as a transitory period between Klein's view of mathematics and the coming, in Bieberbach's view, ascendancy of Brouwer's Intuitionism. In it, Bieberbach criticized Hilbert's formalism, arguing that Hilbert's scientific ideal is directly inimical to the needs of application. Under the aegis of formalism, applied mathematics, have to say, died out, and this just a short time after Klein's initiative had inaugurated a new booming of applied mathematics, a short time after Klein had succeeded in rescuing it from the assaults of the Weierstrass school. Bieberbach discourse appears confused, however, because the Klein intuition praised is correctly geometric intuition, in which every conclusion that appears has an immediate, visible, concretely serviceable meaning. But it is difficult to see Brouwerian pure intuition in continuity with it. Moreover, Bieberbach condemns the French encyclopedias as opportunistic, while Brouwer interprets his own intuitionism as related to French intuitionism. In 1926, however, there is still no racial connotation in Bieberbach's identification of types of mathematicians. In 1928, Bieberbach and Brouwer held the same position on the occasion of the International Congress of Mathematics organized in Bologna in 1928 under the aegis of the International Mathematical Union, which had expressly excluded Germans and their allies from belonging to the Union, and which during the previous conference had forbidden even the participation of German mathematicians. The Society of German Mathematicians, represented by Erhard Schmidt, invited members to attend only on an individual basis, only in cases of scientific necessity, and avoiding large numbers. According to Brouwer and Bieberbach, German mathematicians should have boycotted the conference altogether in response to the exclusion from the two previous ones and from the Union. For Brouwer, it was a matter of obtaining a true union of all mathematicians in the world without politically motivations, preclusions, while Bieberbach's stance, on the other hand, was part of his pro-Nazi nationalism. For his part, Hilbert pragmatically urged everyone to take the opportunity to reactivate the international exchange in a progressive way, and at the same time he saw Brouwer as having inspired Bieberbach's attitude both towards the Bologna Conference and from a foundational point of view. Brouwer's aim would have been to divide German mathematicians in order to set himself up as a point of reference. The fear was supported by the fact that Berlin, where Bieberbach taught, Göttingen's only mathematical excellence rival, was still overwhelmed by enthusiasm for the lectures given by Brouwer in the 1926-7 academic year, and Hilbert's student Hermann Weil had also approached Intuitionism. Ultimately, 76 German mathematicians attended the conference, 22% of the non-Italian participants, a good number, but Hilbert was irritated and also exhausted by the pernicious anemia that had caused him a heart attack shortly before the Congress. In October 1928, he tried to parry Brouwer's hypothetical blows by immediately expelling him from the prestigious Mathematic Annual Journal. Brouwer tried to recover from the blow in 1933 by founding a new journal. On this occasion, he included Bieberbach in the editorial board, but the latter later asked him to remove his name given the inclusion of Jews and immigrants on it, at a time in which the international Jewish community was plotting war against Germany. I feel obliged to make the disappearance of the Jews from the editorial board a condition of my presence on the editorial board. He also stressed that such a composition of the board would cause difficulties for the distribution of the journal in Germany. Brouwer created a protected atmosphere for Bieberbach inside the board by sending a circular to all editors to advise them that any editor's public participation in manifestations which could harm the mutual esteem of the people and nations was incompatible with his function. Still, Bieberbach resigned and pressed the other German editors to follow him. In March 1936, all the German editors resigned from the editorial board. In any case, things ran smoothly for the journal. The relationship between Brouwer and Bieberbach ended and at the same time this was for Brouwer a period of only sporadic scientific interventions. In 1934, Bieberbach gave a racial orientation to his mathematical classifications, writing 2 articles on the subject: The Structure of Personality in Mathematical Creation and Styles of Mathematical Creation. He was inspired by the racist work of Erich Jensch, in particular by what the psychologist from Marburg, a convinced Nazi, had written in 1931, Foundations of Human Knowledge. Jensch did not simply compare Germans and non-German Jews using the 2 capital letters I and S, with I standing for integration stiffus and S for stylopus, but he also analyzed a number of possible nuances within them, types, to enable him to reconcile the scheme with historical reality, returning on various occasions in his writing to his classification to change them. Bieberbach introduced his distinction between the S-type and I-types by recalling Poincaré's remark about the difficulties as Frenchmen of reading James Maxwell. He then defined the German I-types: integration stiffus, which let the influence of experience stream into them, and the S-type Strahltypus, radiating type, which only valued those things in reality which their intellect infers in it. In the latter group, he included, like Jensch, the French and the Jews, in particular Jacobi, Poincaré, Minkowski, and the June Dirichlet. In the former group, he placed Klein and Weierstrass, Gauss, Euler, and even Dedekind and Hilbert, who do show some preference for thinking over intuition, but this is distinct from the S-type, who denies the connection to an outer reality that is not mentally constructed. Ultimately, he proclaimed, I am of the opinion that the whole dispute over the foundations of mathematics is a dispute of contrary psychological types. Therefore, the first place, the dispute between races. The rise of Intuitionism seems to me only a corroboration of this interpretation. Bieberbach realized that putting Brouwer and Hilbert on the same side of the boat was very strange, but he justified his choice by stating that the differences between the two is quite compatible with the fact that both Hilbert and Brouwer should be classified under the psychological type I32. The fact that the 2 men approach their science with an ideal norm does not necessarily imply that it has to be the same norm in both cases. The distinction between abstract mathematics, which is typically Jewish, and concrete mathematics, which is typically Aryan, had positive consequences. It advocated saving the teaching of mathematics in a Germany where the Nazis called for irrationally certainty, certainly did not facilitate its retention in schools on condition that it was taught in practice with a strong applicative attitude. In 1940, in The Rootedness of Science in the People, Bieberbach resumes his previous classification, but expresses himself in a milder way. In the face of such different types of mathematical thought, one notices the content of mathematics, despite that, largely seems to be independent of the thought type. In fact, it would be hard to give a correct mathematical theorem that not every mathematician recognizes as correct. As soon, however, as the question arises whether the theorem concerned might be important, opinions about it depends largely upon the Jenschean type of the judge. There are manifold potential reasons for this tempering of the argument. There were no more Jewish mathematicians to purge. Brouwer had withdrawn from the foundational scene. A more moderate tone could favor the acceptance of the racial types abroad too, and within them, the German Mathematics Journal newly founded by Bieberbach in 1936. Bieberbach was dismissed from his teaching post-war in 1945, and the Aryan intuition disappeared. His racial mathematical approach to connotation must be remembered in order to keep the memory of what happened alive. From a conceptual point of view, it had and has no theoretical credibility, and is made clear by the many obvious falsifications that Bieberbach and before him Jensch and Althoff were obliged to enact in his attempt to reconcile them with a historical reality that contradicted their classification. Brouwer will suffice as an example. He was classified as an intuitionist according to Bieberbach's definition, but intuition was not geometric but temporal for Brouwer, and he advocated pure mathematics. Heyting. In the 30s, Brouwer's student Arend Heyting came onto the mathematical scene. His first approach was one he would never abandon: building bridges for the sake of understanding cooperation among mathematicians. He wrote a series of articles on cooperation among mathematicians. He wrote a series of articles and formal presentations of arithmetic and intuitionist logic, despite sharing with Brouwer the idea that mathematics is a mental construction and that in it language serves solely as expressive, non-demonstrative purposes. Moreover, he took part at the mathematicians' meetings in Königsberg, the Round Table on Foundational Currents, where Jean van Neumann represented formalism and Rudolf Carnap represented logicism. The atmosphere was one of cooperation to the extent that individual speakers expressly sought meeting points with the thought of others, and Heyting entered the stage effortlessly as a representative of Intuitionism, avoiding propaganda. In his 1934 volume, in which he also contextualized Intuitionism and formalism from a historical point of view, Heyting took care to separate Intuitionist mathematics from Brouwer's mystical Weltanschauung because he feared that it might also keep people away from their mathematics. He asserted that according to Brouwer, mathematics is the exact part of our thinking and therefore the basis for all other sciences, including logic, and has no presuppositions, with its only source being an intuition which sets before our eyes its concepts and conclusions as immediately clear. It is, Heyting points out, no more than the faculty of considering concepts and conclusions that habitually occur in our thinking separately. It is the faculty that one must train oneself to exercise, a peculiar mental aptitude that allows mathematicians to develop in full autonomy from any philosophical presupposition, by which he meant that an existence seen intellectually requires no other ontological reference, while existence, according to Hilbert's formalism, that is existence within an axiomatic system, must be granted from outside because internally there is only logical consequence. Heyting described intuition in his 1956 Intuitionism, an introduction as follows: a mathematical construction ought to be so immediate to the mind and its results so clear that it needs no foundation whatsoever. One may very well know whether a reasoning is sound without using any logic. A clear scientific conscience suffices. He also supported the belief in the commonality of mathematical thoughts as follows: my mathematical thoughts belong to my individual intellectual life and are confined to my personal mind. As in the case for other thoughts as well, we are generally convinced that other people have thoughts analogous to our own and that they can understand us when we express our thoughts in words, but we also know that we are never quite sure of being faultlessly understood. Here, Heyting expresses his consciousness of the fact that neither Brouwer nor himself had provided proof for the brief belief in a common mathematical thought, but such a belief is part of our common beliefs. And then he specified in the course of various writings the entities that intuition can attest to. Regarding two oneness, he wrote, we know how to build up the sequence of natural numbers in such a way that we begin to think in terms of a unity in the same spiritually constructive way that had been done in forming the observation of pencil. Then we think another unit, and finally we think that this last step is repeated again and again. The three concepts, one, another one, and again one, are sufficient to explain the theory of natural numbers. Referring to the formation of two oneness, Heyting also wrote, class, are these considerations not metaphysical in nature? They become so if one tries to build up a theory about them, to answer the question whether we form the notion of entity by abstraction from actual perceptions of objects, or if, on the contrary, the notion of entity must be present in our mind in order to enable us to perceive an object apart from the rest of the world. But such questions have nothing to do with mathematics. We simply state the fact that the concepts of an abstract entity and of a sequence of such entities are clear to every normal human being, even to young children. Heyting constructed the same mathematical entities of his teacher, but he felt the need to specify with respect to the alternative label choice sequence for them that he preferred infinitely preceding sequences, because to arrive at the notion of infinitely preceding sequences, we need to introduce new ideas, in particular the notion of choice, which seemed to him overly linked to the psychology of the subject. In particular, when Brouwer died, he stated that he had glimpsed in the latter's 1948 writing a solipsistic turning point, which he pronounced role according individual psychology, that he could not share. That is, in 1948, Brouwer had introduced the expression creative subject in a very short article written in response to the criticism leveled by Dutch mathematician Cornelius Gris, and as an intuitionist against his definition of negation. Gris had arrived to intuitionism from his own Weltanschauung that had outlined in his 1946 book. Therefore, he had based his Weltanschauung on the original datum that consciousness grasps by attaining its own fullness. The subject distinguishes himself from the object, but the one has no meaning without the other. Mathematics is the specific way to analyze the original datum that focuses on the subject-object link. For this reason, mathematical objects cannot be thought of independently of a mathematician that produces them. A Platonic existence for them is excluded. Chris's Weltanschauung had led him to Intuitionism. This did not imply total acceptance of Brouwer's system. In particular, he criticized Brouwer's definition of negation as a reasoning that ends in a contradiction that cannot be carried out by explaining that. Chris criticized the Brouwerian definition of negation because an intuitionist demonstration must start with something evident and end with something evident. Brouwerian negation had been described as arriving at proof of the impossibility of a construction, the point at which the proof stops can be considered as evident because one sees that metaphorically one hits a wall, but no status of evidence can be attached to the starting point of the proof. Otherwise, there would be an evidence that is then disproved, which would remove all foundation for intuitionist mathematics. Since Brouwer's definition of negation cannot be considered acceptable within mathematics, it can only be kept at a pre-mathematical stage. A new definition of negation within mathematics is needed. Chris suggested a comparison between two already constructed entities and the realization that one has more properties than the other. Brouwer responded by constructing a real number, which was certainly not zero, regarding which a negative property was known, but which could not be said to be greater than or less than zero. Positive properties, to show that it is not always possible to find a positive substitute for a property defined through disputed negation. He responded to Chris's criticism by arguing that it would be a loss of intuitionist mathematics if the properties defined through the disputed negation were to be eliminated, because some properties would be irretrievably lost. Heyting did not follow or comment on Brouwer's continuous second thoughts regarding limiting freedom of choice, while he took seriously the doubts that even from the intuitionist side, one could ever arrive at some of the constructions presented by Brouwer. In particular, reflecting on Chris's critique, he realized that its core was directed against hypothetical constructions which fail, and he grouped together the various types of present in intuitionist concepts. He began drawing up a list of these in 1949, refining it in 1958, and providing a detailed and final version in 1962 within a scale of degree of evidence. The highest grade is that of such assertions as 2 plus 2 equals 4, 1,002 plus 2 equals 1,004 belongs to a lower grade. We show that it's not by actual counting, but by a reasoning which shows that in general, the n plus 2 equals n plus 4. Such general statements about natural numbers belongs to the next grade. They have already the character of an implication. The level is formalized in the free variable calculus. I shall not try to arrange the other levels in a linear order. It will suffice to mention some notions by which their introduction lower the grade of evidence. The notion of the order of type omega, as it occurs in the definition constructible ordinals, the notion of negation, which involves a hypothetical construction which is shown afterwards to be impossible, the theory of quantification, the interpretation of the quantifiers themselves is not problematic, but the use of quantified expressions in logical formulas is. The introduction of infinitely proceeding sequences, the notion of a species. Reiterating the individual intuitionist willingness to accept hypothetical constructions varies. The starting point is strictly finite mathematics, and that one decides how far the arc of mathematical entities acceptable as evident can be stretched. Accepting the existence of entities of which we only know the impossibility of non-existence would be very different. That would not be stretching the arc, but going in a completely different direction from the others on the scale. It would be a leap into metaphysical darkness. However, this does not mean that Heyting showed a peaceful and benevolent attitude only within intuitionism, accepting the various shades of constructibility, because Heyting emphasizes in both mathematical, as early as his 1956 handbook, and philosophical context, traceable in his unpublished manuscripts, that views of which is accepted as existing vary along the ascending scale of abstraction, ranging from one's consciousness to real numbers and beyond to God. Some stop early on and do not accept even very large natural numbers, truly unconstructible by the human mind, and there are those who believe that there are also Platonic ideals of number or notion limits for human reason, such as God. One of his considerations thus contains as an aphorism the possibility of a whole range of meanings of the word exist in different situations. the immediate environment, representations of the environment, memories of the environment, communication with other people, space relations among represented environments, systemizations of these relations by means of maps and globes, the fitting of all structures into spatial generalizations, stretching out to infinity, astronomy, microscopicality, microscopically small objects, theoretical physics. We also find a question mark at the end of the following quote. Each of the abstract concepts starts with something simple, so does existence. First, it is the objects from my immediate surrounding that exist. After all, they are stars and mesons. How many stairs lay between them, and how does the concept change during its journey along them? God, real numbers, and cardinal numbers are the top of such stairs, on which stairs do the logical rules for the existential quantifier apply. Heyting did not feel up to the task of the last step to the top, but he understood that others might, on conscious grounds, and he let them do so without feeling the need to convince them forcibly, and at the same time declaring that he could not be convinced. In 1956, he had already shown great openness towards other approaches when he saw as constantly intertwined, often consciously, throughout the history of mathematics. He proposed to maintain pluralism within mathematics and in parallel within logic, with the idea that different fields of exploration demanded different mathematics. In particular, Intuitionism explored the limits of what can be constructed through the human mind. One might approximate this approach to Carnap's principle of tolerance. Carnap referred to logic, but we know that logic, according to Intuitionism, is the expression of mathematics. Therefore, tolerance in mathematics implies tolerance in logic. However, it should be noted from a historical point of view that Heyting mentioned the principle of tolerance in the fictitious debate at the beginning of his 1956 volume, putting it in the mouth of the representative of the formalist, but he did not cite it as the source of his own pluralism. In addition, we must remember a warning that comes to us from Elio Franzini's Reflections on the Content of the Enlightenment Legacy. The Enlightenment taught, with all its limitations, tolerance a necessary value, and certainly not sufficient, which is nevertheless the basis of its dialogical evolution. With all the limits of tolerance, while still convinced of possessing a superior point of view, tolerance simply means marking out one's own territory and those of others in order that they can cultivate their own garden separately in isolation. Of course, it is a recognition of the legitimacy of one's own existence and that of others, and it implies a peaceful attitude which can still be arrogant and which is not yet interested in others, a desire to know others. It is the premise for, but not yet the definitive step towards dialogue. Therefore, the word tolerance does not fully express Heyting's attitude. He did not draw furrows in the mathematical grounds in order to barricade himself inside his own territory and carry out his work in a blissful isolation, but encouraged methodological self-awareness during mathematicians' research and suggested that each identified the most suitable ground for the growth of their seeds, showing an ever lively desire to make their own seeds known to those near and far. This comes across throughout his search for a symbolic expression of intuitionist logic and arithmetic carried out in order to make his theory more understandable to his formalist counterparts, as well as in all the efforts he made to divulge the intuitionist perspective in clear, straightforward language, an effort rewarded by his happy admission in his 1962 paper after 30 years. Let me compare the situation of 1930 with that of today. The spirit of peaceful cooperation has gained the victory over the ruthless contest. No direction of research has any longer the pretension to represent the only true mathematics. We know at every moment whether we work on an intuitive basis or not, which part of the work is purely formal, and which Platonistic assumption we make. Final considerations. We have seen that it is only in the Evanston lectures that Klein distinguished between naive and refined intuition, of which first visual spatial seemed to him more Teutonic, while the more logical latter appeared to him more linked to the Latin and Jewish lineage. He did, however, resume this racial classification in later writings. Poincaré cited two types of approaches in mathematics, intuitive and analytic, but did not relate those to nationality or ethnicity. He saw them as on par with hair color. His opinion might be summed up by stating that your mathematical approach is in your DNA. These are flip sides of the same coin. However, the overall view of the proof, there are people who see this abstractly and those who see it graphically, but in any case, an overall view. Poincaré considers this overview unteachable and thus condemns those without it to understanding mathematics but not creating it if they have sufficient memory or even to an inability to understand it in all its addition and not catering it if they do not have a powerful memory. Bieberbach distinguishes between Germanic I types who let the influence of experience stream into them, and S types who only value those things in reality which their intellect infers in it. His teaching of mathematics was oriented towards the concreteness of its application in order to educate German youth with the type of mathematics suitable to the Aryan race. It was therefore a racial, not DNA distinction, unlike Poincaré's non-racial DNA concept, which did not in any case square well with historical reality to the point of requiring continuous revisions and the addition of internal nuances in order to reconcile its descriptions of mathematicians with those who really existed. The presentation Brouwer gave of Intuitionism contained no reference to race. Nevertheless, in the Stanford Encyclopedia entry Brouwer, we find the following statements about Brouwer's mathematical and philosophical 9 notebooks towards his dissertation. Some remarks betray a form of anti-Semitism that unfortunately often appeared in language at the time as codification of a common prejudice. An occasional remark goes further and contrasts Jewish people unfavorably to Germanic ones. Therefore, Brouwer's juvenile remarks on the Jews deserve here a further analysis to point out the link with his Weltanschauung. They have been transcribed and studied by John Cupier in his 2004 thesis, Ideas and Explorations, Brouwer's Road to Intuitionism. They are basically notes that appear as aphorisms. Over and over, he blames the Jews for having constructed a mathematics aimed at controlling the external world separated from the self. How the Jews thought through mathematics control the farmers, and the farmers through mathematics control the cows. Mathematics is part of a cultural engineering which has been commercialized. Life has no special needs. Only the Jews can see the world of mechanisms, part of the world as a partial aspect of a mechanism, and then also see you as a mechanism and thus pull the soil under your feet because they saw the bottom in you as necessarily acting in the mechanism. Seeing you as a mechanism is only possible for them because they see the world as something outside themselves. They are divided in the head. For you then appear in your world the evil which you have to suffer. A human being feels looser from the world than an animal, can live higher, but as a flip side is more susceptible to Jewishness. All these investigations thus lead to the result that mathematics in life is the first stage of sin. You can only tampering with it as a hindrance. It can only be defended as the frivolous entertainment of building, but it is a trick of the Jews to place this in the full movement of life. Not a wise man does not participate in the frivolities, or even less in the tricks of the Jews. But then again, he feels that as long as the gates to the worlds are not open for him, he has to learn to participate in all earthly misery, grateful for his weakness and incapability in that business, and without in that company, and without bondage. Here appears the core of his Weltanschauung, according to which the kingdom of serenity lies for man in being enclosed within himself in contact with his soul, but destinedly obliges him during this journey that is our life to leave his interiority, letting reason put a demarcation between him and the world, and then trying to dominate the latter through mathematics, reducing the nature to a mechanism. This core had also appeared in Life, Art, and Mysticism, and it would reappear at the 1948 conference Consciousness, Philosophy, and Mathematics. What was not and would not be present in these two works is the apostrophizing of the demarcation between self and the world, and of the mathematics in general as Jewish. This fact that he was able to present his thought without these references make it clear that they did not form the basis of his thought, that they did not constitute it. Furthermore, we can stop and feel the tone in which he expressed the opposition between we Germans and the Jews. The reason made the world ready to be attacked by the Jews in the partition of the three dimensions, and thus to be forced to live in three dimension. And for ourselves, free Germans, the three dimensions make sensibly only as frivolity. A German does not do mathematics on his own accord, but is forced to go along with the fools and Jews who brought it into this world. It is in the same haughty, over-the-top tone that had appeared in his letters of those years to his friend Karnel Adama van Scheltima in 1904, in which he called himself and his friend kings, disavowed to socialist inclinations, and recommended him take care that over hasty ambition will not lead us out of yearning for quick success to assimilation and to consorting with low company. The anti-Semitical framework that Van Atten in his entry defines as common prejudice of the period was better suited than socialism to the ambitious impulses that the young Brouwer felt within himself, but it did not forge his mathematics, as evidenced by the fact that the stereotypical contraposition between Jew and German would never be proposed by Brouwer, not even in the period of the Nazi occupation of Holland. Also, Van Adden's entry concludes no such utterances are known from other periods in his life. There's no meaningful connection between his fleeting anti-Semitism and the philosophical views on mathematics, language, and society he set out in his dissertation and developed over the rest of his life. Regarding Brouwer's personal stance on Nazi ideology, we know at the end of World War II, he was tried by the Committee of Restoration, which found him guilty of the following actions: the posting of the advice that students could sign the loyalty declaration without essential scruple, and reposting it after the statement of the exiled government in London, the opposition in the Senate to the resistance movements of the professors and the students, the financial assistance to the Netherlands Volksdienst. When the minister received the statement, he sent a reprimand to Brouwer but left the university free to reinstate him. Eventually, Brouwer was reinstated. Nevertheless, it is interesting to understand the motivations that led Brouwer to each of the above actions in order to realize how involved he was in Nazi ideology. The first two actions referred to a strong request put by the Secretary of Education in 1943. Each student had to sign a declaration of loyalty to the German commands enforced in the Netherlands if he or she wanted to follow courses or take part in examinations. Two meetings of the Senate took place in March and April. A first draft of the Senate statement concluded that if the ordinance were carried out in the given form, the members of the Senate had no choice but to resign. Brouwer presented an alternative statement with the deletion of the final passage. This represented his action. Furthermore, he encouraged the students to sign the loyalty declaration required to attend courses, even after the exiled government had expressed a negative opinion, an aim to keep the university running in order to allow students to take their exams. Finally, the German Association, which had been set up by the occupiers in order to replace all existing charities in the Netherlands, Brouwer made his contribution because his hope that the funds would actually go to the needy Dutch people, regardless of their ideologies, had been strengthened by seeing a fellow communist receive a grant from the association. We have seen that Brouwer did not link Intuitionists to race, but made it an obligation for all men in order to practice mathematics without excessively compromising their mystical inner serenity. The purpose of his foundational vision might be said to have been for the sake of good, taking for granted that all men have the same inner lives, while at the same time failing to demonstrate the possibility of other minds. Gradually, over the course of his inner considerations on the intuition of the time, he discovers the faculty to construct natural numbers, species, and free choice sequences, from which he then proceeded to construct all mathematics in a creative way. He followed no specific rules, but rather checked the evidence, the intuitiveness of each step by experiencing the sense of correctness that also an accountant has when the results come to him. While to Brouwer, all his notions generated by the intuition of time appeared equally evident, some intuitionists cast doubt on these. Of these, it was Gris who challenged Brouwer's notion of negation as contradicting an initial sketch of a construction, namely, intuitionist construction should be evident at every step, but what evidence can there be of the initial step in a construction that is never built? Brouwer responded to this by showing that the non-acceptance of the notion of negation would impoverish mathematics. However, such an answer would seem to be limited by the fact that it could backfire on the whole intuitionism, subjecting classical mathematics to considerable mutilation. Heyting, on the other hand, addressed this issue along with the other criticisms of the intuitiveness of Brouwer in concepts, the notion of free choice sequence, organizing the various notions along the scale of degrees of evidence, and admitted without specifically labeling it a kind of pluralism within intuitionism, underlying, however, that the distinction between those who call themselves intuitionists, while disagreeing with each other on the admissible mathematical entities, and those who do not remains clearly visible because intuitionists limit their acceptance on the existence of mathematical entities proposed by classical mathematicians. Unlike Brouwer, however, Heyting did not claim that intuitionism was the mathematics to convince others of, but stated that it was possible for some people to believe in the existence of entities, and not only mathematical ones, that were unacceptable for others. This was not a problem. Logics would be generated linguistic symbolic transcriptions of the two mathematics, which would differ because they originate from different mathematics. This is the crux of Heyting's logical pluralism, derives from his mathematical pluralism, and his adherence to the principle of tolerance. Tolerance, however, might not be the most appropriate expression because it does not necessarily involve dialogue between the parties, whereas Heyting desired and sought dialogue. In particular, he wanted to be able to make the other side understand what his mathematics consisted of as well. Hence, the most appropriate expression is dialogue. Heyting proposed logical pluralism and tirelessly sought dialogue. Okay, that one was really long, and I'm glad I got through all of it. And if anyone's still here. So looks like I still got a minion. So if anyone is watching, I appreciate you tuning in. Not much action in the chat, but yeah, I thought that one was extremely important. It looks, there's no way I'm going to get to all of these. This one on the epistemological theory of argument, how and why. I will return to this one. I'll put it in the chat. This one's important. Maybe I'll do this 2 weeks from now. Next week, maybe I'll do some chess stuff. And then the week after, hopefully I'll cover this on the epistemological theory of arguments, how and why, and then debate prep for hopefully will be the modern day debate. So let me just grab a drink and then we'll look at some more Brouwer, and because this is really important. A lot of this is technical, and with the metaphysics and the mathematics and the Vienna Circle, and our modern world, and the rise and fall of German idealism, and to some extent, German idealism is making a comeback, possibly even in the the term of the rise of anti-Semitism, of the deeper intellectual spectrum of German idealism, and an opposition to a Judaic worldview. And how exactly was that seen? But these deeper levels of philosophy, metaphysics, and even things like mathematics and logic. So these distinctions between logicism, formalism, and intuitionism are extremely important, and we will continue. So let me just take a quick break. Okay, so this article from the same author, Miriam Franchella from Italy, has a lot of German untranslated. So, it's long, but I'm just going to skip the German parts. And unfortunately, the German parts are important, but they're not translated. And my German's pretty weak. A little, tiny bit of German, but, so that one dealt, some interesting thing because it involved racism and Jewish question and Nazi involvement. This one more takes a long philosophical view and talks more about, that one was almost completely on intuitionism. So this next article is more on the different schools of logicism, formalism, and intuitionism, where logicism is the view of like Frege and Russell, and formalism, the view of Hilbert. And so some of the stuff we covered, and the week after, if I have the ability to prepare, I will cover more of the I'll return to the biography series. So this week I'm going to be doing the Greek precursors and talking about Platonic forms, Aristotle and Plato's metaphysics, and skepticism, innateness, and the long history of Platonism. And you'll see some going all the way to Brouwer. And then the week after, I hope to return to the Portraits biography series, and I might cover the creation of the modern science with include like Poincaré and Helmholtz, and maybe Klein. I'll have to see exactly who, but there'll be big overlap. So if anyone's still listening, let's do it. Shaping the Enemy: Foundational Labeling by L.E.J. Brouwer and Heyting. The use of the three labels, logicism, formalism, intuitionism, to denote the three foundational schools of the early 20th century are now part of the literature, yet neither their number nor their adoption had been stable over the 20th century. They were not introduced by the founding fathers of each school, namely neither Frege nor Russell spoke of logicism, or even Hilbert did not use the word formalism to introduce his foundational programs. At a certain point, only Brouwer used the label Intuitionism in his scientific production to personify his philosophy of mathematics, and he used the label Formalism for Hilbert's foundational viewpoint. Starting with Brouwer, the origin of the use of these three labels to represent the foundational meaning will be analyzed in this paper. Thereafter, the role that Brouwer's pupil Arend Heyting had in the production and the use of foundational labels will be considered. On the basis of the comparison of the attitudes of these two scholars, I will finally advance the thesis that not only the creation but also the use of these labels, far from being a mere gesture of academic reference to literature, can be a sign of the cultural operation each scholar wanted to do. In this introduction, in this paper, we will see the role and the attitude that Ludwig, Egbertus, John Brouwer, and Arend Heyting had in the production and the use of the three foundational labels, logicism, formalism, intuitionism. After a very intriguing series of events, it begins with Brouwer's dissertation in 1907. Brouwer used the label at hand in his foundational market, those mentioned in the mathematical philosophical journals by Cantor, Poincaré, Hilbert, Couturat, and Russell, such as axiomatics, Cantorianism, and logistics, as proposed by Couturat. We do not find logicism because this foundational label only appeared in 1928, nor do we find intuitionism because Brouwer had not chosen any for his viewpoint. In his PhD thesis, Brouwer analyzed the various foundational approaches starting from his own, which was the correct one, and the differences that lay in it explained the failure of all the other approaches. He began with an analysis of his viewpoints about mathematics. It consisted of mental constructions and was independent from logical laws, although it expressed in the form of argumentation, deduction of properties by means of a chain of syllogisms, even proof by contradiction, reductio ad absurdum, requires a construction, namely one begins with a construction according to the definition expressed in the theorem, which at a certain point can no longer go, even in the case one observes something. He does not think of a law. I simply perceive that the construction no longer goes, that the required structure cannot be embedded in the given basic structure, and when I make this observation, I do not think of a principium contradictionis. After such mental constructions are performed, there can be the will or the need to describe them to other people so that they themselves can build something analogous, and by looking at the linguistic expression of mathematical constructions, it is possible to discover a regularity in the combination of words. Here's a mathematical system is projected, and the man calls such a sentence an application of logical law. The mathematical study of this part of mathematical language is called by Brouwer theoretical logic. The mathematical study of the whole of mathematical language is the content of logistic. It can be traced back to Leibniz, but has been fully developed in the last 20 years. Both theoretical logic and logistic are considered by Brouwer as empirical sciences as they are applied mathematics, and for this reason they do not give us any information about the organization and functioning of the human intellect. There would be better reasons to reckon them under ethnography than under psychology. Moreover, the idea that by means of such linguistic structures we can obtain knowledge of mathematics apart from that which can be constructed by direct intuitionism is mistaken. On this basis, he began to analyze the various foundations of mathematics of his time, foundation on axioms, Cantor's transfinite numbers, the Peano-Russell logistics, and the logical foundation after Hilbert. The first field concerned recent research by Pasteur, Hilbert, Peano, Poincaré, and pointed out some failings with Euclidean geometry, axioms that tacitly introduced here and there. However, Brouwer stigmatized that their targets were not Euclidean imperfections but pathological geometries. They constructed linguistic structures and required proof of consistency, but nobody proved that consistency was a sufficient condition to exist mathematically. The second field that Brouwer considered was Cantorianism, that he criticized because Cantor loses contact with the firm ground of mathematics in his definition of the second number class, in particular the concept of der Ibengriff Aller. He mentioned something which cannot be thought of, for a totality constructed by means of and so on could only be thought of if and so on refers to an order type omega of equal objects, and this was not the case. Then he focuses on Peano and Russell's treatment of logic. Brouwer saw it as an attempt to put a remedy on the fact that classical logic is inadequate for mathematics. The logisticians considered the propositional functions as the free origin of logic and mathematics, utter as such various sentences were built in falsely presumed analogy to mathematical properties, and they postulate that these sentences define classes and that it is allowed to reason about these classes according to the laws of classical logic. Brouwer also affirmed, but in the intellect one cannot give a linguistic system of statements and propositional functions priority over mathematics, for no assertion about the external world can be intelligently made besides those that presuppose a mathematical system that has been projected on the external world. Therefore, it is not surprising that they, like the Cantorians, collided against contradictions, as per the extension of classical logic represented in logistics by the logic of relations. Brouwer stated, it is self-evident that in the language which accompanies mathematics, the succession of words obey certain laws, but to consider these laws as directing the building up of mathematics, it is therein that the mistakes lie. The conclusion that he draws about logistics was that it was not suitable as foundation of mathematics because it was separate from mathematics, the best to which it could aim was being a faithful stenographic copy of the language of mathematics, which itself is not mathematics, but no more than a defective expedient for men to communicate mathematics to each other and to aid their memory for mathematics. Therefore, he turned to Hilbert, who gave the most uncompromising conclusion to the methods we attack, which illustrates most lucidly their inadequacies. In particular, Hilbert aimed at achieving consistency proofs for various parts of mathematics. He aspired to start from nothing and to develop mathematics and logic together, but he intuitively applied all the laws of logic and even complete induction. Furthermore, the consistency of the linguistic system, deduced by means of mathematical intuition, did not prove the mathematical intuition. Finally, he stressed that Hilbert was even more open to criticism than the logicians, because in his work there was a list of confusing stages. 1. Construction of intuitive mathematical systems. 2. Mathematical speaking or writing. 3. The mathematical study of language. We notice logical linguistic structures raised according to the principles from ordinary logic or thought or through the logic of relations. 4. Forgetting the sense of the elements of the logical figures of 2, and imitating the construction of these figures by new mathematical systems of second order. 5. The language that may accompany 4. 6. The mathematical study of language in 5. 7. Forgetting the sense of the elements that the logical figures in 5, and imitating the construction of these figures by new mathematical systems of third order. 8. The language that may accompany 7. In each paragraph of Hilbert's, he pointed what stage Hilbert referred to exactly and when he jumped from one stage to the other. Brouwer believed that Poincaré criticized both logistics and Cantorianism by blaming the Petito principle in the former and with reference to the actual infinite in the latter. According to Brouwer, Poincaré only dealt with the surface of the matter and not the core. Hereby, the confusion between the act of constructing mathematics and the language that accompanies it. Poincaré did not found mathematics on construction. In particular, he wrote, it is important to underline that in Brouwer's dissertation, Frege was not mentioned. In the first volume of Brouwer's collected work, in the footnote Heyting, as the editor stated, Brouwer seems not to have known Frege's work. He never mentioned it. Coupier stated that Brouwer was at least familiar with some of Frege's work and can be concluded from the following. In the first place, he attended the lectures by Henri, who discussed Frege's work in the foundation of mathematics. Secondly, Brouwer referred on one occasion in his network to an article by Frege in which Frege reacted on Hilbert's book with the same title. In his synopsis of the notebooks, Brouwer again referred to that. Nevertheless, Brouwer believed that Russell, not Frege, was his target in logistics. Coupier stressed that in 1907, Frege works were both available at the University of Amsterdam Library. According to information acquired by the university, Frege's work was neglected by mathematicians at the time, presumably because the symbolism he used was rather forbidding, and Russell's influence was far greater, and hence he was often read instead. A Fluent, God bless. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. around 1912. In 1908, the article where he criticized the principle of the excluded middle, Brouwer referred to the foundational school by stating that the recent paradox created skepticism in the free use of logic in mathematics. Therefore, some mathematicians abandoned the idea that logic is presupposed in mathematics and tried to build both sciences in parallel by using the methods of logistics founded by Peano. He concluded that stating that the basic intuition of mathematics was unavoidable and we should attain to what can be developed from it, but he did not coin a label for this viewpoint. It was only in the 1911 review of Henri volume that Brouwer suddenly introduced the contrast between intuitionism and formalism. The author defends the formalist concept, which has also been advocated by Dedekind, Peano, Russell, Hilbert, and Zermelo against intuitionists like Poincaré and Brouwer, for instance. The formalist conception recognizes no other mathematics than the mathematical language, and it considers it essential to draw up definitions and axioms and to deduce these other propositions by means of logical principles, which are also explicitly formulated beforehand. After defining formalism, Brouwer wondered what could have been the reason for accepting those axioms and mentioned Russell's answer, which was to verify the logical existence of mathematical entities, and Hilbert's answer, which was to verify the logical figure of contradiction that could not be derived by the axioms. He ended by emphasizing that both Russell and Hilbert could not do without the intuitive application of complete induction, and therefore they have invigorated by their reasoning rather intuitionism than formalism. Furthermore, he added that Monterey could criticize intuitionism because he only had Poincaré's version of it, and this produced 2 weak points: the rejection of every infinite number, including the denumerable, and the identification of mathematical existence with non-contradictoriness. Brouwer was sure that it is only after these mistakes had been redressed and after the basic intuition of tuity had been accepted that intuitionism becomes invulnerable. In Monterey's book, two opposite viewpoints about mathematics are described: Kantianism and symbolismus. Thus, the question arises how Brouwer came to employ these names. Hessling affirmed he presented three possible explanations for the label intuitionalism. Brouwer coined the term influenced by Kant, Schopenhauer, and Poincaré. He took the term from Felix, Klein, or Henri Bergson. He got the term from morality theory. Such use was supported by Klausberg and Dubislav. As for the label formalism, Hessling stressed that Frege argued strongly against Tame's view using words such as formal and formal arithmetic, but he did not call Tame's view formalism, nor would he know if Brouwer actually knew anything about such dispute. Hessling concluded, whatever the origin of the names may be, it is a fact that in the 1920s, people involved in the foundational debate saw the term intuitionalism and formalism as coined by Brouwer. Bernays, looking back at the debate from the 1970s, even claimed that the three terms intuition, formalism, and logicism originated from Brouwer. In order to consider the matter in detail, we must mention Felix Klein's first Evanston lecture, where he placed mathematics in three main categories: logicians, formalists, and intuitionists. The word logician is here used, of course, without reference to the mathematical logic of Peirce. It is only intended to indicate that the main strength of the men belonging to this class lies in their logical and critical power, in their ability to give strict definitions and to derive rigid deductions therefrom. He quoted Karl Weierstrass as an example. Then he stated that the formalists mainly excelled in the formal usage of a given question in devising for it an algorithm. He used Paul Gordon, Arthur Cayley, and James Sylvester as examples. Finally, he wrote, to the intuitionists belong those who lay particular stress on geometrical intuition, Anschauung, not in purely geometry only, but in all branches of mathematics. What Benjamin Peirce has called geometrizing a mathematical question seems to express the same idea. Lord Kelvin and Carl von Stout were examples. We see that the labels formalism and intuitionism are coined, but their meanings are different to Brouwer's one. In his book, Monterey introduced the contraposition, Kantianism, symbolism in the index, in the third group of topics in the first chapter and the second part of the book about mathematical logic. In the inner pages of the book, we find Kantianismus as committed mainly to Poincaré. The authors quoted on the opposite side were Giuseppe Peano, Louis Cordoret, and Hilbert. Symbolismus was explicitly named as a Werkzeug for a better understanding of judgments, where Monterey expressed his own opinion about the non-contradictoriness of formal systems. In particular, Monterey believed that the impossibility of individuating elements both inside nature and inside consciousness that are continuous. More specifically, every element of consciousness is in infinite ways related to former elements, remembrances, and to future elements' expectations. Only on a conventional level, with an aim target, can we decide to point out elements and to the special relationships between them. Language could help us on a conventional level to keep our elements fixed. Therefore, mathematics, with its unities, had no intrinsic exactness, but unity could be an arbitrarily chosen element of consciousness. Hence, mathematics was founded on psychology. The stability of mathematics was better sustained by forms of language that have strong stability, symbolic language. Consequently, Monterey, among symbolism and Kantianism, was a symbolist, but on a realistic level, he referred to both Hegel and Nietzsche. Mathematics was a human product containing only relative truths relative to human purposes and language. He specified that non-contradictoriness was the warranty of mathematical certainty, of mathematical absolute truth, because truth, falsity are always relative. The task of explaining why we are so adverse to contradictory systems belongs to psychology. In a footnote, Monterey said that among other unnamed Kantier was Ariel Edmund Voss, according to what he sustained in his 1908 lecture. In particular, Voss defended formalism. Therefore, the label formalismus for the enemies of the Kantianismus was in that footnote. Thus, it could have been a direct source for Brouwer's choice of the labels. We can imagine that Brouwer decided to change the label Kantianismus for his foundational school in order to point out the originality of his own opinion, even though he admitted his debt towards Kant, since the intuition of tuity had been used by him as the key for granting the invulnerability of his opinion. It seems reasonable that he used the label Intuitionism, even though it had a different meaning in Klein's work. Then, once he had decided to change the core of the two labels from Kantianism, it was natural to change the other symbolism, which was more unstable inside the book and had already been substituted by formalism in a footnote. In 1912, in his introductory lecture, Intuitionism and Formalism, Brouwer stated that there were two main points of view that founded the exactness of mathematics. The question where mathematical exactness does exist is answered differently by the two sides. The intuitionist says in the human intellect, the formalist says on paper. He traced an old form of intuitionalism back to Kant, but also added that Kant's intuitionalism was weak. It became more realistic when he abandoned a priority of space and built mathematics only on intuition of time. Brouwer described formalists as scholars starting from the theory that exact images of straight lines or of large numbers, larger than 3, for example, are not available to reason. Then they concluded that such entities do not have existence in our conception of nature any more than in nature itself, but they based their non-mathematical conviction on the legitimacy of their systems, on the efficacy of their projection into nature. For the formalist, therefore, mathematical exactness consists namely in the method of developing a series of relations, and for the consistent formalist, these meaningless series of relations to which mathematics are reduced have mathematical existence only when they have been represented in spoken or written language, together with the mathematical logical laws upon which the development depends, thus forming what is called symbolic logic. In order to be sure of the consistency of the language that they used, formalists avoided daily language and introduced new ones. Piano was labeled as a formalist. His symbolism is criticized as something that can be only read by a few of the initiated. According to Brouwer, intuitionists and formalists agreed on finite sets. In that field, the two others differ solely in their method, not in the results. On the contrary, when infinite sets are considered, the formalist introduces various concepts completely meaningless to the intuitionalist, such as the set whose elements are the points of space, the set whose elements are the continuous function of a variable. Brouwer ended his lecture by stating that he saw no chance that an agreement in a finite period could be reached. He quoted Poincaré. Brouwer in 1927. Okay, Jenny, welcome back. So, yeah, these schools of mathematics, of logicism, formalism, and Intuitionism are extremely important. And there's going to be a lot of German here, so I'll try to get the most from this article because there's a lot of important stuff in it. And this is probably the best article I could find on it. So I'm just going to have to skip the German parts and get the most that I can. Brouwer 1927. 1927, the year of Brouwer's Berlin series. In 1991, Van Dalen published Brouwer's manuscript of lessons. The same structure can be read in the post-war years when Brouwer, after a long pause caused by his falling out with Hilbert, began to publish and lecture around the world. In the first chapter, he distinguishes three periods. The first, which lasted until the 19th century, was characterized by the belief of the existence of properties of time and space independent from language and logic, and was called by Brouwer the Kantian viewpoint. The first period finished as a result of non-Euclidean geometry and the theory of relativity that ended the belief of Kantian theory of space and allowed mathematics to be based on a theory of numbers. Therefore, the second period is characterized by the arithmetization of geometry, which was enhanced by the important role that was played by logic in the process in linking the mathematical propositions. Meanwhile, the pre-intuitionist school of Conacher, Poincaré, Borel, and Lebesgue. Brouwer also underlined that pre-intuitionalism continued to apply logic, including the principium trite exclusae, confidently even after the discovery of logical antinomies. The new formalistic school belonged to the same period and was represented by Hilbert, Bernays, Ackermann, and von Neumann. At the end of this period of the existence of natural numbers and the non-contradictoriness of their theory was based on the contrary. A linguistic proof of non-contradictoriness of the theory of the continuum is looked for, presupposing a trust of the four Aristotelian logic principles. And the third period was characterized by the two acts of intuitionalism. Brouwer explained his criticism of the principle of the excluded middle and the doubt stemming from such criticism. In particular, it was based on logic, which was no longer trustable. The answer came from the second Handlung, consisting in self-exploiting of the intuition. The book was committed in explaining that Handlung. Brouwer maintained that the two labels that had already been introduced, formalism and intuitionalism, by adding a Kantian viewpoint that in the 1912 lecture simply belonged to intuitionalism, and that in his final work will disappear. Furthermore, he distinguished two standpoints in each label, an old pre and a new one. As Van Dalen remarked in his works before 1927, Brouwer defines his own intuitionalism as neo-intuitionalism. This label was present also in the first draft of the lesson, but the prefix neo was canceled by the author. In Brouwer's later papers, his intuitionalism will always be called intuitionalism, while Poincaré and Burrell's viewpoint will be considered as pre-intuitionalist. Van Dalen stressed that a good amount of self-consciousness was already present in Brouwer's early scientific years in the choice of the label new intuitionism that defined the position only at one person in the world. Nevertheless, in 1927, Brouwer's self-consciousness had become greater, and particularly used intuitionalism for his opinion and pre-intuitionalism for the French school. By doing so, Brouwer could highlight that his intuitionalism was an endpoint of a finalized path and not a variant of an already existing school. Brouwer, 1928. 1928 was an abundant year for Brouwer's work. He published the paper Intuitionalist and held two lectures in Vienna. In his 1928 lecture, Brouwer went with his duel against formalism and listed four viewpoints that the intuitionalists asserted, and that he was sure that sooner or later also formalists would share. This would mark the end of the Grundlagenstreit, and from that time on, the choice between formalism and intuitionalism would only be a question of taste. The four viewpoints mentioned here were: the formalists aim to build a formal image of mathematics, while they also have an intuitive theory of the laws of such a construction. Namely, they admit that intuitionalist mathematics of the integers is indispensable for the intuitive theory. The refusal of blind application of the principles of the excluded middle, which has a sure validity only for finite domains. The identification of the principle of the excluded middle with the principle of the solvability of every mathematical problem. The knowledge that justifying formalistic mathematics through the proof of its non-contradictoriness contains a vicious cycle. It is founded on the law that allows to move from the double negation to the affirmation, but this law is based in its turn on the principle of the excluded middle. Before giving counterexamples of the principle of the excluded middle, interpreted intuitionistically, Brouwer stressed that formalists had not concluded anything as far as their certainty of mathematics was concerned, while intuitionists had the sound basis for their mathematics. In Mathematics, Wissenschaft und Sprache, Mathematics, Science, and Language, 1929, Brouwer pointed out the difference between pure mathematics developed out of the intuition of non-dual unity and the mathematical observation of the world, the application of mathematics to the sensible world. Then he mentioned the language that comes after the mathematical construction. It cannot be used to develop mathematics itself. He mentioned the formalistic school and declared that its fault resided in its belief in classical logic. The origin of such belief consisted in the fact that their laws were trustable when they were referred to finite domains, but this trustworthiness led men to a superstitious faith in the miraculous power of language. There was no need of checking whether there was a reality corresponding to an assert logically derived from some axioms. Their derivability was itself a warranty of existence. Among philosophers, this attitude led to consider as ideal truths concepts that contradicted the perceptual data. If some doubts about the deduction leading to such falsities were risen, then a modification of axioms was proposed. Logical laws were never touched. Mathematicians did the same. They applied logical laws to infinite domains without hesitations and produced ideal truths when they crashed against the contradictions placed by an unlimited application of axioms of comprehension. At first, they tried to rearrange the axioms, and when that failed, they tried that required only limited amputations in mathematics. Hence, the intuitionists contrasted the formalists. Once again, intuitionists destroyed confidence in logical laws when they applied to infinite domains by giving counterexamples to the validity of the principle of the excluded middle in those domains and criticized formalists for building a linguistic castle inside of a mathematical building. In The Structure of Continuums, 1930, was devoted to explaining the novelty of Brouwer's work of the continuum through the exploitation of the dual unity in terms of lawless sequences. In order to do this, Brouwer pointed out the different approaches to the continuum recent history of mathematics. This partition among schools was expressed as follows. His opinion was called intuitionist. Then there were formalists stemming from Dedekind, Peano, Russell, Zermelo, and Hilbert, who only paid attention to mathematical language and avoided the production of contradictions in the theorization of the continuum, and old intuitions stemming from Poincaré and Brouwer, for whom only the denumeral part of the continuum had a content, could be built by constructive means starting from the intuition of dual unity, while for the more than denumerable continuum, the reference to a linguistic source is necessary. In 1928, Brouwer had a terrible argument with Hilbert. Hilbert refounded the Mathematical Annual to cast him off as the editorial committee. Although the other editors tried to swallow the bitter pill, Brouwer felt very hurt. From 1930 to 1948, he stopped his publications except for a few minor ones. Logicism as the label of the horizon, its philosophical precursors, Wundt, Grus, Ziehen, Clausberg, and Dubislav. Being part of the literature of foundation of mathematics, the term logicism appeared in different occasions in philosophical texts at the beginning of the 20th century by Wilhelm Wundt, Karl Grus, Theodor Ziehen, Johannes Clausberg, and Walter Dubislav. Wilhelm Wundt. The term logismus appeared in 1910 in Wundt's Psychology and Logic. He stated that the two terms were new with respect to their intended use. They represented two views about philosophy, and in the sense they were as old as philosophy itself. Karl Grus. In 1912, Karl Grus analyzed some forms of dualism in philosophy and their solutions. He saw in Cohn's statement a certain approach to radical logicism. Furthermore, when presenting two methods to analyze the knowledge, he pointed out a contraposition. Finally, he defined naive logicism as a logicism. So this part, there's a lot of German, so just get a little bit of the wisdom here. And Theodor Zehlen in 1914, Theodor Zehlen, who had inherited the label logicism from Edmund Husserl, anti-psychologistic logic from Ludwig Buss, changed it to logismus by defining it as follows. In 1920, kept the word logicism from an epistemological viewpoint, among other independent five ones opposed to the psychological, sensational, inductive right. According to him, logicism affirmed the existence of a rein logistius in addition to the authors Herzl and Bolzano were contemplated. Furthermore, also Windelmann and Rickart and the representative so-called Wertheristiker logismus. Finally, Lutz and Teichmuller are labeled as semi-logists because both of them affirm the existence of das Logische, but they didn't explain how. Zane also expressed his opinion about logicism. He stated that it started from the right idea, the distinction between logic and psychology. That is to say that logic looked for the correct thought and not for its effective development. Still, logicism was wrong because it separated logic and psychology, and thus logische was seen as a third domain. As per Frege and Russell, Zian mentioned them with the label mathematical logic and saw a link with logicism only for the fact that some logicists considered the general set theory as part of pure logic. Johannes Klausberg and Walter Dubislav in 1923. The Werder book mentioned above was published by Klausberg and Dubislav. We have already seen that they presented the label Intuitionism. Our attention must be focused on the other label they introduced, logicism. The first entry in which the label appears was ethics, as a kind of answer to the question about the essence of ethical norms. The second entry was logic mathematics. They specified that logistic, mathematical logic, and algebraic logic were synonyms of what referred to the first meaning of logic. In connection with this meaning, the authors inserted mathematics as the totality of pure mathematics and applied mathematics. Finally, they specified that it was possible to consider logic as either dependent on or independent from psychology, the theory of knowledge in metaphysics. If one believed that logic was presupposed by all the other sciences, then his viewpoint had to be called logiste. Then in 1926, Dubislav alone presented a tripartite relationship between logic and mathematics. Referring to Russell's viewpoint, mathematics was completely reducible to logic. Brouwer's viewpoint, logic was based on mathematics. In Hilbert's viewpoint, logic was independent, but mathematics used logical rules in its theorem, but without labeling. In his first issue, Dubislav published where he pointed out four Grundrichten. In the first viewpoint, he also dealt with Brouwerian intuitionism by mentioning the author's distinction between old and new intuitionism. Dubislav saw a common element between all intuitionism, intuition as the basis of mathematics. He described formalism as the statement that mathematics and logic are not sciences, Wissenschaften, but calculations, where one could derive from arbitrary initial formulas, other formulas according to certain arbitrary rules of operation. And in the footnote, he referred to logicism by distinguishing between that represented by Russell, which affirmed that mathematics could be reduced to logic and consisted of a system of analytical truths, and the logicism represented by Wittgenstein, which affirmed that mathematics and logic were systems of tautologies, judgments, true and a priori, and have nothing to do with reality. This viewpoint is confirmed in his 1931 paper and 1932 booklet, even though logicism is no longer presented as a precursor to formalism. Logicism as a label in Foundations of Mathematics, Frankel and Carnap. In the years 1928 to 31, the label logicism also appeared in the Foundation of Mathematics thanks to Abraham Frankel and Rudolf Carnap. Abraham Frankel, in 1928, in his revised edition, Frankel distinguished the set theory, logicism, intuitionism, and formalism by specifying that he preferred logicism, although he assigned intuitionism the merit for pointing out in the foundations of analysis and set theory. Brouwer's concept of construction seemed too unclear for him, and he was willing to give up classical mathematics only because it showed some misconduct in some of its margins. As for formalism, he didn't believe that such a program could succeed because the value of signs didn't seem to be crucial in mathematics. Furthermore, even if the program were to be successful, and even if its focus was only on signs, he didn't see enough of a reason to define certain systems of axioms to mathematics instead of another, and he didn't understand how the applicability of such axioms to nature could be possible. His preference for the logicism was not only due to the will that the difficulties linked to the reducibility axiom could be solved, but insofar as the other schools were not successful too, he could count this as a proof of the limits of human thought regarding such questions. He appreciated the use of axiomatic method in logicism. He stressed that the three foundations were not, but it was possible to put them in a neat list, and they were not exhaustive. A fourth school could be introduced or reclaimed from an old relinquished perspective. A conciliation among the schools was impossible at his days. Frankel separated logistics and logicismus. He stressed that the first label was not univocal because it was used in literature to indicate formal aspects of the new logic that had been developed in the 19th century, algebra of logic, symbolic logic, etc., and used for the foundational point of view. Therefore, he believed that it was better to indicate the foundational school through a specific label, Logistimus. Rudolf Carnap, in 1928, in his Abriv paper on logic, Carnap introduced the logic by stressing that the whole mathematics was a branch of it. In his footnote, he listed Zelen, Meinung, and the three scholars of the Geneva 1904 symposium, Koderit, Edelson, and Lalande, and those who had proposed the label. Then he specified, thus in 1929, he seemed to use logismus more in a general philosophy sense than with a mathematical foundational meaning. As also the following year, in the first issue of the journal, he introduced the new method of doing philosophy as logical analysis of the concepts, referring to what he would later call logicism, but without using that label. Only in 1931, Carnap introduced in the Proceedings of the Königsberg Colloquium, published in the second volume, three different foundational schools that he labeled as logicism, intuitionism, formalism. The aim of the Congress was to make a budget for the situation at the beginning of the 30s. The school that he represented was logicism, and he pointed out the relationship between mathematics and logic as one of the most intriguing matters concerning the problem of foundations. He stated that logicism saw mathematics as part of logic, so that mathematical concepts were deducible from logical concepts and mathematical theorems were provable starting from logical asserts. Carnap saw the very problem of logicism in the will of avoiding both axiom and reducibility in the division of real numbers into different orders. Then he also looked for similarities among the various schools. The similarity between logicism and intuitionism consisted in the fact that for both of them, no concept could only be built on the axiomatic basis. Concepts had to be constructed out of undefined basic properties of a given domain according to some rules of constructions in a finite number of steps. The similarity between logicist and formalist consisted in the fact that during the deduction in both cases, no reference to the meaning of the words was considered. Brouwer, the final solution. We have seen that in his 1927 Berliner lectures, Brouwer had introduced the difference between the old formalism and the new formalism. One could expect that in 1931 he could have used Gödel's result as a weapon against formalists, but he did not. On this purpose, Hao Wang reported, in the spring of 1961, I visited Brouwer at his home. He discoursed widely on many subjects. Among other things, he said that he did not think Gödel's incompleteness results are as important as Heyting's formalizations of intuitionist reasoning, because to him Gödel's results are obviously true. Van Atten observed that Brouwer's reaction to the first incompleteness theorem was understandable. Undeniably, it had been Brouwer's argument that he had stimulated Gödel in finding the first theorem. As reported in Carnap's diary note in December 12, 1929, he stated that Gödel spoke about the inexhaustibility of mathematics and declared to have been stimulated into the idea during Brouwer's lecture in Vienna on that day. In an alleged paper, Carnap wrote what Gödel told him. We admitted legitimate mathematics certain reflections on the grammar of language that concerns the empirical. If one seeks to formalize such mathematics, then with each formalization there are problems which one can understand and express in ordinary language, but cannot express in the given formalized language. It follows Brouwer that mathematics is inexhaustible. One must always again draw fresh from the fountain of intuition. There is therefore no characteristic universal for the whole of mathematics and no decision procedure for the whole of mathematics. In each and every closed language, there are only countably many expressions. The continuum appears only in the whole of mathematics. If we have only one language and can only make elucidations about it, then those elucidations are inexhaustible. They always require some new intuition. Again, according to Van Atten, the second incompleteness theorem, on the other hand, must have surprised Brouwer given his optimism in the 1920s about the formalist school achieving its aim of proving the consistency of formalized classical mathematics. Such optimism appeared in a paper full of counterexamples where he described we need by no means to despair of reaching this goal of a consistency proof for formalized mathematics, but nothing of mathematical value will thus be gained. An incorrect theory, even if it cannot be inhibited by any contradiction that would refute it, is nonetheless incorrect, just as a criminal policy is nonetheless criminal, even if it cannot be inhibited by the court that would curb it. Brouwer alluded to Gödel's results both in his Cambridge lectures and his 1952 paper, Historical Background, Principles and Methods of Intuitionism, by stating the hope originally fostered by the old formalists that mathematical science, erected according to their principles, would be crowned one day with the proof of non-contradictory was never fulfilled. And nowadays, in the view of the results of certain investigations of the last few decades, has, I think, been relinquished. Yet Brouwer did not stress the surprising result in order to support his own opinion. I suppose that since he had previously attached no value to the achievement of a consistency proof, the impossibility of achieving it, however, did not appear to him as a relevant point in his argumentation against formalism. The impossibility of achieving something, unless useless, must have not been particularly interesting for him. By considering the history of foundational viewpoints, he introduced an evolution of an old period of intuitionism called observational period instead of a Kantian period, and he asserted that the new formalist school founded by Hilbert came out when the old formalist standpoint had been badly shaken by the criticism of pre-intuitionists. They stressed out the essential difference between logic and mathematics as an autonomy of the so-called separable parts of mathematics from the rest. In his new formalism, Hilbert made use of the intuition of natural numbers and of complete induction and postulated the existence of exactness independent from language only from metamathematics. Brouwer posed the intervention of his intuitionism here after Hilbert's new formalism and depicted the situation after Hilbert's viewpoint in this way. The situation left by formalism and pre-intuitionism can be summarized as follows. From the elementary theory of natural numbers, the principle of complete induction, and more or less considerable parts of algebra and the theory of numbers, exact existence, absolute reliability, and non-contradictory were universally acknowledged, independently of language and without proof. There was little concern over the existence of the continuum. Introduction of a set of predeterminate real numbers with the positive measure was attempted by logical linguistic means, but a proof of non-contradictory evidence of such was a set of lacking. For the whole of mathematics, the rules of classical logic were accepted as reliable aids in the search for exact truths. In this situation, his intuitionism intervened through his two famous acts. In the first, he separated mathematics and logic and based mathematics on the languagelessness activity of mind having its origin in the perception of time. And the second, he recognized the possibility of producing the infinitely preceding sequences of mathematical entities previously acquired, mathematical species, properties supposable from mathematical entities previously required. Then Brouwer described the main results of his theory of the continuum, for instance, his fan theorem, and he did not add anything else about the other schools. We have seen that Brouwer presented the point of view of Cantorians, axiomaticians, and logistics, and confronted his perspective, not yet labeled, with each of them in his dissertation in 1907. From the 1911 review of the Man Ray volume, Brouwer introduced the foundational scene of the last century and divided into two main parts: the formalists, including Dedekind, Peano, Russell, Hilbert, and Zermelo, and the intuitionists, represented by Poincaré and Borel. In the following year, Brouwer chose the label neo-intuitionism in his foundational school and maintained the label formalism to include all the others. In the 1930 Königsberg Conference, attended by Carnap, Heyting, and von Neumann, the label formalism was used for the Hilbert School, while the label logicism, which appeared in the foundational context 2 years before in the revised edition of the book by Frankel, was attributed to the school of Frege Russell, represented at the conference by Carnap. Brouwer didn't share such a tripartition, and his later writings he settled in the contrast intuition formalism, as given in his 1927 Berliner lecture, where he distinguishes two schools, Dedekind and Zermelo, were old formalist, Hilbert was a new formalist, Poincaré and Lebesgue were pre-intuitionalist. Brouwer himself was an intuitionalist. My explanation is that Brouwer, as a founding father, wanted to present himself as a new, indefinitive, hence he used two labels in order to describe the entire matter, as it could only be divided into self and non-self. It was a way to focus on his own perspective and to reaffirm its trait of absoluteness. Arend Heyting. Arend Heyting was Brouwer's pupil. He got his PhD in 1925 with his thesis in intuitionalist axiomatics of projective geometry, and took part in the Königsberg Conference in 1930 as the representative of intuitionism. In 1934, he showed that he had acknowledged the tripartition of the foundational schools. In particular, at the beginning of the book, he stressed that the three main directions had been distinguished in the foundations of mathematics: the formalist, the intuitionist, and the logicist, and described mathematics as a byproduct of logistic, in which formalists were also interested in. He did not go into detail in his work because it was Gödel that was in charge of that part of the book. At the end, Gödel delays so much that the publisher co-author decided to give up his part. The plan of the book that Heyting proposed in the first letter was as following: one short introduction, historical introduction, Poincaré; two, the paradoxes, attempts at a resolution apart from the three principal directions; three, the calculus of logic, its further development, Americans, logicism; four, intuitionalism; five, formalism; six, other standpoints; seven, relations between the different directions; eight, mathematical and natural science. Gödel should have covered the first three chapters, but he tried to readjust the distribution. In a draft letter in 1931, he explained the metamathematics was hardly separable from logistic, because mathematics was a theory of the linguistic swarms, so he suggested to keep that part for himself by leaving Heyting the formalization of intuitionalism. In addition to intuitionalism and semi-intuitionalism, later he proposed to deal with the metamathematics as an adjoint part to logicism by himself again. In another chapter, one of them should have dealt with the foundations of formalism, in particular the consistency of the calculus. In June 1932, Heyting asked Gödel to write a part on metamathematics. They would have later decided whether to insert it in the chapter about logicism, or better, in the one about formalism. In any case, he left Gödel a great deal of Poincaré's criticism in general, and also suggested to grant him a separate chapter because Poincaré's criticism concerned many foundational viewpoints. He himself didn't want to write that part because he felt he didn't have enough knowledge of Poincaré's historical background. In letter 5, also June 1932, Heyting stated that there were works that dealt with formal logic without philosophical presuppositions. For instance, American investigations about axiomatics of Boolean algebra, the works of Bernays and Schonfinkel, and the works about the Echelon problem. In Hilbert's theory of logic, he suggested to put them in. He also left Gödel the presentation either among the logisticians or in the chapter that collected all the other viewpoints in the relationship between logicism and natural science to be inserted in the final chapter. In fact, Gödel did not send his part. Heyting took care of the part devoted to both intuitionism and formalism, named in the title of the book, and wrote other two parts about where he affirmed that never had two mathematicians fully agreed about the subject. Furthermore, at the point in time, many philosophers showed interest in foundational items. Therefore, a lot of foundational nuances could be listed, and even if they could be discussed in all of the book, the author could not discuss them Consequently, he briefly quoted Holder and Julius Koenig. Then he specified that in France, a school of philosophers had been formed and they considered mathematics from an empirical viewpoint and suggested Emile Meyerson's book as a survey of it all. The page devoted to Manet had been written by Manet himself, and at the end, Moritz Sachs' so-called empiricism was quickly described. It is interesting to emphasize Heyting's mentioned semi-intuitionalism. As we have mentioned above, we find the label semi-intuitionalism in the Gödel letter in August 1931 for the first time, where he gave Heyting the semi-intuitionalist direction. Then we find such a label in the final version of the book, in the first part of the book, committed to intuitionalism. The first chapter is dedicated to Poincaré's influence, and the second to the French. Two further short chapters are dedicated to Weil and to Kaufmann, before the beginning of the longest chapter, obviously committed to Brouwer. We see that Heyting did not insert Weil among the semi-intuitionists, as Gödel has suggested. Heyting defined the essence of intuitionism, the belief of two Grundsätzen. Mathematics has always a contextual meaning. Mathematical objects are directly grasped by the thinking spirit. Therefore, mathematical knowledge is independent of experience. Poincaré was described as a forerunner of intuitionalists because he thought that mathematics induction had a content and forced us with necessity. Still, he was only a forerunner and not a complete intuitionalist, because he assigned to consistency proof the value proofs of existence of mathematical objects like Hilbert. Then Heyting specified that there were some authors who, referring to the second Grundsatz of intuitionalism, believed that the mathematical objects had an autonomous existence, but they would only recognize them after building the objects. Such viewpoints were called by him half intuitionalism. He stated that many authors shared such beliefs: Kronecker, Borel, Labuschagne, Baer, Kaufmann, Skolem, Richard. He committed the following chapter to French intuitionalists by calling them also empiricists. According to Borel's self-definition, Heyting stressed that the above-mentioned authors shared such a belief, but then had very different viewpoints. For instance, Hadamard could have been called an idealist and Baer realist. Therefore, we can state that in 1934, Heyting showed that he acknowledged the tripartition of the foundational schools, but at the same time he showed oscillation in terminology and openness about the possibility of other schools and doubts in attaching labels to research projects. In his 1949 inaugural address, Tensions in Mathematics, Heyting described a formal attitude in the foundation of mathematics which Frege tried to do and Hilbert bettered. He did not use either logistic or logicism to distinguish them. He affirmed that the axiomatic method that accompanied our history from Euclid on could not give a foundation for mathematics, because axioms themselves required a justification. Therefore, axiomatics put a foundational question answered in formalistic terms. Hilbert arrived quite soon to a formalistic standpoint. He added that Frege had already reached a formalistic construction of mathematics, in which mathematics was considered a part of logic. His system had produced antinomies. Therefore, Hilbert constructed his own by keeping logic and mathematics in parallel in the same system, looking for a proof of non-contradictoriness. Gödel proved that such proof could never be found inside the system itself or in a weaker one. In the meantime, Brouwer had given an intuitionalist foundation of mathematics, yet many intuitionalist notions appear not to be so clear in the eyes of other intuitionalists. And to different parts of intuitionalist mathematics belong different degrees of evidence. He stressed that no foundational viewpoint is exempt from criticisms, and each of them left many philosophical questions. According to him, the best solution was a method we should take that is halfway between that of the specialist discipline and that of the philosophers. This, that one tries to bring to consciousness the mathematical process as pure and clear as possible without giving certain metaphysical or psychological interpretations. We should take mathematics as it was without idealizing it. In particular, intuitionalist mathematics was an activity of the spirit to which many people contributed and they communicated both through the daily language and symbolic language. At the end, he asked if and why intuitionist mathematics was worthwhile. He doubted that it could be useful in natural sciences, yet if intuitionism were put in a fruitful relationship with other forms of thought, then high results were to be expected in both the logic and the theory of knowledge. Heyting questioned worthiness by keeping an alternative. The classical school, the expression explains why he only used two labels, formalism and intuitionalism. He saw intuitionistic mathematics and logic as very different from the earlier unique mathematics and logic. Therefore, he considered only two contrasting groups: the ancients, where the foundational questions begun and had been answered in formalistic terms, and the new intuitionalism. In 1953, he spoke but at the end of the paper, he made comparisons only between the viewpoints of intuitionalists and of the formalists as representing at a deeper insight the two aspects which classical mathematics consisted of. He suggested as a task for the philosopher of science to point out that both the formalists and the intuitionists just developed one aspect of classical mathematics. They could not stand by themselves, separated by one another, but they both took care of aspects, none of which could be detached from mathematics. The formalist mathematician writes formulas according to clearly formulated rules, but the philosopher will also focus on the value judgments that the formalist expresses in a system and on the tested interpretation that guides him in the construction of the system. Similarly, when the intuitionist pretends to be interested exclusively in mental constructions, the philosopher will remark that he himself has made formal calculations and wonders what is the role of the calculations inside the intuitionist viewpoint. Intuitionism and Introduction. In his 1956 Intuitionism and Introduction, at the very beginning, Heyting proposed a dialogue between a classical logician, a formalist, an intuitionalist, and a literalist, a pragmatist, a representative of the signific. The dialogue was centered around the possible criticisms to intuitionalism, but the criticisms were expressed by well-specified sources that in some cases also described their own opinion. No logicist appeared under this label. A strong hint of Carnap was apparent, and he was directly quoted, but under the label formalism, the classicists pointed out the following criticisms. Intuitionist mathematics could not be seen as the whole mathematics, but only as a part of a classical mathematics. Intuitionist mathematics believed to do without logic, but it built castles in the air if it would not have the firm ground that only logic could offer. Intuitionist mathematics presented truths that were not absolute, eternal, valid at any time, but that began to be valid at the moment in which, for instance, a certain object was built by satisfying a given property. The letterlist defined his viewpoint about mathematics. Mathematics is quite a simple thing. I define some signs and give some rules for combining them. That is all. He did not need proof of consistency for their formal system because these were directly confronted with applications and in general they proved to be useful. They would be difficult to explain if every formula were deducible in them. He criticized intuitionism for the following reason. Intuitionism accepted the infinite in mathematics, even its potential form, but clarity could be reached only by remaining in the infinite. Intuitionism had dogmatic character because it accepted some principles, for instance, complete induction, and refused some others, for instance, the principle of the excluded middle, even if most people consider all of them as evident. Intuitionism had a theological character because mathematical intuition inspired it with objective and eternal rules. The significist criticized intuitionism from its reluctance towards formalism, which was the idea of the modern scientist and was, according to him, the only access to mental constructions. The pragmatist agreed with the significist and added the idea of modern scientist is to prepare an arsenal of formal systems ready to use from which he can choose for any theory the system which correctly represents the experimental results. The formalists criticized intuitionism for the following reason. Neither terms nor derivation rules were well defined, therefore the risk of misunderstanding was high. It destroyed a large part of classical mathematics. It is very interesting that the intuitionists stated at the very beginning that mental mathematical constructions were objects that required their own logic. Intuitionistic logic, we can interpret this as an application of Carnap's principle of tolerance. Heyting referred to it later by letting it be quoted by the so-called formalist in particular when the intuitionalists affirmed that the difference between formalist and intuitionalist was mainly one of taste. The formalist replied, "If you will not quarrel with formalism, neither will I with intuitionalism. Formalists are among the most specific of mankind. Any theory may be formalized and then becomes subject to our methods. Also, intuitionalist mathematics may and will be treated." The direct reference to Carnap was put inside this quote. It is useful to compare this reference to the difference between intuitionalist and formalist as a matter of taste with the same reference mentioned above in Brouwer 1928. Brouwer's reference was under condition if and only if the formalist accepted his four conditions, then the difference between the two schools would have become a matter of taste. Such conditions would have changed the essence of the formalist viewpoint. There wouldn't be any differences between them, and the matter of taste would not have been concerned the acceptance of the viewpoint instead of another, but simply the choice of a label instead of another for the same viewpoint. In 1958, Heyting published an On the Truth in Mathematics. In his first paper, he stated that classical mathematics, intuition, and formalism had pointed out two of those aspects, the formal side and the part that was based on number intuition. They were an error when each believed to be the one truth. Formal mathematics was always contain a remnant of intuition, while the intuitionists cannot do without the use of formulas. Still, there was a third direction, the Platonistic one, consisting in the belief that the existence of a world of mathematical objects. It was refused by the first two directions. Nevertheless, the majority of mathematicians insisted on the conception they used the classical proof procedures without considering them as purely formal developments. And On the Truth of Mathematics, he presented a tripartition of classical mathematics, again by specifying the component that he should like to call the naive, but which was often called the Platonistic one, was shared by mathematics until 1900. Then it was put in doubt by the discovery of paradoxes by Hilbert and Brouwer. According to Heyting, the assumption of an abstract reality of any sort was meaningless, yet it seems to be increasingly nowadays under the influence of the successes of the semantic school under the leadership of Tarski. After 30 years, in 1962, as we expect from the title After 30 Years, Heyting referred to the Königsberg Conference, hence he mentioned logicism, by stressing that in 1931 logicism had to solve more of a technical problem than of fundamental nature, eliminating the axiom of reducibility without adapting Ramsey's Platonism. Then he discussed both logicism and formalism in a few words. None of the conceptions of mathematics is today as clear-cut it was in the 1930s. I shall be short about formalism and logicism. Formalism is the least vulnerable, but for mathematical work, it needed some of the intuitive mathematics. As for to logicism, many axiomatic systems of logic and of set theory compete. It is proved not to be intuitively clear what is intuitively clear in mathematics. It is even possible to construct a descending scale of grades of evidence. Finally, he committed himself only to intuitionalism. He added that intuitive, formal, logical, and Platonic elements inside mathematics had been recognized. In his 1968 paper, Philosophy of Mathematics, Heyting offered a review that started with from Cantor and Frege, included Hilbert and Brouwer, but also Man Ray in a brief reference to Beth. He considered Cantor and Frege inside a unique chapter under the title Set Theory and Logic, stressing that Frege's concepts corresponded to Cantor's sets. Heyting mentioned Frege's logicism and the paradoxes that affected it. He stated that even if both Russell and Klein solved them, there could be no warranty that some other paradox could emerge. This was the question that Hilbert had already done in 1900 at the Paris Congress in his list of the mathematical problems to solve in the 20th century. Is there proof that mathematics and logic are consistent? Therefore, Heyting dealt with Hilbert's way to handle the problem in the following chapter. As per Man Ray, Heyting stressed his engagement in significant and referred that movement analyzed the linguistic facts consisting of two meanings, that of the speaker and that of the hearer. The first were thought and emotions that the speaker wanted to transmit. The latter were the effects of the first. Heyting recalled two concepts of the signific analysis that seemed to be of substantial relevance to him: the distinction between indicative and volitional elements of the meaning, which were expressed in the language and and the polarity of language consisting of the particular and the limited on the one side and the general and the universal on the other. A confusion of elements between the two should be avoided. Many problems came out in the philosophy on the basis of this confusion. For instance, the question, what is the aim of the world? Mixed up world that belonged. Heyting saw this similarity with neo-positivism, but without limiting language to communicating only the scientific results. In the scale of languages, according to the relevance of the syntactical relations gained, the top took place in a formalized language, like formalizing mathematics or logic, that had neither an indicative nor an emotional meaning. It fell outside the duality of language, while in the polarity of language it was collected on the universal side. The passage from one level to another was always gradual. Manore considered impossible to found mathematics on absolutely sure ground. Finally, Heyting explained the two significant ways of observing the mathematical language, the analytical way consisting in observing the forms of language and the psychological associations linked to them that should be counted to mathematics in order to characterize it at best, and the synthetic way consisting of putting conditions that a mathematical language has to satisfy and then trying to develop such a language. In no case a definitive result could be obtained because it depended on the conscious and unconscious association that were outside of mathematics. As for Beth, he stressed that his philosophy of mathematics was more a program than a complete theorization consisting of conceptual realism that distinguished four spheres of reality: the physical reality, the world of matter, the social reality, the world of men, the subjective reality, the world of spirit, and the logical reality, the world of rendering. Mathematics could belong to the last sphere. Heyting also recalled Beth's methodology, the critical research of concepts and methods of science, both of the science from the inner as the science is, and from the outside through a general philosophy. His work in logic and philosophy of mathematics was part of the first kind of analysis. Heyting stressed that the author himself had admitted that a lot of work was still necessary before getting to a final synthesis. Intuitionist views about the nature of mathematics. In 1974, in presenting intuitionist views about mathematics, Heyting wrote only about intuitionism and formalism by stating that intuitionism described mathematical thought, while formalism could only offer linguistic structure. He specified that looking for a basis of mathematics which is directly given and which can immediately understand without philosophical subtleties, the first which presented itself was the process of counting. An analysis of it led to the simplest function of our minds, isolating an object. In reality, Heyting said, we do not isolate objects but to perceptions. I can fix my attention on certain impression, in most cases visual, by creating an entity, another entity, still another entity. We mentally construct natural numbers. It is clear that conscious thinking can be considered in applied mathematics. As soon as numerals were introduced, people learned to abstract from the content of the perceptions, which were isolated, and to consider them as pure entities. Heyting was conscious that some problems arose when people tried to communicate their mental constructions to others. He affirmed that we can only be sure when referring to small natural numbers. In this context, he compared intuitionism to the most radical form of formalism. Then he described in the following way: the formalist considers every intuitive mathematical reasoning as inexact. He studies the language in which such reasonings are expressed and tries to formalize them. The result is a formal system consisting of a finite number of symbols and a finite number of rules for combining them into formulas. The result of the comparison was there's no conflict between intuitionism and formalism when each keeps to its own subject, intuitionism to mental constructions, formalism to the constructions of a formal system, motivated by its internal beauty or by its utility for science and industry. They clash when formalists contend that their systems express mathematical thought. Intuitions make two objections against this contention. In the first place, as I've argued just now, mental constructions cannot be rendered exactly by means of language. Secondly, the usual interpretation of the formal system is untenable as a mental construction. In this perspective, logic would be either a part of mathematics if we still interpret syllogisms in terms of set theory, or applied mathematics if we interpret syllogisms in terms of truth value of linguistic expressions. The paper ended with a gradualist vision of the various aspects of culture. At the lowest and commonest level, there was the creation of a finite number of individual entities and the relation between them. The mathematical systems used in matter and physics were enormously more refined than those that were at the basis of history, but also the work of the historian consisted of establishing relations between the facts that he had isolated in the continuous stream of events. History of the Foundation of Mathematics, and History of the Foundation of Mathematics of 1978, which covered a time spread till 1940. Heyting described the basic steps of the subject formalization of logic, the paradoxes of set theory, type theory, proof theory, and the so-called dramatic events, the discovery of Russell's paradox and Gödel's theorems. At the end, he presented the three Dutch figures of Brouwer, the two final chapters committed to intuitionalist topics, choice sequences, and the continuum of the spread. Beth and Manray, both of them very briefly. As for Breff, he recalled his main contributions to logic, Beth's theorem, the theorem on the reduction in a formal system of an implicit definition to an explicit definition, and the method of semantic tableau. As for Manray, he only specified that his personal philosophy was that significs based on psychological investigation of linguistic intercourse, and that it led him to a relativistic opinion that doubted even mathematical exactness. Heyting added some remarks about his own contribution. My papers on the formalization of intuitionalist logic and mathematics. I regret that my name is known today mainly in connection with these papers. They diverted the attention from the underlying ideas to the formal system itself. He concluded with his observation about the situation of intuitionalism at that time. The editors of this collection decided to delimit it to the years before 1940. Still, I cannot end without remarking that afterwards the situation has completely changed. It is generally recognized that intuitionalism makes sense and that it is worthwhile to study it. The controversy between intuitionalism and formalism has been solved. Dutch workers on the foundations are no longer isolated. They collaborate intensively with their colleagues all over the world. Final remarks. It is clear from all these quotes that Heyting was firmly believed that intuitionalism was the right foundation of mathematics, yet he was very respectful of other opinions and believed that collaboration among mathematicians was highly relevant. He was open to new ideas, new results, and new projects. Furthermore, it was also clear from the analysis of all his foundational papers that Heyting did not see the foundational schools as three clear-cut stones, but in the foundational panorama, he examined many suggestions that could have been or could not have been suitable for existing labels. The suggestion could be presented under the name of the proponent or under an old label of a newly coined one. I think that these two aspects, openness to other points of view and freedom in labeling, were linked. His frequent changes in presenting the foundational schools, his description of a broad range of them, and his freedom in labeling were signs of his openness towards other points of view and of his will to avoid rigid contrapositions among them. By contrast, Brouwer's constant use of only two labels to describe the foundational panorama was a sign of his will to absolutize his viewpoint. All the possible nuances of other perspectives were collected under a unique label in the perspective of final duel that should have led to a definitive victory. Okay, so there you have it, folks. A lot of research there today, a lot of stuff on mathematics and logic, and spreading out some of these ideas that I've been talking about in metaphysics to mathematics and logic. And so, like the first series on portraits, where I talked about Frege and Russell and Wittgenstein. So eventually I'll get to Brouwer in the portrait series, but I wanted to cover a little bit of it now. And on this Wednesday, when I talk about Platonism and Neoplatonism, we'll see somewhat of the direct connection to intuitionalism today. So hopefully on Wednesday, I plan on doing my stream on the Greek precursors of metaphysics, Aristotle, Plato, the skeptics, and then innateness and Platonism, long tradition till today. And next week on Week in Review, I will plan on doing chess studies. Do the whole week of chess studies. And so I still haven't formally heard from James of Modern Day Debate to confirm, but once he does confirm, I'll get to work and start making slides. So if he confirms this week, next week I'll have slides to share for my outline for my introduction. And the week after also, so plenty of time to prep. So I laid out some of that at the very beginning. And besides that, nothing much. So check out Jenny's page now. So she's streaming now on her own channel. Been live streaming off and on. So if you want to, check out her streams, you could follow her on her channel, give her a sub. And I guess with that, it's been a very long stream, 6.5 hours. It was the other paper I wanted to read, but there's always more I want to do that I can get to. So I'm almost finishing up these random topics that have been cluttering my mind. And once I finish up kind of these random topics, there's always more. I could go into more detail, but I think that I'm going to start making more advances. Maybe I'll take my brother's advice and try to make shorter videos just on single topics and work through and like do PowerPoints or visuals. And, so the research is vast. The due diligence is vast. I'm trying to come up with something big, and it involves a whole bunch of fields. Like I'm organizing my father's library and, just thousands of books, like just this, section on mathematics and logic. So the research never ends, but I'm rounding the corner in my due diligence that I wanted to do for the multiple truth hypothesis. And hopefully it's going to pay off. And you'll see in the next few months that, after I've rounded this corner, that'll be more directed and I'll start tying things together and just these concepts. Like I got to get it right, these names and definitions and schools and ideas and the historical progression. So I can't be like tongue tied. So, I got to have it on the tip of my tongue, all these words and schools and historical progressions when I need it. And the only way to do it is to do the work, to do the research, to do the due diligence. So, that's what I'm doing week after week. And if it's useful to other people, it's my honor to be of service. So, leave any comments, reach out on social media and be in touch. And hopefully we'll see you on Wednesday for the Greek precursors to metaphysics, Plato, Aristotle, and the skeptics. And we'll talk a lot about the Platonic forms, and we'll see how some of this ties together for the, the full historical background going all the way back to the Greeks. So have a great week, everybody. Be blessed.